New Guide to Health or Botanic Family Physician. By Samuel Thomson. New Guide to Health or Botanic Family Physician, containing a complete system of practice, on a plan entirely new, with a description of the vegetables made use of, and directions for preparing and administering them, to cure disease, to which is prefixed a narrative of the life and medical discoveries of the author. By Samuel Thomson. Boston. Printed for the author, and sold by his general agent at the office of the Boston Investigator. J. Q. Adams, Printer. 1835, entered according to Act of Congress, in the year 1835, by Samuel Thomson, in the Clerk's Office of the District Court of Massachusetts. Advertisement. To the public. The preparing the following work for the press has been a task of much difficulty and labor, for to comprise in a short compass, and to convey a correct understanding of the subject, from such a mass of materials as I have been enabled to collect, by 30 years' practice, is a business of no small magnitude. The plan that has been adopted I thought the best to give a correct knowledge of my system of practice, and am confident that the descriptions and directions are sufficiently explained to be understood by all those who take an interest in this important subject. Much more might have been written, but the main object has been to confine it to the practice, and nothing more is stated of the theory than what was necessary to give a general knowledge of the system. If any errors should be discovered, it is hoped that they will be viewed with candor, for in first publishing a work, such things are to be expected, but much care has been taken that there should be no error which would cause any mistake in the practice, or preparing the medicine. Many persons are practicing by my system, who are in the habit of pretending that they have made great improvements, and in some instances it is well known that poisonous drugs have been made use of under the name of my medicine, which has counteracted its operation, and thereby tended to destroy the confidence of the public in my system of practice. This has never been authorized by me. The public are therefore cautioned against such conduct, and all those who are well disposed towards my system are desired to lend their aid in exposing all such dishonest practices, in order that justice may be done. Those who possess this work may, by examining it, be able to detect any improper deviations therefrom, and they are assured that any practice which is not conformable to the directions given, and does not agree with the principles herein laid down, is unauthorized by me. N.B. The work has undergone several revisions, as well as passed through several editions, since it was first published, but as the copyright has been now renewed, in 1835, the number of the former editions is not regarded. Preface. Written by a friend. There is no subject in which the great family of mankind have a deeper interest than that of medicine, to lessen the sum of human suffering by alleviating pain, and removing those diseases that all are subject to, is a duty of the greatest importance of any undertaking that man can engage in. Health is the greatest blessing that can be enjoyed in this life, and to be deprived of it takes away all our pleasures and comforts, and makes everything in this world appear a dreary waste. This will readily be admitted by every one, but in what manner disorder can best be removed or prevented, is a subject that has engaged the attention of many wise men, who have existed in different ages, from the earliest times to the present day, without, as we humbly conceive, very much benefiting mankind by their labors. Their inquiries, it would seem, have been directed to the investigation of visionary theories, of the form and curious construction of the body and members, upon mechanical principles, to the neglect of what is of the greatest importance, a correct and useful practice by a direct application to the cause of disease. This is like pursuing a shadow, and losing sight of the substance, for there are certain causes and effects in the works of creation, that are beyond the comprehension of man, and the general principles of animated nature are as correctly known by the whole human family, as by the most wise and learned. In the different ages of the world, the medical faculty have been very prolific in forming systems of the theory and practice of medicine. One man builds up a system for another that comes after him, to pull down, who erects one of his own, which is followed for a time, and is then supplanted by another. They have gone on in this way, almost every age producing a new system, to the present time, each one pronounces the other to be wrong. They certainly cannot all be right, and the most natural conclusion is that they are all wrong, for no good has resulted from all they have done, but on the contrary, it has tended to produce much confusion and doubt in the minds of all who seek to gain a correct knowledge of the subject. The best evidence of this is the bad success that has attended the regular faculty in all their practice, for they do not pretend to a knowledge of a certain remedy for any case of disease, and it is readily admitted by the most distinguished men in the profession that there is no art or science so little understood and miserably conducted as that of medicine. The way to become a fashionable doctor at the present day is to spend 3 or 4 years in what they call reading physic, when they receive a degree and a diploma from some medical society. This time is spent in learning the Latin names of the different preparations of medicine, according to the plan adopted by the faculty, as also of the different parts of the human body, with the names, colors, and symptoms of all kinds of disease, divided and subdivided into as many classes and forms as language can be found to express, and sufficient knowledge of the nature of medicine to know how much poison can be given without causing immediate death. With these qualifications and a little self-importance, they commence their medical career, as ignorant of what is really useful in curing disease, as though they had been shut up in a cloister all the time. Their heads are filled with the theory, but all that is most important in the removal of disorder, they have to learn by practice, which can never be learned in any other way. Those patients who are so unfortunate as to come under their care become subjects for them to learn upon, and have to suffer from their experiments. After pursuing this course for many years, they begin to learn that their practice has been wrong, and it is a fact well known that all our old and most experienced physicians, who have become distinguished in the profession, make use of but very little medicine, prescribing principally simples, with directions how they may cure themselves. The greater part of their patients are such as have been run down, and had their constitutions destroyed by the improper treatment they have received from the young and inexperienced part of the faculty. This picture may be considered by some as highly colored, but if prejudice is laid aside and viewed with candor, it will be found not to be far from the truth. There are, no doubt, many exceptions among the practicing physicians, but their manner of treating disease by bleeding and blistering, and administering mercury, arsenic, nitre, antimony, opium, etc., is directly opposed to nature, and cannot be justified by any principles founded on natural causes and effects. Another serious difficulty exists, which is, that the people are kept ignorant of everything of importance in medicine, by its being kept in a dead language, for which there can be no good reason given. Dr. Buchan has made some very good remarks on this subject to show the impropriety of such a practice, and gives it as his opinion, that if physicians would write their prescriptions in the language of our country, and lay medicine more open to the people, much good would result from it. In the new pharmacopoeia, got up lately by the medical societies in this country, an entire new arrangement is made, and new names adopted, which is to be revised every 10 years. This will completely keep the people in ignorance of the medicine they use, when prescribed by the faculty. There cannot be the least doubt but there is medicine enough grows in our country, to answer all the purposes necessary in curing every disease incident to the climate, if the people had a knowledge of it, but the doctors have so much influence in society, and manage their affairs with so much art for their own profit and praise, that the common people are kept back from a knowledge of what is of the utmost importance for them to know. If any man undertakes to pursue a practice differing from what is sanctioned by the regular faculty, let him show ever so much ingenuity in his discoveries, or be ever so successful in curing disease, he is hunted down like a wild beast, and a hue and cry raised against him from one end of the country to the other. There must be some reason for all this, more than an aim to the public good, for the people are certainly capable of judging for themselves, whether what is done for them removes their complaint, or increases it. It is not unreasonable, we think, to conclude that it arises from a fear that the craft is in danger. Nothing could more fully exemplify the above opinion than the treatment which Dr. Thomson has received from the medical faculty during the whole of his practice. He has been persecuted and pursued with all the malice of demons, for no other cause that can be imagined than because of his extraordinary success in curing disease, which has tended to enlighten the people, and do away their blind confidence in the infallibility of doctors. This opposition has not been from the people at large, for all who have been attended by him, and those who have had a correct knowledge of his system of practice, are not only well satisfied, but are thoroughly convinced of its superiority over the practice of the doctors, and some of the faculty who have examined the subject, allow the discovery to be original and ingenious, and that the principles upon which it is founded, are correct. If the physicians generally had, instead of trying to destroy him and his practice, inquired into and made themselves acquainted with his improvements, and treated him with that courtesy due to every ingenious man, who devotes himself to the advancement of the arts and sciences, they would have received much useful information on one of the most important branches of the medical art. That is, of the medicinal virtues of the vegetables of this country, with the best method of preparing and administering them to cure disease. But they seem to consider everything relating to the subject as a sort of holy ground, on which no one has a right to tread but the regularly initiated. Dr. Thomson began his practice as it were from accident, with no other view than an honest endeavor to be useful to his fellow creatures, and had nothing to guide him but his own experience. He, not having had an education, has received no advantages from reading books, which left his mind unshackled by the visionary theories and opinions of others. His whole studies have been in the great book of nature, and his conclusions have all been drawn from that unerring guide. By this he was enabled to form correct opinions of the fitness of things. His first inquiry was to know of what all animal bodies were formed, and then to ascertain what caused disease. After being satisfied on this head, the next thing was to find what medicine was the best calculated to remove disease and restore health. For this he looked into the vegetable kingdom, where he found a large field for contemplation, and for the exercise of his inquiring mind. Here, by an invention of his own, that of ascertaining the qualities and power of vegetables by their taste, he was enabled at all times to find something to answer the desired purpose. His apothecary's shop was the woods and the fields. In his practice, it has always been his first object to learn the course pointed out by nature, and has followed by administering those things best calculated to aid her in restoring health. This is unquestionably the only correct course that can be pursued with any chance of success, for all the good that can be expected by giving medicine is to assist nature to remove the disease. The success with which his practice has been attended has astonished all who witnessed it, and has led the people to wonder how a man without learning could perform what could not be done by the learned doctors. This is not strange, for people most generally form their opinions by what is fashionable, without examining into the nature of things. A man can be great without the advantages of an education, but learning can never make a wise man of a fool. The practice of physic requires a knowledge that cannot be got by reading books. It must be obtained by actual observation and experience. It is very common with the doctors to call all those who practice, and have not been regularly educated to the profession, quacks and empirics. The definition of the word quack is an ignorant pretender, and those who are entitled to this appellation are best known by the knowledge they possess in their profession, and the success with which they pursue it, and there may be probably more ignorant pretenders found among those who have received a diploma, than in any other class. An empiric is one who is governed in his practice by his own experimental knowledge, and Dr. Thomson can have no reasonable objection to be honored by this title, for there is nothing valuable in the whole range of the medical science, but what has been derived from this source. In ancient times the man who could discover anything that proved to be useful in curing disease was entitled to honorable notice, and a reward for his ingenuity, without regarding whether he was learned or unlearned. In this way, the faculty have obtained all their knowledge of vegetable medicine, and if they had confined themselves to this, it would have been much better for the people, than to make use of those poisonous minerals, which have been the production of the learned, and is the only addition they have been able to make to the materia medica. In the following work, Dr. Thomson has endeavored to embody in a small compass, and to convey to the public, in as plain and simple terms as he was capable, a correct knowledge of his system of practice, with his manner of treating disease, together with a description of all the vegetable productions of our own country that he has found to be useful in curing disorder, and the best manner of preparing and administering them. It will be found of the greatest importance to the people, being the result of 30 years' constant practice in attending on all kinds of disease common in this country. It offers to the public an opportunity to make themselves sufficiently acquainted with the subject to enable everyone who avails himself of it to become his own physician with a trifling expense. To introduce a new system of medical practice and to make an entire change of the public opinion on so important a subject is an undertaking of too great magnitude to be effected without much difficulty. Let its superiority over all others be ever so great, for whoever undertakes it must expect to have to contend against the interest of a large class of the community and the prejudices of the whole. That Dr. Thomson has been able to effect so much is more surprising than that he has not done more, for he has labored under many difficulties, besides being opposed by a powerful combination, whose interest it is to keep the people back from adopting his practice. He has been obliged to satisfy the people of what is for their interest, as well as for their peace and happiness, against their own inclinations, and has pursued his own plan with wonderful perseverance, and with an honest and determined zeal, to do what he thought to be his duty. He seems to have had in view more the public good than his own interest, for his whole plan has been to give information to the people, as well as to relieve them from disease, and to put it in their power to cure themselves and families in all cases of sickness, without being under the necessity of employing a doctor. In pursuing this object, he has spent the best part of his days, and has received but very small compensation for all his labors. The pecuniary benefit that he has realized for his practice and right sold would be no temptation to anyone to undergo the 100th part of what he has suffered from persecution. Notwithstanding all the difficulties Dr. Thomson has met with, and all the opposition he has had to contend against, his system is made use of by the people generally, in many places, and it is fast spreading in all parts of the United States. Wherever the people become acquainted with it, they universally adopt it, and consider it of the greatest value, so much so, that there are hundreds who would not be deprived of the information they have received, for any sum of money whatever. In several towns, large societies have been formed of those who have purchased the rights, and who obligate themselves to assist each other in cases of sickness. Where this has been the case, great benefit has been derived and the success of the practice has been complete. This seems to be the best plan for introducing a correct knowledge of the system and practice among the people, and putting it in their power to derive the most advantage from its use. And if a few of those men who have the most influence in society would examine into the subject with impartiality, they would readily be convinced of its superior usefulness, and by taking an interest in diffusing a knowledge of the practice among the people, they would confer a greater benefit on mankind than by any charitable act they could perform. There has been one great obstacle in the way of a general extension of a knowledge of the practice, for the want of some means to convey correct information how to prepare and administer the medicine with the best manner of treatment in curing disease, and also to prevent all who adopt this system of practice from being imposed upon by those who pretend to make use of it without a proper knowledge of the subject. For there are quacks under this system as well as others. This is obviated by the following work, in which, it is thought, will be found sufficient explanations and directions to enable anyone who pays strict attention to them to make use of the practice with safety and success. Narrative of the life of Samuel Thomson. There is nothing, perhaps, more unpleasant than to write one's own life, for in doing it we are obliged to pass over again, as it were, many scenes, which we might wish to have forgotten, and relate many particulars, which, though they may seem very important to ourselves, yet would be very uninteresting to the reader. It is not my intention to attempt to write a history of my life, nor would it be in my power to do it if I had such a wish. But as I have been the greater part of my life engaged in one of the most important pursuits, and which is of more consequence to the great human family than any other that could be undertaken by man, that of alleviating human misery, by curing all cases of disease by the most simple, safe, and certain method of practice, I think the public will be interested to know something of me, and the reason of my having taken upon myself so important a calling, without being regularly educated to the profession, which is thought by the world to be indispensably necessary. But I shall take the liberty to disagree a little with them in this particular, for, although learning may be a great advantage in acquiring a profession, yet that alone will never make a great man, where there is no natural gift. By giving a short sketch of the early part of my existence, and relating those accidental circumstances that have occurred during my life, and which were principally the cause of my engaging in the healing art, will enable the public to judge more correctly whether I have taken that course in fulfilling my duty in this life, which the God of nature hath pointed out for me. In doing this, I shall endeavor to give a plain and simple narrative of facts as they took place, and relate only those particulars of my life, with such of the cases that have come under my care, as will best convey to the reader the most correct information of my system of practice in curing disease. I was born February 9, 1769, in the town of Alstead, county of Cheshire, and state of New Hampshire. My father, John Thomson, was born in Northbridge, county of Worcester, and state of Massachusetts. He was 25 years old when I was born. My mother's name was Hannah Cobb. She was born in Medway, Massachusetts, and was 4 years older than my father. I had one sister older than myself, and 3 brothers and 1 sister younger, who are all living except my second brother, who died in his 14th year. My oldest sister married Samuel Hills, and lives in Surrey, New Hampshire, and my 2 brothers live in Jericho, Vermont. My youngest sister married Waters Mather, and lives in the state of Ohio. That country was a wilderness when I was born. My father had begun there about a year before, at which time there was no house within 3 miles one way, and about 1 the other. There were no roads, and they had to go by marked trees. The snow was very deep when they moved there, and my mother had to travel over a mile on snowshoes through the woods to get to their habitation. My parents were poor, having nothing to begin the world with, but had to depend upon their labor for support. My father had bought a piece of wild land on credit, and had to pay for it by his labor in what he could make off the land, which caused us great hardships and deprivations for a long time. As soon as I began to form any correct ideas of things, my mind was much irritated by the impressions made on it by my parents, who, no doubt with very good intentions, filled my young head with all kinds of hobgoblin and witch stories, which made a very deep impression on my mind, and which were not entirely eradicated for many years. I mention this as a caution to parents, not to tell their children anything but the truth, for young children naturally believe whatever their parents tell them, and when they frighten them with such stories, for the purpose of making them behave well, it will most generally have a very bad effect. For when they arrive at years of discretion, and find that all those stories are falsehoods, they will naturally form very unfavorable opinions of their parents, whose duty it is to set them better examples. My father and mother were of the Baptist persuasion, and were very strict in their religious duties. They attended meeting every Sabbath, and my father prayed night and morning in his family. One day they went to meeting, and left me and my sister at home alone, and told us that if we were wicked they should send the bear or the knocker to carry us off. While they were absent, I was at play, when we heard a hard knocking on the outside of the house, which frightened us very much, and when they came home I told them what had happened. But instead of letting us know what it was, they told us it was the knocker they had told us of, and that or the bear would always come, if we were wicked, and did not mind and do as they told us. It was several years after that my reason taught me that this knocker, as they called it, was a woodpecker that came on the end of the house. Parents ought to be careful to impress on the minds of young children correct ideas of things, and not mislead their understandings by telling them falsehoods, for it will be of the greatest importance as respects their future conduct and pursuits in life. When I was between 3 and 4 years old, my father took me out with him to work. The first business I was set to do was to drive the cows to pasture, and watch the geese, with other small chores, which occupation kept me all day in the fields. I was very curious to know the names of all the herbs which I saw growing, and what they were good for, and, to satisfy my curiosity, was constantly making inquiries of the persons I happened to be with, for that purpose. All the information I thus obtained, or by my own observation, I carefully laid up in my memory, and never forgot. There was an old lady by the name of Benton lived near us, who used to attend our family when there was any sickness. At that time there was no such thing as a doctor known among us, there not being any within 10 miles. The whole of her practice was with roots and herbs, applied to the patient, or given in hot drinks, to produce sweating, which always answered the purpose. When one thing did not produce the desired effect, she would try something else, till they were relieved. By her attention to the family, and the benefits they received from her skill, we became very much attached to her, and when she used to go out to collect roots and herbs, she would take me with her, and learn me their names, with what they were good for, and I used to be very curious in my inquiries, and in tasting everything that I found. The information I thus obtained at this early age was afterwards of great use to me. Sometime in the summer, after I was 4 years old, being out in the fields in search of the cows, I discovered a plant which had a singular branch and pods, that I had never before seen, and I had the curiosity to pick some of the pods and chew them. The taste and operation produced was so remarkable that I never forgot it. I afterwards used to induce other boys to chew it, merely by way of sport, to see them vomit. I tried this herb in this way for nearly 20 years, without knowing anything of its medical virtues. This plant is what I have called the emetic herb, and is the most important article I make use of in my practice. It is very common in most parts of this country, and may be prepared and used in almost any manner. It is a certain counterpoison, having never been known to fail to counteract the effects of the most deadly poison, even when taken in large quantities for self-destruction. There is no danger to be apprehended from its use, as it is perfectly harmless in its operation, even when a large quantity is taken. It operates as an emetic, cleanses the stomach from all improper aliment, promotes an internal heat, which is immediately felt at the extremities, and produces perspiration. The exclusive right of using this plant for medical purposes is secured to me by patent, and my right to the discovery has never been disputed, though the doctors have done everything they could to destroy the credit of it, by false statements, representing it to be a deadly poison, and at the same time they knew to the contrary, for they have made use of it themselves for several years, and have tried to defraud me of the discovery. I feel perfectly convinced from near 40 years' experience of its medical properties, that the discovery is of incalculable importance, and if properly understood by the people will be more useful in curing the diseases incident to this climate, than the drugs and medicine sold by all the apothecaries in the country. At 5 years of age my father put me to hard work, and was very strict, using the greatest severity towards me. I used to suffer very much from pains in my hips and back, being lame from my birth, and the hard work made me so stiff, that in the morning it was with difficulty I could walk. My father's severity towards me made me very unhappy, for I was constantly in fear lest he should call and I should not hear him, in which case, he used to punish me very severely. I continued in this situation till I was 8 years old, when my brothers began to be some help, which took part of the burthen off from me. We suffered great hardships and lived very poorly, but we always had something to eat, and were contented, for we knew of nothing better. A dish of bean porridge and some potatoes were our constant fare, and this was better than many others had. The greatest part of this winter we had to live in the barn. In July my father had got a part of the roof of a new house covered, and we moved into it, which was more comfortable than the barn. About this time my mother was taken sick, and was carried to Mrs. Benton's for her to take care of, where she remained for several weeks, during which time, by using such means as this old lady prescribed, she recovered. At this time I had never been to school, or had any chance whatever to learn to read. My father kept me constantly at work, all weekdays, and on Sunday I had to go a considerable distance on foot to meeting, and the rest of the day was kept on my feet in hearing him read the catechism, creed, and prayers, so that I had little time to rest on that day. The winter I was 8 years old, I was very sick with the canker rash, but was attended by the widow Benton, who cured me by making use of such medicine as our country afforded, and I was in a short time able to be about. After I had got well, my mind was more attentive to the use of roots and herbs as medicine than ever. I had at that time a very good knowledge of the principal roots and herbs to be found in that part of the country, with their names and medical uses, and the neighbors were in the habit of getting me to go with them to show them such roots and herbs as the doctors ordered to be made use of in sickness, for syrups, etc., and by way of sport they used to call me doctor. While in the field at work I used often to find the herb, which I tasted when 4 years old, and gave it to those who worked with me, to see them spit and often vomit, but I never observed any bad effect produced by it, which simple experiments eventually led me to observe the value of it in disease. When I was about 10 years old, there was a school a little more than a mile from my father's, where I had the opportunity of attending for 1 month. The weather was cold and the going bad, which caused me to make very slow progress in my learning, but the chance we considered a great privilege, for the country was new and people poor, and the opportunity for children to get learning very small. I took a great dislike to working on a farm, and never could be reconciled to it, for nothing could strike me with greater dread than to hear the name of a plough, or any other thing used on a farm mentioned. This I have always attributed to the hardships I underwent, and the severity which my father used constantly to exercise towards me from the time I was 5 to 10 years old. At that time, I used to think that if ever I had any land I would not plough it, and if my father's treatment of me was the effect of his religion, I never wished to have any. This was when he was under the strongest influence of the Baptist persuasion, and used to be very zealous in his religious duties, praying night and morning, and sometimes 3 times a day. He was a man of violent and quick temper, and when in his fits of passion, my mother used frequently to remind him of certain parts of his prayer, such as this, which I never forgot. May we live soberly, righteously, and godly, in the present evil world. She was a woman much respected in the town where we lived. About the time I was 14 years old, my father left the Baptist persuasion and embraced that of universal salvation. By grace are ye saved, through faith not of yourselves, it is the gift of God. If he ever experienced a change of heart for the better, it was at this time. His love to God and man was great, and I had great reason to rejoice, for he was like another man in his house. He continued to enjoy the same belief, with much comfort to the time of his death, which took place in August, 1820, aged 76. My mother remained many years in the full belief of the salvation of all men, and continued so till her death. Sometime during the year that I was 16 years old, I heard my parents say, that as my mind was so much taken up with roots and herbs, they thought it best to send me to live with a Dr. Fuller, of Westmoreland, who was called a root doctor. This pleased me very much, and in some measure raised my ambition, but I was soon after disappointed in my hopes, for they said I had not learning enough, and they did not know how to spare me from my work, which depressed my spirits, and was very discouraging to me. I now gave up all hopes of going to any other business, and tried to reconcile myself to spend my days in working on a farm, which made me very unhappy. I had little learning, and was awkward and ignorant of the world, as my father had never given me any chance to go into company, to learn how to behave, which caused me great uneasiness. In the year 1788, when I was in my 19th year, my father purchased a piece of land on Onion River, in the state of Vermont, and on the 12th day of October, he started from Alstead, and took me with him, to go to work on the land and clear up some of it to build a house on, as it was all covered with wood. In about 4 days after our arrival, we were enabled to clear a small spot and to build us a camp to live in. We had to do our own cooking and washing, our fare was poor, and we had to work very hard, but we got along tolerably well till the 2nd of December, when I had the misfortune to cut my ankle very badly, which accident prevented me from doing any labor for a long time, and almost deprived me of life. The wound was a very bad one, as it split the joint and laid the bone entirely bare, so as to lose the juices of my ankle joint to such a degree as to reduce my strength very much. My father sent for a Dr. Cole of Jericho, who ordered sweet apple tree bark to be boiled, and the wound to be washed with it, which caused great pain, and made it much worse, so that in 8 days my strength was almost exhausted. The flesh on my leg and thigh was mostly gone, and my life was despaired of. The doctor said he could do no more for me, and my father was greatly alarmed about me, and said that if Dr. Kittredge, of Walpole, could be sent for, he thought he might help me, but I told him it would be in vain to send for him, for I could not live so long as it would take to go after him, without some immediate assistance. He said he did not know what to do. I told him that there was one thing I had thought of which I wished to have tried, if it could be obtained, that I thought would help me. He anxiously inquired what it was, and I told him if he could find some comfrey root, I would try a plaster made of that and turpentine. He immediately went to an old place that was settled before the war, and had the good luck to find some. A plaster was prepared by my directions and applied to my ankle, the side opposite to the wound, and had the desired effect. The juices stopped running in about 6 hours, and I was very much relieved, though the pain continued to be very severe and the inflammation was great. The juices settled between the skin and bone, and caused a suppuration, which broke in about 3 weeks, during which time I did not have 3 nights' sleep, nor did I eat anything. This accidental remedy was found through necessity, and was the first time the mother of invention held forth her hand to me. The success which attended this experiment, and the natural turn of my mind to those things, I think was a principal cause of my continuing to practice the healing art to this time. Our stock of provisions being now exhausted, and my wound somewhat better, my father was very anxious to return to Alstead. He asked me if I thought I could bear the journey, if he should place me on a bed laid in a sled. I answered that I was willing to try. He immediately went to work and fixed a sled, and put me in it on a straw bed, and on the 1st day of January, 1789, we began our journey. There was very little snow, and the road rough, which caused the sled to jolt very much, and my sufferings were great. It was very doubtful with my father, and likewise with me, whether I should live to perform the journey, but we proceeded on, however, without anything important happening except wearing out the runners of our sled, and having to make new ones, and accomplished 20 miles the first day. At a place where we stopped all night, there was a woman whose situation appeared to me so much worse than my own, that I felt much encouraged. She had been sick with a fever, and the doctor had given so much poisonous medicine, to break the fever, as he called it, she was left in a most miserable situation. Her side and shoulder were in a putrid state, and in full as bad a condition as my ankle. My father in dressing my wound had drawn a string through between the heel cord and bone, and another between that and the skin, so that 2/3 of the way round my ankle was hollow. At a place where we stopped on the 3rd night, a circumstance had occurred which, from its novelty, I think worth mentioning. A young woman who lived in the family had discovered a strong inclination to sleep more than what is common, and had expressed a wish that they would let her sleep enough once. She went to bed on Sunday night, and did not wake again till Tuesday morning, having slept 36 hours. On awaking, she had no idea of having slept more than 1 night, but began to make preparation for washing, as was the custom on Mondays, till she was informed that they had washed the day before. Her health was good and she never after that required more sleep than other persons. When we got onto the high land there was considerable snow, and we got along much more comfortably. I had to be carried in on the bed and laid by the fire, every night during the journey. The people generally, where we stopped, treated me with kindness, and showed much pity for me in my distressed situation, but they all thought that I should not live to get through the journey. The doctors had advised to have my leg cut off, as the only means of saving my life, and all those who saw me during our journey, expressed the same opinion, and I think it would have been done had I given my consent. But I positively refused to agree to it, so the plan was given up. I preferred to take my chance with my leg on, to having it taken off, which resolution I have never repented of, to this day. On arriving in Walpole, my father proceeded immediately to the house of the famous Dr. Kittredge, to have him dress my wound, and get his opinion of my situation. He not being at home, and it being nearly dark, we concluded to put up for the night, and I was carried in on my bed and laid by the fire. The doctor soon came home, and on entering the room where I was, cried out in a very rough manner, "Who have you here?" His wife answered, "A sick man." "The devil," replied he, "I want no sick man here." I was much terrified by his coarse manner of speaking, and thought if he was so rough in his conversation, what will he be when he comes to dress my wound? But I was happily disappointed, for he took off the dressing with great care, and handled me very tenderly. On seeing the strings that were in the wound, he exclaimed, "What the devil are these halters here for?" My father told him they were put in to keep the sore open. He said he thought the sore open enough now, for it is all rotten. Being anxious to know his opinion of me, my father asked him what he thought of my situation. "What do I think?" said he. "Why, I think he will die," and then looking very pleasantly at me, said, "Though I think, young man, you will get well first." In the morning he dressed my ankle again, and gave me some salve to use in future, and my father asked him for his bill, which was, I think, for our keeping and his attending me, about 50 cents. A great contrast between this and what is charged at the present time by our regular physicians, for they will hardly look at a person without making them pay $2 or $3. I have been more particular in describing this interview with Dr. Kittredge on account of his extraordinary skill in surgery, and the great name he acquired, and justly deserved, among the people throughout the country. His system of practice was peculiarly his own, and all the medicines he used were prepared by himself from the roots and herbs of our own country. He was a very eccentric character, and uncouth in his manners, but he possessed a good heart, and a benevolent disposition. He was governed in his practice by that great plan which is dictated by nature, and the uncommon success he met with is evidence enough to satisfy any reasonable mind of the superiority of it over what is the practice of those who become doctors by reading only, with their poisons and their instruments of torture. We left Walpole, and arrived at our home about noon, and my mother, brothers, and sisters were much rejoiced to see me, though grieved at my distressed situation, and never was any one more in need of the tender care of friends than I was at this time. My mother proved to me the old saying, that a friend in need is a friend indeed. My case was considered doubtful for some time. I was from the 1st of December to the 1st of March unable to walk, but by good nursing and constant care, I was enabled in the spring to attend to the business at home, so that my father left me in charge of the farm, and went with my brother to Onion River, again to work on his land. On the 9th of February, 1790, I was 21 years of age, and my father gave me a deed of one half of his farm in Alstead, consisting of 125 acres, and I carried it on for 3 years, and he had the liberty to take such stock as he pleased. He then made preparations and removed to Onion River, and left my mother and sister in my care. Soon after I took a bad cold, which threw me into a slow fever. In the month of March we all had the measles, and my mother had what the doctors called the black kind, and was so bad that her life was despaired of. The disease turned in and seated on her lungs, and she never recovered her health. Several doctors attended her without doing her any good. Her cough was very severe and her mouth was sore, and she was greatly distressed. I attended upon her under the direction of the doctors, and took the cough, and had much the same symptoms. She continued to grow worse daily. The doctors gave her over, and gave her disease the name of galloping consumption, which I thought was a very appropriate name, for they are the riders, and their whip is mercury, opium and vitriol, and they galloped her out of the world in about 9 weeks. She died on the 13th day of May, 1790. I was at this time very low with the same disorder that my mother died with, and the doctor often importuned me to take some of his medicine, but I declined it, thinking I had rather die a natural death. He tried to frighten me by telling me it was the last chance of getting help, and he thought he could cure me, but I told him I had observed the effect his medicine had on my mother, for she constantly grew worse under the operation of it, and I had no desire to risk it on myself. I have always been of the opinion that if I had followed his advice, I should have been galloped out of the world the same as my mother was, and I have never repented of my refusal to this day. After my mother died, I undertook to doctor myself, and made some syrups of such things as I had the knowledge of, which relieved my cough, and with the warm weather, I so far recovered my health, as to be able to work some time in June. Being without women's help, I was obliged to hire such as I could get, which proved a disadvantage to my interest, and I thought it would be best to find some person who would take an interest in saving my property. On the 7th day of July, 1790, I was married to Susan Allen. We were both young, and had great hardships to encounter, but we got along very well, and both enjoyed good health until our first child was born, which was on the 4th day of July following. My wife was taken ill on Saturday, and sent for help. She lingered along till Sunday night, when she became very bad. Her situation was dangerous, and she was in hand constantly the whole night, until sunrise the next morning, when she was delivered, but her senses were gone. During the whole night it was one continued struggle of forcing nature, which produced so great an injury to the nervous system, as to cause strong convulsion fits in about an hour after her delivery. The witnessing of this horrid scene of human butchery was one great cause of my paying attention to midwifery, and my practice has since been very successful in it. Her fits continued and grew worse. There were 6 doctors attended her that day, and a 7th was sent for, but she grew worse under their care, for one would give her medicine, and another said that he did wrong, another would bleed her, and the other would say he had done wrong, and so on through the whole. I heard one of them say that his experience in this case was worth $50. I found that they were trying their practice by experiments, and was so dissatisfied with their conduct, that at night I told them what I thought, and that I had heard them accusing each other of doing wrong, but I was convinced that they had all told the truth, for they had all done wrong. They all gave her over to die, and I dismissed them, having seen enough of their conduct to convince me that they were doing more hurt than good. After they were gone, I sent for Dr. Watts and Dr. Fuller, who were called root doctors. They attended her through the night, and in the morning about the same hour that they began, the fits left her. She had in the whole 18 of the most shocking convulsion fits that had been ever seen by anyone present. The spasms were so violent that it jarred the whole house. After the fits had left her, she was entirely senseless, and was raving distracted for 3 days, and then became perfectly stupid, and lay in that situation for 3 days. She then laughed 3 days, and then cried 3 days, after which she seemed to awake like a person from sleep, and had no knowledge of what had passed, or that she had been sick, or had a child. These 2 doctors continued to attend her, and used all the means in their power to strengthen the nervous system. She gained very slowly, and it was a long time before she got about, but she never got entirely over it. This sickness put me back in my business very much, and the expense was above $200. In about a month after my wife had recovered from her sickness, she was attacked with the colic, which required all my attention, and that of the 2 doctors who attended her before, but all our exertions appeared to be in vain, for the disease had its regular course for several days, and then left her. These attacks continued once a month, or oftener, and it was so much trouble to go for the doctor so often, as I had to during these turns, that I let a young man who studied with Dr. Watts have a house on my farm, so as to have him handy, but I soon found that by having a doctor so near, there was plenty of business for him, for there was not a month in the year but what I had somebody sick in my family. If a child was attacked with any trifling complaint, the doctor was sent for, and they were sure to have a long sickness, so he paid his rent and keeping very easy. This doctor lived on my farm 7 years, during which time I had a very good knowledge of all the medicine he made use of, and his manner of curing diseases, which has been of great use to me, in finding out the use, or rather the abuse and imposition of a family doctor, as the family is of no use to the doctor, unless they are sick, and it is for his profit, if not sick, to make them so. During the first of his practice, he used chiefly roots and herbs, and his success was very great in curing canker and old complaints, but he afterwards got into the fashionable mode of treating his patients, by giving them apothecaries' drugs, which made him more popular with the faculty, and less useful to his fellow creatures. My mind was bent on learning the medical properties of such vegetables as I met with, and was constantly in the habit of tasting everything of the kind I saw, and having a retentive memory, I have always recollected the taste and use of all that were ever shown me by others, and likewise of all that I discovered myself. This practice of tasting of herbs and roots has been of great advantage to me, as I have always been able to ascertain what is useful for any particular disease, by that means. I was often told that I should poison myself by tasting everything I saw, but I thought I ought to have as much knowledge as a beast, for they possess an instinct to discover what is good for food, and what is necessary for medicine. I had but very little knowledge of disease at this time, but had a great inclination to learn whatever I had an opportunity, and my own experience, which is the best school, had often called my attention to the subject. The herb which I had discovered when 4 years old, I had often met with, but it had never occurred to me that it was of any value as medicine, until about this time, when mowing in the field with a number of men, one day, I cut a sprig of it, and gave to the man next to me, who ate it. When we had got to the end of the piece, which was about 6 rods, he said that he believed what I had given him would kill him, for he never felt so in his life. I looked at him and saw that he was in a most profuse perspiration, being as wet all over as he could be. He trembled very much, and there was no more colour in him than a corpse. I told him to go to the spring and drink some water. He attempted to go, and got as far as the wall, but was unable to get over it, and laid down on the ground and vomited several times. He said he thought he threw off his stomach 2 quarts. I then helped him into the house, and in about 2 hours he ate a very hearty dinner, and in the afternoon was able to do a good half-day's labor. He afterwards told me that he never had anything do him so much good in his life. His appetite was remarkably good, and he felt better than he had for a long time. This circumstance gave me the first idea of the medical virtues of this valuable plant, which I have since found by 40 years' experience, in which time I have made use of it in every disease I have met with, to great advantage, that it is a discovery of the greatest importance. In March 1794, my second daughter was born, and my wife had no medical assistance except what I could do for her, with the advice of the doctor who lived on my farm. After this she was never again afflicted with the colic. In the course of this year the lease of my father's half of the farm expired, and we made a division of the stock. My half was 5 yearlings and half a colt. This, with half the farm, containing about 125 acres, was all the property I possessed, and I was mostly clear of debt. Soon after, I purchased of my father the other half of the farm, for which I gave $636, payable in stock, one half in 2 years, and the other in 4. In order to meet these payments, I purchased calves and colts, but it proved hard for me, as they brought, when the payments became due, but little more than the first cost, after having to keep them 2 years. I offered them to my father for what the hay they ate the last year would have sold for, but he would not agree to it. I settled with him, however, and paid him according to contract. I afterwards purchased of a neighbor a small piece of land, which incommoded me by keeping the sun from my house part of the forenoon, for which I agreed to pay him $73.33 in 3 years, with interest. This turned out a troublesome affair for me, for when I came to pay the interest the second year, the note was more than when first given, having been altered, and I refused to pay anything. When the note became due, I would pay no more than what it was given for, and it was sued and my cattle and horses were attached. It went through a course of law, and cost us both a great deal of expense and trouble, but I finally beat him. He lost his note and I recovered damage for his taking my cattle and horses. This was the first time I had anything to do with the law, and in the whole it cost me about $100, but it was a good lesson, and has been worth to me the expense. When my second daughter was about 2 years old she was taken sick, and had what is called the canker rash. Dr. Bliss, who lived on my farm, was sent for, and he said she had that disorder as bad as anyone he ever saw. He tried his utmost skill to prevent putrefaction, which he feared would take place, but after using every exertion in his power, without doing her any good, he said he could do no more, she must die. She was senseless, and the canker was to be seen in her mouth, nose, and ears, and one of her eyes was covered with it and closed. The other began to swell and turn purple also. I asked the doctor if he could not keep the canker out of this eye, but he said it would be of no use, for she could not live. I told him that if he could do no more, I would try what I could do myself. I found that if the canker could not be stopped immediately, she would be blind with both eyes. She was so distressed for breath that she would spring straight up on end in struggling to breathe. I sat myself in a chair, and held her in my lap, and put a blanket round us both. Then my wife held a hot spider or shovel between my feet, and I poured on vinegar to raise a steam, and kept it as hot as I found she could bear, changing them as soon as they became cold, and by following this plan for about 20 minutes, she became comfortable and breathed easy. I kept a cloth wet with cold water on her eyes, changing it often, as it grew warm. I followed this plan, steaming her every 2 hours, for about a week, when she began to gain. Her eyes came open, and the one that was the worst, was completely covered with canker, and was as white as paper. I used a wash of rosemary to take off the canker, and when the scale came off, the sight came out with it, and it entirely perished. The other eye was saved, to the astonishment of all who saw her, particularly the doctor, who used frequently to call to see how she did. He said she was saved entirely by the plan I had pursued, and the great care and attention paid to her. She entirely recovered from the disease, with the exception of the loss of one eye, and has enjoyed good health to this time. This was the first of my finding out the plan of steaming and using cold water. After this I found by experience that by putting a hot stone into a thing of hot water, leaving it partly out of the water, and then pouring vinegar on the stone, was an improvement. Care should be taken not to raise the heat too fast, and I used to put a cloth wet with cold water on the stomach, at the same time giving hot medicine to raise the heat inside, and when they had been steamed in this manner so long as I thought they could bear it, then rub them all over with a cloth wet with spirit, vinegar, or cold water, change their clothes and bed clothes, and then let them go to bed. A short time before this daughter was sick, my oldest son was born, and was very weakly in consequence of his mother's having previous to his birth, what is called a 3-months fever, which experience gave me a pretty good knowledge of the practice of the doctors in prolonging a disease. For I never could reconcile myself to the idea that a doctor could be of any use, if the fever must have its course, and nature had to perform the cure, at the same time the doctor gets his pay and the credit of it. If the patient's constitution is so strong as to enable them to struggle against the operation of the medicine and the disorder, they will recover, but if not, they run down in what the doctors call a galloping consumption. The doctor proceeded in this way with my wife, until I was satisfied of his plan, when I interfered and dismissed him. As soon as she left off taking his medicine, she began gradually to gain her health, and soon got about. When this son was about 6 weeks old, he was attacked with the croup, or rattles. He was taken a little before sunset with a hoarseness, was very much clogged with phlegm, and breathed with so much difficulty that he could be heard all over the house. I sent for the doctor, and he attended him till about 10 o'clock at night without doing him any good, and then went away, saying that he would not live till morning. After he was gone, I was again obliged to call on the mother of invention, and try what I could do myself. I searched the house for some rattlesnake's oil, and was so fortunate as to find about 3 or 4 drops, which I immediately gave him, and it loosened the phlegm, and he soon began to breathe easy. By close attention through the night, the child was quite comfortable in the morning. The doctor came in the next day and expressed great astonishment on finding the child alive, and was anxious to know by what means he had been relieved from so desperate a situation. On my informing him, he seemed well pleased with the information, and observed that he was willing to allow that the greatest knowledge that doctors ever obtained was either by accident or through necessity. So the discovery of a cure for this desperate disease by necessity was of great use both to me and the doctor, notwithstanding, however, the information he gained of me, instead of giving me credit for it, he charged me for his useless visit. I was in the habit at this time of gathering and preserving in the proper season all kinds of medical herbs and roots that I was acquainted with, in order to be able at all times to prevent as well as to cure disease, for I found by experience that 1 ounce of prevention was better than a pound of cure. Only the simple article of Mayweed, when a person has taken a bad cold, by taking a strong cup of the tea when going to bed, will prevent more disease in 1 night, with 1 cent expense, than would be cured by the doctor in 1 month, and $100 expense in their charges, apothecaries' drugs, and nurses. I had not the most distant idea at this time of ever engaging in the practice of medicine, more than to assist my own family, and little did I think what those severe trials and sufferings I experienced in the cases that have been mentioned, and which I was drove to by necessity, were to bring about. It seemed as a judgment upon me, that either myself or family, or some one living with me, were sick most of the time the doctor lived on my farm, which was about 7 years. Since I have had more experience, and become better acquainted with the subject, I am satisfied in my own mind of the cause. Whenever any of the family took a cold, the doctor was sent for, who would always either bleed or give physic. Taking away the blood reduces the heat, and gives power to the cold they had taken, which increases the disorder, and the coldness of the stomach causes canker. The physic drives all the determining powers from the surface inwardly, and scatters the canker through the stomach and bowels, which holds the cold inside, and drives the heat on the outside. The consequence is that perspiration ceases, because internal heat is the sole cause of this important evacuation, and a settled fever takes place, which will continue as long as the cold keeps the upper hand. My experience has taught me that by giving hot medicine, the internal heat was increased, and by applying the steam externally, the natural perspiration was restored, and by giving medicine to clear the stomach and bowels from canker, till the cold is driven out and the heat returns, which is the turn of the fever, they will recover the digestive powers, so that food will keep the heat where it naturally belongs, which is the fuel that continues the fire or life of man. After the doctor, who lived on my farm, moved away, I had very little sickness in my family. On the birth of my second son, which was about 2 years from the birth of the first son, we had no occasion for a doctor. My wife did well, and the child was much more healthy than the others had been, and I have never employed a doctor since, for I had found from sad experience that they made much more sickness than they cured. Whenever any of my family were sick, I had no difficulty in restoring them to health by such means as were within my own knowledge. As fast as my children arrived at years of discretion, I instructed them how to relieve themselves, and they have all enjoyed good health ever since. If parents would adopt the same plan, and depend more upon themselves, and less upon the doctors, they would avoid much sickness in their families, as well as save the expense attending the employment of one of the regular physicians, whenever any trifling sickness occurs, whose extravagant charges is a grievous and heavy burthen upon the people. I shall endeavor to instruct them all in my power, by giving a plain and clear view of the experience I have had, that they may benefit by it. If they do not, the fault will not be mine, for I shall have done my duty. I am certain of the fact that there is medicine enough in the country, within the reach of every one, to cure all the disease incident to it, if timely and properly administered. At the birth of our third son, my wife was again given over by the midwife. Soon after the child was born, she was taken with ague fits and cramp in the stomach. She was in great pain, and we were much alarmed at her situation. I proposed giving her some medicines, but the midwife was much opposed to it. She said she wished to have a doctor, and the sooner the better. I immediately sent for one, and tried to persuade her to give something which I thought would relieve my wife until the doctor could come, but she objected to it, saying that her case was a very difficult one, and would not allow to be trifled with. She said she was sensible of the dangerous situation my wife was in, for not 1 out of 20 lived through it, and probably she would not be alive in 24 hours from that time. We were thus kept in suspense until the man returned and the doctor could not be found, and there was no other within 6 miles. I then came to the determination of hearing to no one's advice any longer, but to pursue my own plan. I told my wife that as the midwife said she could not live more than 24 hours, her life could not be cut short more than that time, therefore there would be no hazard in trying what I could do to relieve her. I gave her some warm medicine to raise the inward heat, and then applied the steam, which was very much opposed by the midwife, but I persisted in it according to the best of my judgment, and relieved her in about 1 hour, after she had laid in that situation above for hours, without anything being done. The midwife expressed a great deal of astonishment at the success I had met with, and said that I had saved her life, for she was certain that without the means I had used, she could not have lived. She continued to do well, and soon recovered. This makes the 5th time I had applied to the mother of invention for assistance, and in all of them was completely successful. These things began to be taken some notice of about this time, and caused much conversation in the neighborhood. My assistance was called for by some of the neighbors, and I attended several cases with good success. I had previous to this time paid some attention to the farrier business, and had been useful in that line. This, however, gave occasion for the ignorant and credulous to ridicule me and laugh at those whom I attended. But these things had little weight with me, for I had no other object in view but to be serviceable to my fellow creatures, and I was too firmly fixed in my determination to pursue that course, which I considered was pointed out as my duty, by the experience and many hard trials I had suffered, to be deterred by the foolish remarks of the envious or malicious part of society. The last sickness of my wife, I think, took place in the year 1799, and about 2 years after she had another son and did well, making 5 sons that she had in succession. She afterwards had another daughter, which was the last, making 8 children in the whole that she was the mother of, 5 sons and 3 daughters. I mention these particulars, in order that the reader may the better understand many things that took place in my family, which will give some idea of the experience and trouble I had to encounter in bringing up so large a family, especially with the many trials I had to go through in the various cases of sickness and troubles, which are naturally attendant on all families, and of which I had a very large share. The knowledge and experience, however, which I gained by these trying scenes, I have reason to be satisfied with, as it has proved to be a blessing, not only to me, but many hundreds who have been relieved from sickness and distress through my means. And I hope and trust that it will eventually be the cause of throwing off the veil of ignorance from the eyes of the good people of this country, and do away the blind confidence they are so much in the habit of placing in those who call themselves physicians, who fare sumptuously every day, living in splendor and magnificence, supported by the impositions they practice upon a deluded and credulous people. For they have much more regard for their own interest than they have for the health and happiness of those who are so unfortunate as to have anything to do with them. If this was the worst side of the picture, it might be borne with more patience. But their practice is altogether experimental, to try the effect of their poisons upon the constitutions of their patients, and if they happen to give more than nature can bear, they either die or become miserable invalids the rest of their lives, and their friends console themselves with the idea that it is the will of God, and it is their duty to submit. The doctor gets well paid for his services, and that is an end of the tragedy. It may be thought by some that this is a highly colored picture, and that I am uncharitable to apply it to all who practice as physicians. But the truth of the statements, as respects what are called regular physicians, or those who get diplomas from the medical society, will not be doubted by any who are acquainted with the subject, and will throw aside prejudice and reflect seriously upon it. Those whom the coat fits I am willing should wear it. There are, however, many physicians within my knowledge, who do not follow the fashionable mode of practice of the day, but are governed by their own judgments, and make use of the vegetable medicine of our own country, with the mode of treatment most consistent with nature. And what is the conduct of those who have undertaken to dictate to the people how and by whom they shall be attended when sick, towards them? Why, means that would disgrace the lowest dregs of society, that savages would not be guilty of, are resorted to for the purpose of injuring them, and destroying their credit with the public. I have had a pretty large share of this kind of treatment from the faculty, the particulars of which, and the sufferings I have undergone, will be given in detail in the course of this narrative. Sometime in the month of November, 1802, my children had the measles, and some of them had them very bad. The want of knowing how to treat them gave me a great deal of trouble, much more than it would at the present time, for experience has taught me that they are very easy to manage. One of the children took the disease and gave it to the rest, and I think we had 4 down with them at the same time. My third son had the disorder very bad, they would not come out, but turned in, and he became stupid. The canker was much in the throat and mouth, and the rosemary would have no effect. Putrid symptoms made their appearance, and I was under the necessity of inventing something for that, and for the canker, I used the steam of vinegar to guard against putrefaction, and gold thread, or yellow root, with red oak acorns pounded and steeped together, for the canker. These had the desired effect, and by close attention he soon got better. The second son was then taken down pretty much in the same manner, and I pursued the same mode of treatment, with similar success, but the disease had so affected his lungs, that I feared it would leave him in a consumption, as was the case with my mother. He could not speak loud for 3 weeks. I could get nothing that would help him for some time, till at last I gave him several portions of the emetic herb, which relieved him and he soon got well. During this sickness we suffered much from fatigue and want of sleep, for neither my wife nor myself had our clothes off for 12 nights. This was a good fortnight school to me, in which I learned the nature of the measles, and found it to be canker and putrefaction. This experience enabled me to relieve many others in this disease, and likewise in the canker ash. In these 2 disorders, and the small pox, I found a looking-glass, in which we may see the nature of every other disease. I had the small pox in the year 1798, and examined its symptoms with all the skill I was capable of, to ascertain the nature of the disease, and found that it was the highest stage of canker and putrefaction that the human system was capable of receiving. The measles the next, and the canker ash the third, and other disorders partake more or less of the same, which I am satisfied is a key to the whole. For by knowing how to cure this, is a general rule to know how to cure all other cases, as the same means that will put out a large fire will put out a candle. Soon after my family had got well of the measles, I was sent for to see a woman by the name of Redding, in the neighborhood. She had been for many years afflicted with the colic, and could get no relief from the doctors. I attended her and found the disorder was caused by canker, and pursued the plan that my former experience had taught me, which relieved her from the pain, and so far removed the cause that she never had another attack of the disease. In this case the cure was so simply and easily performed, that it became a subject of ridicule, for when she was asked about it, she was ashamed to say that I cured her. The popular practice of the physicians had so much influence on the minds of the people, that they thought nothing could be right but what was done by them. I attended in this family for several years, and always answered the desired purpose, but my practice was so simple, that it was not worthy of notice, and being dissatisfied with the treatment I received, I refused to do anything more for them. After this they employed the more fashionable practitioners, who were ready enough to make the most of a job, and they had sickness and expense enough to satisfy them, for one of the sons was soon after taken sick and was given over by the doctor, who left him to die, but after he left off giving him medicine he got well of himself, and the doctor not only had the credit of it, but for this job and one other similar, his charges amounted to over $100. This satisfied me of the foolishness of the people, whose prejudices are always in favor of anything that is fashionable, or that is done by those who profess great learning, and prefer long sickness and great expense, if done in this way, to a simple and natural relief, with a trifling expense. Soon after this, I was called on to attend a Mrs. Weatherby, in the neighborhood, who had the same disorder. She had been afflicted with the colic for several years, having periodical turns of it about once a month, had been under the care of a number of doctors, who had used all their skill without affording her any relief, excepting a temporary one by stupefying her with opium and giving physic, which kept her along till nature could wear it off, when she would get a little better for a few days, and then have another turn. After hearing of my curing Mrs. Redding, they sent for me. I gave her my medicine to remove the canker, and steamed her, which gave relief in 1 hour. She had a very large family to attend to, having 13 children, and before she had recovered her strength she exposed herself and had another turn. I attended again and relieved her in the same manner as before, but she could not wait till she gained her strength, and exposed herself again as before, took cold and had another turn. Her husband said I only relieved her for the time, but did not remove the cause, and being dissatisfied with what I had done, he sent for a doctor to remove the cause, who carried her through a course of physic, and reduced her so low, that she lingered along for 8 weeks, being unable to do anything the whole time. They then decided that she had the consumption, and gave her over to die. After the doctors had left her in this situation as incurable, she applied again to me, but I declined doing anything for her, as I knew her case was much more difficult than it was before she applied to the doctor, and if I should fail in curing her, the blame would all be laid to me, or if she got well I should get no credit by it, for which reason I felt very unwilling to do anything for her. After finishing my forenoon's work, on going home to dinner, I found her at my house, waiting for me, and she insisted so much upon my undertaking to cure her, and seemed to have so much faith in my being able to do it, that I at last told her, if she would come to my house and stay with my wife, who was sick at the time, I would do the best I could to cure her. She readily consented, and stayed but 3 days with us, during which time I pursued my usual plan of treatment, giving her things to remove the canker, and steaming to produce a natural perspiration. At the end of the 3 days she went home, taking with her some medicine, with directions what to do for herself, and in a short time entirely recovered her health. In less than a year after, she had another child, which was a conclusion of her having children or the colic, and she ever after enjoyed as good health as any woman in the neighborhood, but this cure was done in so unfashionable a way, that they were hardly willing to acknowledge it, and they would not apply to me for relief, when any of their family were sick, till they had failed in getting it in any other way. In about a year after the above case, one of this family, a young man about 16 years old, was attacked with a fever. The doctor was sent for, who followed the fashionable course of practice, and reduced him with mercury and other poisons, so that he lingered along for 3 or 4 months, constantly growing worse, till the doctor said it was a rheumatic fever, and afterwards that he was in a decline. He had taken so much mercury that it had settled in his back and hips, and was so stiff that he could not bring his hands lower than his knees. By this time, the doctor had given him over as incurable, and he was considered a fit subject for me to undertake with. They applied to me, and I agreed to take him home to my house, and do the best I could to cure him. It was a difficult task, for I had in the first place to bring him back to the same situation he was in when he had the fever, and to destroy the effects of the poison, and regulate the system by steaming, to produce a natural perspiration. By pursuing this plan, and giving such things as I could get to restore the digestive powers, in 2 months he was completely restored to health, for which I received but $5, and this was more grudgingly paid than if they had given a doctor 50, without doing any good at all. In the spring of the year 1805, I was sent for to go to Woodstock, in Vermont, to attend a young woman, who was considered in a decline, and the doctors could not help her. I found her very low, not being able to set up but very little. I stayed and attended her about a week, and then left her, with medicines and directions what to do, and returned home. In about a month, I went again to see her, and found her much better, so that she was able to ride to her father's, which was above 20 miles. All this time I had not formed an idea that I possessed any knowledge of disorder or of medicine, more than what I had learned by accident, and all the cases I had attended were from necessity, but the success I had met with, and the extraordinary cures I had performed, made much talk, and were heard of for 50 miles around. I began to be sent for by the people of this part of the country so much, that I found it impossible to attend to my farm and family as I ought. For the cases I had attended, I had received very little or nothing, not enough to compensate me for my time, and I found it to be my duty to give up practice altogether, or to make a business of it. I consulted with my wife and asked the advice of my friends, what was best for me to do. They all agreed, that as it seemed to be the natural turn of my mind, if I thought myself capable of such an important undertaking, it would be best to let my own judgment govern me, and to do as I thought best. I maturely weighed the matter in my mind, and viewed it as the greatest trust that any one could engage in. I considered my want of learning and my ignorance of mankind, which almost discouraged me from the undertaking. Yet I had a strong inclination for the practice, of which it seemed impossible to divest my mind, and I had always had a very strong aversion to working on a farm, as everything of the kind appeared to me to be a burthen, the reason of which I could not account for, as I had carried on the business to good advantage, and had as good a farm as any in the neighborhood. I finally concluded to make use of that gift which I thought nature, or the God of nature, had implanted in me, and if I possessed such a gift, I had no need of learning, for no one can learn that gift. I thought of what St. Paul says in his epistle to the Corinthians, concerning the different gifts by the same Spirit. One had the gift of prophecy, another, the gift of healing, and another, the working of miracles. I am satisfied in my own mind, that every man is made and capacitated for some particular pursuit in life, in which, if he engages, he will be more useful than he would if he happens to be so unfortunate as to follow a calling or profession that was not congenial to his disposition. This is a very important consideration for parents, not to make their sons learn trades or professions, which are contrary to their inclinations and the natural turn of their minds, for it is certain if they do, they never can be useful or happy in following them. I am convinced myself that I possess a gift in healing the sick, because of the extraordinary success I have met with, and the protection and support I have been afforded, against the attacks of all my enemies. Whether I should have been more useful had it been my lot to have had an education, and learned the profession in the fashionable way, is impossible for me to say with certainty. Probably I should have been deemed more honorable in the world, but honor obtained by learning, without a natural gift, or capacity, can never, in my opinion, make a man very useful to his fellow creatures. I wish my readers to understand me, that I do not mean to convey the idea, that learning is not necessary and essential in obtaining a proper knowledge of any profession or art. But that going to college will make a wise man of a fool, is what I am ready to deny, or that a man cannot be useful and even great in a profession, or in the arts and sciences, without a classical education, is what I think no one will have the hardihood to attempt to support, as it is contrary to reason and common sense. We have many examples of some of the greatest philosophers, physicians, and divines the world ever knew, who were entirely self-taught, and who have done more honor, and been greater ornaments to society, than a million of those who have nothing to recommend them but having their heads crammed with learning, without sense enough to apply it to any great or useful purpose. Among the practicing physicians, I have found, and I believe it to be a well-known fact, that those who are really great in the profession, and have had the most experience, condemn as much as I do, the fashionable mode of practice of the present day, and use very little medical poisons, confining themselves in their treatment of patients to simples principally, and the use of such things as will promote digestion and aid nature, and many of them disapprove of bleeding altogether. Those of this description, with whom I have had an opportunity to converse, have treated me with all due attention and civility, have heard me with pleasure, and been ready to allow me credit for my experience, and the discoveries I have made in curing disease. The opposition and abuse that I have met with, have been uniformly from those to whom I think I can with propriety give the name of quacks, or ignorant pretenders, as all their merit consists in their self-importance and arrogant behavior towards all those who have not had the advantages of learning, and a degree at college. This class compose a large proportion of the medical faculty throughout our country. They have learned just enough to know how to deceive the people, and keep them in ignorance, by covering their doings under an unknown language to their patients. There can be no good reason given why all the technical terms in medical works are kept in a dead language, except it be to deceive and keep the world ignorant of their doings, that they may the better impose upon the credulity of the people, for if they were to be written in our own language, everybody would understand them, and judge for themselves, and their poisonous drugs would be thrown into the fire before their patients would take them. The ill treatment that I have received from them, has been mostly where I have exposed their ignorance, by curing those they had given over to die, in which cases they have shown their malice by circulating all kinds of false and ridiculous reports of me and my practice in order to destroy my credit with the people, and I am sorry to say that I have found many too ready to join with them, even among those who have been relieved by me from pain and sickness. Such ingratitude I can account for in no other way, than by the readiness with which the people follow whatever is fashionable, without reflecting whether it be right or wrong. After I had come to the determination to make a business of the medical practice, I found it necessary to fix upon some system or plan for my future government in the treatment of disease. For what I had done had been as it were from accident, and the necessity arising out of the particular cases that came under my care, without any fixed plan, in which I had been governed by my judgment and the advantages I had received from experience. I deemed it necessary, not only as my own guide, but that whatever discoveries I should make in my practice, they might be so adapted to my plan that my whole system might be easily taught to others, and preserved for the benefit of the world. I had no other assistance than my own observations, and the natural reflections of my own mind, unaided by learning or the opinions of others. I took nature for my guide, and experience as my instructor, and after seriously considering every part of the subject, I came to certain conclusions concerning disease, and the whole animal economy, which more than 40 years' experience has perfectly satisfied me is the only correct theory. My practice has invariably been conformable to the general principles upon which my system is founded, and in no instance have I had reason to doubt the correctness of its application to cure all cases of disease when properly attended to. For that all disease is the effect of one general cause, and may be removed by one general remedy, is the foundation upon which I have erected my fabric, and which I shall endeavor to explain in as clear and concise a manner as I am capable, with a hope that it may be understood by my readers, and that they may be convinced of its correctness. I found, after maturely considering the subject, that all animal bodies are formed of the four elements: earth, air, fire, and water. Earth and water constitute the solids, and air and fire, or heat, are the cause of life and motion. That cold, or lessening the power of heat, is the cause of all disease, that to restore heat to its natural state, was the only way by which health could be produced, and that, after restoring the natural heat, by clearing the system of all obstructions and causing a natural perspiration, the stomach would digest the food taken into it, by which means the whole body is nourished and invigorated, and heat or nature is enabled to hold its supremacy. That the constitutions of all mankind being essentially the same, and differing only in the different temperament of the same materials of which they are composed, it appeared clearly to my mind, that all disease proceeded from one general cause, and might be cured by one general remedy. That a state of perfect health arises from a due balance or temperature of the four elements, but if it is by any means destroyed, the body is more or less disordered. And when this is the case, there is always an actual diminution or absence of the element of fire, or heat, and in proportion to this diminution or absence, the body is affected by its opposite, which is cold. And I found that all disorders which the human family were afflicted with, however various the symptoms, and different the names by which they are called, arise directly from obstructed perspiration, which is always caused by cold, or want of heat, for if there is a natural heat, it is impossible but that there must be a natural perspiration. Having fixed upon these general principles, as the only solid foundation upon which a correct and true understanding of the subject can be founded, my next business was to ascertain what kinds of medicine and treatment would best answer the purpose in conformity to this universal plan of curing disease. For it must, I think, be certain and self-evident to every one, that whatever will increase the internal heat, remove all obstructions of the system, restore the digestive powers of the stomach, and produce a natural perspiration, is universally applicable in all cases of disease, and therefore may be considered as a general remedy. The first and most important consideration was to find a medicine that would establish a natural internal heat, so as to give nature its proper command. My emetic herb, No. 1, I found, would effectually cleanse the stomach, and would very effectually aid in raising the heat and promoting perspiration, but would not hold it long enough to effect the desired object, so but that the cold would return again and assume its power. It was like a fire made of shavings, a strong heat for a short time, and then all go out. After much experience and trying everything within my knowledge, to gain this important point, I fixed upon the medicine which I have called No. 2, in my patent, for that purpose. And after using it for many years, I am perfectly convinced that it is the best thing that can be made use of to hold the heat in the stomach until the system can be cleared of obstructions, so as to produce a natural digestion of the food, which will nourish the body, establish perspiration, and restore the health of the patient. I found it to be perfectly safe in all cases, and never knew any bad effects from administering it. My next grand object was to get something that would clear the stomach and bowels from canker, which are more or less affected by it in all cases of disease to which the human family are subject. Canker and putrefaction are caused by cold, or want of heat, for whenever any part of the body is so affected by cold as to overpower the natural heat, putrefaction commences, and if not checked by medicine, or if the natural constitution is not strong enough to overcome its progress, it will communicate to the blood, when death will end the contest between heat and cold, by deciding in favor of the latter. I have made use of a great many articles, which are useful in removing canker, but my preparation called No. 3, is the best for that purpose, that has come to my knowledge, though many other things may be made use of to good effect, all of which I shall give particular a description in my general directions hereafter. Having endeavored to convey to my readers, in a brief manner, a correct idea of the general principles upon which I formed my system of practice, I shall now give some account of the success I met with in the various cases that came under my care, and the difficulties and opposition that I have had to encounter, in maintaining it till this time, against all my enemies. My general plan of treatment has been in all cases of disease, to cleanse the stomach by giving No. 1, and produce as great an internal heat as I could, by giving No. 2, and when necessary, made use of steaming, in which I have always found great benefit, especially in fevers. After this, I gave No. 3, to clear off the canker, and in all cases where patients had not previously become so far reduced as to have nothing to build upon, I have been successful in restoring them to health. I found that fever was a disturbed state of the heat, or more properly, that it was caused by the efforts which nature makes to throw off disease, and therefore ought to be aided in its cause, and treated as a friend, and not as an enemy, as is the practice of the physicians. In all cases of disease, I have found that there is more or less fever, according to the state of the system, but that all fevers proceed from the same cause, differing only in the symptoms, and may be managed and brought to a crisis with much less trouble than is generally considered practicable, by increasing the internal heat, till the cold is driven out, which is the cause of it. Thus keeping the fountain above the stream, and everything will take its natural course. During the year 1805, a very alarming disease prevailed in Alstead and Walpole, which was considered the yellow fever, and was fatal to many who were attacked by it. I was called on, and attended with very great success, not losing one patient that I attended. At the same time, nearly one half of those who had regular physicians died. This disease prevailed for about 40 days, during which time I was not at home but 8 nights. I was obliged to be nurse as well as doctor, and do everything myself, for the people had no knowledge of my mode of practice, and I could not depend upon what any person did, except what was under my own immediate inspection. I pursued the same general plan that I had before adopted, but the experience I had from this practice suggested to me many improvements, which I had not before thought of, as respects the manner of treatment of patients to effect the objects I aimed at in curing the disease, which was to produce a natural perspiration. I found great benefit in steaming in the manner that I had discovered and practiced with my little daughter, but I found by experience that by putting a hot stone into a spider or iron basin, and then wetting the top of the stone with vinegar, was an important improvement, and with this simple method, with a little medicine of my own preparing, answered a much better purpose than all the bleeding and poisonous physic of the doctors. While I was attending those who were sick, and they found that my mode of treatment relieved them from their distress, they were very ready to flatter and give great credit for my practice. But after I had worn myself out in their service, they began to think that it was not done in a fashionable way, and the doctors made use of every means in their power to ridicule me and my practice, for the purpose of maintaining their own credit with the people. This kind of treatment was a new thing to me, as I did not at that time so well understand the craft, as I have since, from hard-earned experience. The word quackery, when used by the doctor against me, was a very important charm to prejudice the people against my practice. But I would ask all the candid and reflecting part of the people the following questions, and I will leave them to their consciences to give an answer. Which is the greatest quack, the one who relieves them from their sickness by the most simple and safe means, without any pretensions to infallibility or skill, more than what nature and experience has taught him, or the one who, instead of curing the disease, increases it by administering poisonous medicines, which only tend to prolong the distress of the patient, till either the strength of his natural constitution or death relieves him? I was called upon to attend a man by the name of Fairbanks, who lived in Walpole. He was taken with bleeding at the lungs. I found him in a very bad condition. The family judged that he had lost nearly 6 quarts of blood in 24 hours. He was in despair and had taken leave of his family, as they considered there was no hope of his living. The doctor was with him when I first entered the house, but he fled at my approach. Both his legs were corded by the doctor, and the first thing I did was to strip off the cords from his legs, and then gave medicine to get as great an internal heat as I possibly could produce, got him to sweat profusely, then gave him medicine to clear the canker, and in 4 days he was so well as to be able to go out and attend to his business. Sometime in October, 1805, I attended a Mrs. Goodall, of Walpole. She had been confined and had taken cold. The most noted doctors in the town had attended her through what they called a fever, and she was then pronounced by them to be in a decline. After 3 months' practice upon her, they had got her into so desperate a situation, that they gave her over, and said that her case was so putrid and ulcerated that it was utterly incurable. She had, in addition to the rest of her difficulties, a cancer on her back. In this desperate situation, it was thought by her friends that she was a proper subject for me to undertake with. I, with a great deal of reluctance, undertook with her at her earnest solicitation and that of her husband, but met with much greater success than I expected. In 4 weeks she was able to be about the house and do some work. In the same year, I was sent for to attend a woman who had been in a dropsical way for a number of years. The disease had of late gained with rapid progress. Her husband had previously conversed with me upon the subject, and said that he had applied to Dr. Sparhawk and others, and they had agreed to make a trial of mercury. I told him that it would not answer the purpose. He said he was afraid of it himself, but the doctors said there was no other possible way. The doctor tried his mercurial treatment for several days, which very nearly proved fatal, for I was sent for in great haste, with a request that I would attend as soon as possible, as they expected she would not live through the day. I found her situation very distressing. She said it appeared to her that she was full of scalding water. She began to turn purple in spots, and it was expected that mortification had taken place. In the first place, I gave her about a gill of checkerberry and hemlock, distilled, which allayed the heat immediately. This answered the purpose, till I could clear her stomach, and by the greatest exertions, and close attention through the day, I was enabled to relieve her. I attended her for about a week, and she was so far recovered as to enjoy comfortable health for 12 years. Notwithstanding this desperate case was cured, to the astonishment of all who witnessed it, the doctors had so much influence over the people, and made so many false statements about it, that I got no credit for the cure. This woman's brother had said that her husband wanted to kill her, or he would not have sent for me. Such kind of ingratitude was discouraging to me, but it did not prevent me from persevering in my duty. A short time after the above case happened, that woman's brother, who made the speech about me, was taken very sick, with what was called the yellow fever, and sent for me. I attended him and asked him if he wanted to die. He said no. Why do you ask that? I told him that I should suppose from the speech he made about my being sent for to his sister, that he did, or he would not have sent for me, if he believed his own words. He said he thought differently now. I attended him through the day with my new practice. To sweat him, I took hemlock boughs, and put a hot stone in the middle of a large bunch of them, wrapping the whole in a cloth, and poured on hot water till I raised a lively steam, and then put one at his feet and another near his body. I gave him medicine to raise the inward heat, and for the canker, after attending him through the day, I went home, and on calling to see him the next morning, found his fever had turned, and he was quite comfortable, so that he was soon about his business. I was about this time sent for to see a child in Surrey, a neighbouring town, which was taken very sick, and was entirely stupid. I told the father of the child that it had the canker, and made use of my common mode of practice for that difficulty. Being sent for to go to Walpole, to see 2 young men who had been taken the day before with the prevailing fever, I left the child, with directions how to proceed with it. I then started for Walpole, and found the 2 young men violently attacked with the fever. They had a brother who had been attended by the doctor for above 4 weeks for the same disease, and was then just able to sit up. It was thought by all, the 2 that were attacked last, were as violently taken as the other was, and they expressed a strong wish, that they might be cured without so long a run as their brother had. I was as anxious as they were to have a short job, and exerted all my powers to relieve them, which I was enabled to do that night, and left them in the morning quite comfortable, so that they were soon able to attend to their work. The brother who had the doctor was unable to do anything for several months. The doctor was paid a heavy bill for his visits, but my cure was done so quick, that it was thought not to be worthy of their notice, and I never received a cent from them for my trouble. On returning to the child that I had left the day before, I found that the doctor had been there and told them that I did not know what was the matter with the child, and had persuaded them to give him the care of it. He filled it with mercury and run it down, after having given as much mercury inside as nature could move, and the bowels grew silent. He then rubbed mercurial ointment on the bowels as long as it had any effect, after which he agreed that the child had the canker very badly, but he still persisted in the same course till the child wasted away and died, in about 2 months after it was first taken sick. After the child was dead, its parents were willing to allow that I understood the disorder best. The doctor got $25 for killing the child by inches, and I got nothing. In the spring of 1805, a Mrs. Richardson was brought to my house. She was brought in her bed from Westford, Vermont, about 130 miles, and was attended by a son and daughter, the one 21, and the other 18 years of age. The mother had lain in her bed most part of the time for 10 years. All the doctors in that part of the country had been applied to without any advantage, and they had spent nearly all their property. I undertook with her more from a charitable feeling for the young man and woman, than from any expectation of a cure. Their conduct towards their helpless mother was the greatest example of affection of children to a parent that I ever witnessed. The young man stated to me that his mother had been a year together without opening her eyes, that when she could open them, they thought her almost well. She was perfectly helpless, not being able to do the least thing, not even to brush off a fly, any more than an infant. She had laid so long that her knee joints had become stiff. I began with her by cleansing her stomach and promoting perspiration, after which I used to try to give her some exercise. The first trial I made was to put her bed into a wheelbarrow and lay her on it, when I would run her out, till she appeared to be weary. Sometimes I would make a misstep and fall, pretending that I had hurt me, in order to try to get her to move herself by frightening her. After exercising her in this way for a few days, I put her in a wagon, sitting on a bed, and drove her about in that manner, and when her joints became more limber, I sat her on the seat of the wagon. She insisted that she should fall off, for she said she could not use her feet, but the driver would sometimes drive on ground that was sidling, and rather than turn over, she would start her foot unexpectedly. After exercising her in this way some time, I put her on a horse behind her son. She at first insisted that she should fall off, but when I told her she was at liberty to fall, if she chose, she would not, choosing rather to exert herself to hold on. When she had rode a few times in this way, I put her on the horse alone, and after a few trials she would ride very well, so that in the course of 2 months she would ride for miles out and back every day. She used to be tired after riding, and would lay down and not move for 6 hours. I continued to give her medicine to keep up perspiration, and restore the digestive powers, and to strengthen the nervous system. I attended her in this way for 3 months, and then went with her and her son and daughter to Manchester. She rode upwards of 30 miles in a day, and stood the journey very well. I never received any pay for all my trouble and expense of keeping them for 3 months, except what the 2 young people did more than take care of their mother, but I accomplished what I undertook, and relieved these 2 unfortunate orphans from their burthen, which was more satisfaction to me than to have received a large sum of money, without doing any good. I saw this woman 3 years after at the wedding of her son, and she was quite comfortable, and has enjoyed a tolerable degree of health to this time, 1822, the date of the first edition, being able to wait on herself. On my return from Manchester, I stopped at Walpole, and it being on the Sabbath, I attended meeting. In the afternoon during service, a young woman was taken in a fit and carried out of the meeting house. I went out to see her, and found that she had been subject to fits for some time. She was much bloated, and very large, weighing about 300. A few days after, her friends brought her to my house, and were very urgent that I should undertake to help her, but I told them I was satisfied that it would be a very difficult undertaking, and I did not feel willing to engage in it, but they were so urgent, I agreed to do what I could for her. Every time she took medicine, when I first began with her, she would have a strong convulsion fit, but I soon got her to sweat freely, and her fits were at an end. By persevering in my usual plan of treatment, I got a natural perspiration, and her other evacuations became regular. She was considerably reduced in size, and I have never heard of her having any fits since. The cause of her fits was taking sudden cold, and all perspiration and the greater part of other evacuation ceased, leaving the water in her body. In the fall of 1805, I was sent for to go to Richmond, to see the family of Elder Bowles, who were all sick with the dysentery, and Mrs. Bowles had a cancer on her breast. I relieved them of their disorders by my usual mode of practice, and gave the woman medicine for the cancer, which relieved her. I had occasion to visit her again, and the tumour was about the size of an egg, but by following my prescriptions, it was dissolved without causing any pain, and she has been well for 12 years. I then practiced in different parts of Royalston and Warwick, and my practicing in these places was the way that my mode of sweating for the spotted fever came to be known and practiced by the physicians in Petersham. I had discovered the benefit of steaming by trying it upon my daughter 2 years before, and had been constantly practicing it ever since, but the doctors, though they condemned me and my practice, were willing to introduce it and take the credit to themselves as an important discovery. After returning home, I was sent for to attend a woman in the neighborhood, who had been under the care of a celebrated doctor, for a cancer in her breast. He had tortured her with his caustics, till her breast was burnt through to the bone, and by its corrosive nature, had caused the cords to draw up into knots. He had likewise burnt her leg to the cords. She had been under his care 11 weeks, until she was much wasted away, and her strength nearly gone. In this situation the doctor was willing to get her off his hands, and wished me to take charge of her. After some hesitation, I consented, and attended her 3 weeks, in which time I healed up her sores, and cleared her of the humour so effectually, that she has ever since enjoyed good health. While attending upon this case, another woman was brought to me from Hillsborough, who had a cancer on the back of her neck. I dissolved the tumour, and cured her by applying my cancer balsam, and the common course of medicine, in 3 weeks, without any pain, and she has ever since enjoyed good health. About this time I was called on to attend a woman in the town where I lived. She was an old maid, and had lately been married to a widower, who was very fond of her. She had been much disordered for many years, and was very spleeny. She had been under the care of several doctors without receiving any benefit. I visited her several times and gave general satisfaction, so much so that she allowed that I had done her more good than all the others that had attended her. A short time after I had done visiting her, the old man came out one morning to my house at sunrise, and I being about 6 miles from home, he came with all speed where I was, and said he wished me to come to his house as soon as possible, for his wife was very sick. I told him to return, and I would be there as soon as he could. I soon after set out, and we both arrived there about the same time, and I was very much astonished to find his wife about her work. I was asked into another room by the old man and his wife, and he said she had something to say to me. She then said that, if I could not attend her without giving her love powder, she did not wish me to attend her at all. I was very much astonished at her speech, and asked what she meant. She said that ever since she had taken my medicine she had felt so curiously, that she did not know what to make of it. The old man affirmed to the same, and he thought that I had given her love powder, and did not know what the event might be. This foolish whim of the old man and his wife caused a great bluster, and was food for those idle minds, who seemed to take delight in slandering their neighbours, and was made a great handle of by the doctors, who spread all kinds of ridiculous stories about me during my absence in the summer of 1806. In the autumn, when I had returned home, I found that a certain doctor of Alstead had circulated some very foolish and slanderous reports about me and the old woman, and had given to them so much importance, that many people believed them. I found that I could prove his assertions, and sued him for defamation, supposing that by appealing to the laws of my country I could get redress, but I was disappointed in my expectations, for I was persuaded to leave the case to a reference, and he had raised such a strong prejudice in the minds of the people against me, that they were more ready to favour a man whom they considered great and learned, because he had been to college, than to do justice to me, so they gave the case against me, and I had to pay the cost. After this, I refused to attend those people who had assisted in injuring me, and gave them up to their fashionable doctor. A curse seemed to follow them and his practice, for the spotted fever prevailed in this place soon after, and the doctor took charge of those who had sided with him against me, and if he had been a butcher and used the knife, there would not have been more destruction among them. 2 men who swore falsely in his favour, and by whose means he got his cause, were among his first victims, and of the whole that he attended, about 9/10 died. He lost upwards of 60 patients in the town of Alstead in a short time. I attended the funeral of a young man, one of his patients, who was sick but 24 hours, and but 12 under the operation of his medicine. He was as black as a blackberry, and swelled so as to be difficult to screw down the lid of the coffin. When I went into the room where the corpse was, the doctor followed me, and gave directions to have the coffin secured so as to prevent the corpse from being seen, and then began to insult me, to attract the attention of the people. He said to me, "I understand, sir, that you have a patent to cure such disorders as that," pointing to the corpse. I said no, and at the same time intimated what I thought of him. He put on an air of great importance, and said to me, "What can you know about medicine? You have no learning, you cannot parse one sentence in grammar." I told him I never knew that grammar was made use of as medicine, but if a portion of grammar is so much like the operation of ratsbane, as appears on this corpse, I should never wish to know the use of it. This unexpected application of the meaning of what he said displeased the medical gentleman very much, and finding that many of the people present had the same opinion that I had, it irritated him so much, that he threatened to horsewhip me, but I told him that he might do what he pleased to me, provided he did not poison me with his grammar. He did not attempt to carry his threat into execution, so I have escaped his whip and his poison, but the people were justly punished for their ingratitude and folly, in preferring death and misery, because it was done more fashionably, to a mode of practice by which they might relieve themselves in a simple and safe manner. I have been more particular in relating these circumstances, in order to show my reasons for refusing to practice so near home, for I had been in constant practice among them for 4 or 5 years, and had been very successful, not having lost one patient during the whole time. My house had been constantly filled with patients from all parts of the country, for which I had received very little pay, and myself and family were worn out with nursing and attending upon them, so that I was compelled in a measure to leave home, to free myself and family from so heavy a burthen. Besides, I felt it more a duty to assist the people in those parts where I had been treated with more friendship, and had received more assistance through my troubles, than what I had experienced from those whom I had reason to consider as under the greatest obligations to me. In the spring of the year 1806, I came to a determination to go to New York, for the purpose of ascertaining the nature of the yellow fever, having been impressed with the idea that this disease was similar to that which had been prevalent in different parts of the country, only differing in causes which were local. I made arrangements with a man to take charge of my farm, and on the 26th of June started for Boston, where I took passage for New York, and sailed on the 3rd of July. In passing through the Sound, I was very sensibly affected by the cold chills I experienced in consequence of the sea air, having never been on the salt water before. This was new to me. Although the weather was very hot on the land, I suffered with the cold. We arrived at New York in 8 days, and the weather was extremely hot when I landed. This sudden change produced a powerful effect on my feelings, the cause of which I was satisfied in my own mind, was in consequence of the cold I had experienced on the water, having reduced the natural heat of the body. Thus, coming into a very warm atmosphere, the external and internal heat were upon nearly an equal scale, and when there is an exact balance, so as to stop the determining powers to the surface, mortification immediately takes place, and death follows. This is the cause why the fever is so fatal to those who go from the northward into a warm climate. On my arrival, I looked round to find a place to board, and took up my lodgings with a Mr. Kavanagh, an Irishman, and a Roman Catholic. After spending some time in viewing the city, I applied to the mayor of the city, and to the Board of Health, to ascertain whether I could have an opportunity to try the effect of my medicine and system of practice on the prevailing fever. They told me that I could, but that I could get no pay for it by law. I went to see Dr. Miller, who was then president of the Board of Health, and had some conversation with him upon the subject. He told me the same as the mayor had, and inquired of me in what manner I expected to give relief. I told him my plan was to cause perspiration. He said if I could cause them to sweat, he thought there was a good chance to effect a cure. After spending several days in New York, I went to Westchester Creek to procure some medicine. I thought that I was going to have the yellow fever, for I felt all the symptoms, as I thought, of that disease. My strength was nearly gone, my eyes were yellow, and a noise in my head, my tongue was black, and what passed my bowels was like tar. I was among strangers, and had little money. I went to the house of a Quaker woman, and asked her to let me stay with her that day. She gave her consent. Had but little medicine with me, and could find nothing that I could relish but salt and vinegar. I used about half a pint of salt, and double that quantity of vinegar, which gave me relief, and I gained so much strength, that the next day I was able to return to the city of New York. On my arrival there, I was so weak that it was with the greatest difficulty I could walk to my boarding house, which was about 40 rods from the place where we landed. I immediately took numbers 2 and 3, steeped, and number 4. In a short time, I began to have an appetite. The first food that I took was a piece of smoked salmon, and some ripe peach sauce. I soon recovered my strength and was able to be about. This satisfied me that I had formed a correct idea of this fatal disease, that it was the consequence of losing the inward heat of the body, and bringing it to a balance with the surrounding air, and the only method by which a cure can be effected, is by giving such medicine as will increase the fever or inward heat to such a degree as to get the determining power to the surface, by which means perspiration will take place, and which is called the turn of the fever. If this is not accomplished either by medicine, or by nature being sufficient to overcome the disease, mortification will be as certain a consequence as it would be if a person was strangled. The reason why they lose their strength in so short a time is because it depends wholly upon the power of inward heat, and as much as they lose of that, so much they lose of their strength and activity. I had a good opportunity to prove these facts, and to satisfy myself, by attending upon a Mr. McGowan, who had the yellow fever. He was the teacher of the Roman Catholic school, and an acquaintance of Mr. Kavanagh, with whom I boarded, and who recommended him to my care. He was attacked about noon, was very cold, and had no pain. His eyes were half closed, and appeared like a person halfway between sleeping and waking. He lost so much strength that in 2 hours he was unable to walk across the room without staggering. I began with him by giving numbers 2 and 3, to raise the inward heat and clear the stomach, and in an hour after getting him warm, he was in very extreme pain, so much so that his friends were alarmed about him, but I told them that it was a favorable symptom. After being in this situation about an hour, perspiration began and he grew easy. The next day he was out about his business. The effect in these cases is exactly similar to a person being recovered after having been drowned. The cold having overpowered the inward heat, all sensation or feeling ceases, and of course there is no pain, but as soon as the heat begins to increase, so as to contend with the cold, sensation returns, and the pain will be very great till the victory is gained by heat having expelled the cold from the body, when a natural perspiration commences, and nature is restored to her empire. I will here make a few remarks upon the food taken into the stomach, which is of the utmost importance to the preservation of health. While I was in New York, I took particular notice of their manner of living, and observed that they subsisted principally upon fresh provisions, more particularly the poorer class of people, who are in the habit in warm weather of going to market at a late hour of the day, and purchasing fresh meat that is almost in a putrid state, having frequently been killed the night previous, and being badly cooked, by taking it into the stomach, will produce certain disease. And I am convinced that this is one of the greatest causes that those fatal epidemics prevail in the hot season, in our large seaports. Mutton and lamb is often drove a great distance from the country, and having been heated and fatigued, then are cooled suddenly, which causes the fat to turn to water, and often when killed, are in almost a putrid state, and the meat is soft and flabby. Such meat as this, when brought into the market on a hot day, will turn green under the kidneys in 2 or 3 hours, and taken into the stomach will putrefy before it digests, and will communicate the same to the stomach, and the whole body will be so affected by it, as to cause disorders of the worst kind. If people would get into the practice of eating salt provisions in hot weather, and fresh in cold, it would be a very great preventive of disease. 1 ounce of putrid flesh in the stomach is worse than the effect produced by a whole carcass on the air by its effluvia. Much more might be said upon this important subject, but I shall defer it for the present, and shall treat more upon it in another part of the work. It is a subject that has been too much neglected by our health officers in this country. While in the city of New York, I attended an Irishman by the name of Doyle, who had the fever and ague. This disease gives a complete view of my theory of heat and cold, for it is about an equal balance between the two, heat keeping a little the upper hand. He had been afflicted with this distressing disorder about 4 months, he had the fits most of the time every day and was very bad. I began by giving him such medicine as I usually gave to increase the inward heat of the body, which subdued the cold, and gave heat the victory over it, and by strictly attending him in this way 4 days, he was completely cured. Being short of money, I asked him for some compensation for my trouble, but he refused, and never paid me a cent, observing that he must have been getting well before, for no one ever heard of such a disorder being cured in 4 days. A gentleman whom I had formed an acquaintance with, by the name of James Quackenbush, who had the care of the state prison warehouse, finding how I had been treated, invited me to go to his house and live with him, which I thankfully accepted. I was treated with much kindness by him, for which he has my most sincere thanks. On the 16th of September I started for home, and took passage on board a packet for Boston, where I arrived in 5 days, and on the 26th reached my home, after an absence of 3 months, and found my family well. I was often called on to practice in the neighborhood, but declined most part of the applications, in consequence of the treatment I had received from them, which has been before related. In November, I went to Plum Island to collect medicine. On my way I called on Joseph Hale, Esquire of Pepperell, and engaged him to come down with his wagon in about 3 weeks, to bring back what medicine I should collect. I went by the way of Newburyport, and after being on the island 3 or 4 days, collected such roots as I wanted and returned to that place. While there, being in a store in conversation with some persons, there came in a man from Salisbury Mills, by the name of Osgood, who stated that he was very unwell, and that his wife lay at the point of death, with the lung fever, that she had been attended by Dr. French, who had given her over. One of the gentlemen standing by told him that I was a doctor, and used the medicine of our own country. He asked me if I would go home with him, and see his wife. As I was waiting for Mr. Hale, and had nothing to do, I told him I would, and we immediately started in the chaise for his home, which was about 6 miles. On our arrival, he introduced me to his wife as a doctor who made use of the medicine of our country, and asked her if she was willing that I should undertake to cure her. She said if I thought that I could help her she had no objection. I gave my opinion that I could, and undertook, though with some reluctance, as I was in a strange place, and no one that I knew. I proceeded with her in my usual method of practice, and in about 14 hours her fever turned, and the next day she was comfortable, and soon got about. This cure caused considerable talk among the people in the neighborhood, who thought very favorably of me and my practice. But it soon came to the ears of Dr. French, who was very much enraged to think one of his patients, that he had given over, should be cured by one whom he called a quack, and attempted to counteract the public impression in my favor, by circulating a report that the woman was getting better, and sat up the greatest part of the day before I saw her. But this was denied by the woman's husband, and known by many to be false. While I remained in this place, waiting for Mr. Hale to come down with his wagon to carry home my medicine, I was called on to attend several cases, in all of which I was very successful. Most of them were such as had been given over by the doctors. One of them was the case of a young man who had cut 3 of his fingers very badly, so as to lay open the joints. Dr. French had attended him 3 weeks, and they had got so bad that he advised him to have them cut off, as the only alternative. The young man applied to me for advice. I told him if I was in his situation, I should not be willing to have them cut off till I had made some further trial to cure them without. He requested me to undertake to cure him, to which I consented and began by clearing the wound of mercury, by washing it with weak lye. I then put on some drops, and did it up with a bandage, which was kept wet with cold water. While I was dressing the wound, a young man, who was studying with Dr. French, came in and made a great fuss, telling the young man that I was going to spoil his hand. I told him that I was accountable for what I was doing, and that if he had any advice to offer I was ready to hear him, but he seemed to have nothing to offer except to find fault, and went off, after saying that Dr. French's bill must be paid very soon. I continued to dress his hand, and in 10 days he was well enough to attend to his work, being employed in a nail factory. Soon after, I saw him there at work, and asked him how his fingers did. He said they were perfectly cured. He wished to know what my bill was for attending him. I asked him what Dr. French had charged, and he said he had sent his bill to his mother amounting to $17. I told him I thought that enough for us both, and I should charge him nothing. His mother was a poor widow depending on her labor and that of her son for a living. I remained in this place about 2 weeks, and the people were very urgent that I should stay longer, but Mr. Hale having arrived, I left them with a promise that I would visit them again in the spring. We arrived at Pepperell, where I remained several days with Mr. Hale, who was an ingenious blacksmith and a chemist, having been much engaged in the preparation of mineral medicine. He had an inquiring turn of mind, and was very enthusiastic in his undertakings. Although he prepared medicines from minerals, he acknowledged that he was afraid to use them on account of his knowing their poisonous qualities. I convinced him of the superiority of my system of practice, and instructed him in the use of my medicine, so that he engaged in it and soon had as much practice as he could attend to, being so well satisfied of its general application to the cure of all cases of disease, that he looked no more for it in his mineral preparations. In the winter of 1807, I went with my wife to Jericho, Vermont, to visit my father and friends who lived there. While there I was called on to see a number who were sick, among whom was a young man that had been taken in what is called cramp convulsion fits. He was first taken on Sunday morning, and continued in fits most of the time till Tuesday. He was attended during this time by the best doctors that could be procured, without doing him any good. They could not get their medicine to have any effect upon him. He continued in convulsions most of the time. Every part of him was as stiff as a wooden image. After trying everything they could, they gave him over. His father came after me, and just as we entered the room where the young man was, he was taken in a fit. His feet and hands were drawn in towards his body, his jaws were set, his head drawn back, and every part of him as completely fixed as a statue. The first difficulty was to get him to take anything. His jaws were set as tight together as a vice. I took a solution of numbers 1, 2, and 6, as strong as it could be made, and putting my finger into the corner of his mouth, making a space between his cheek and teeth, poured some of it down, and as soon as it touched the glands at the roots of his tongue, his jaws came open, and he swallowed some of the medicine, which had such an effect upon the stomach, that all the spasms immediately ceased. I left him some medicine with directions, and he entirely recovered his health. I saw him 3 years after, and he told me that he had not had a fit since the one above described. I was convinced from this circumstance that the cause of all cramps or spasms of this kind is seated in the stomach, and that all applications for relief in such cases should be made there, as it will be of no service to work on the effect as long as the cause remains. Before returning home, I was called on by Captain Lyman of Jericho to advise with me concerning his son, who had a fever sore on his thigh, with which he had been afflicted for 7 years. He had been attended by all the doctors in that part of the country to no advantage. They had decided that the only thing which could be done to help him was to lay open his thigh and scrape the bone. I told him that I did not see how they could do that without cutting the great artery, which lay close to the bone, where they would have to cut. He said he was satisfied that it would not do, and was very urgent that I should undertake with him. I told him that it was impossible for me to stay at that time, but if his son would go home with me, I would undertake to cure him, to which he consented, and the young man returned with me, which was in the month of March. I began with him by giving medicine to correct and strengthen the system, bathed the wound with my rheumatic drops, or number 6, sometimes bathing with cold water to strengthen it, and after proceeding in this manner for about a month, he was well enough to do some work. He remained with me till August, when he was entirely cured, so that he was able to return to his father's on foot, a distance of 100 miles. In the fall of this year, the dysentery, or camp distemper, as it was called, was very prevalent in the above-named town of Jericho, and was so mortal that all but 2 who had the disease and were attended by the doctors, died, having lost above 20 in a short time. The inhabitants were much alarmed, and held a consultation, to advise what to do, and being informed by the young man above mentioned, that I was at home, they sent an express for me, and I immediately made arrangements to comply with their request. In 24 hours I started, and arrived there on the 3rd day after, and found them waiting with great anxiety for me, having refused to take anything from the doctors. I had an interview with the select men of the town, who had taken upon themselves the care of the sick. They informed me that there were about 30 then sick, and wished me to undertake the care of them. I agreed to take charge of them on condition that I could have 2 men to assist me. This was complied with, and I commenced my practice upon 30 in the course of 3 days. The disorder was the most distressing of any that I had ever witnessed. One man had been speechless for 6 hours, and was supposed to be dying, but on my giving him some medicine to warm him, he seemed to revive like an insect that was warmed by the sun after having laid in a torpid state through the winter. I had but little medicine with me, and had to use such as I could procure at this place. I found the cause of the disease to be coldness and canker. The digestive powers being lost, the stomach became clogged, so that it would not hold the heat. I made use of red pepper steeped in a tea of sumac leaves, sweetened, and sometimes the bark and berries, to raise the heat and clear off the canker, which had the desired effect. After taking this tea, those who were strong enough, I placed over a steam, as long as they could bear it, and then put them in bed. Those who were too weak to stand, I contrived to have sit over steam, and this repeated as occasion required. To restore the digestive powers, I made use of cherry stones, having procured a large quantity of them, that had been laid up and the worms had eaten off all the outside, leaving the stones clean. I pounded them fine, then made a tea of black birch bark, and after cleaning them, by putting them into this hot tea, and separating the meats from the stone part, made a syrup by putting from 2 to 3 ounces of sugar to 1 quart of the liquor. This was given freely, and answered a good purpose. I continued to attend upon my patients, aided by those appointed to assist me, and in 8 days I had completely subdued the disease. They all recovered except 2, who were dying when I first saw them. I gave the same medicine to the nurses and those exposed to the disease, as to them that were sick, which prevented their having the disorder. The same thing will prevent disease that will cure it. After finishing my practice at this place, I was sent for and went to the town of Georgia, about 30 miles distant, where I practiced with general success for 1 week, and then returned to Jericho. Those patients whom I had attended were comfortable, and soon entirely recovered. The doctors were not very well pleased with my success, because I informed the people how to cure themselves, and they have had no need of their assistance in that disorder since. They circulated reports for 20 miles round, that I killed all that I attended, but the people were all perfectly satisfied with my practice, and were willing to give me all credit for my skill, so their malice towards me was of no avail. About this time, being in the town of Bridgewater, Vermont, I was called on to see a young man about 18 years of age, who had lost the use of his arm by a strain. It had been in a perishing condition for 6 months. The flesh appeared to be dead, and he carried it in a sling. His health was bad. Being unable to stop to do anything for him at this time, he was sent to my house. I began with him in my usual manner, by giving him warm medicine, and bathed his arm with the oil of spearmint. In about 10 days, he was well enough to use his arm and do some work. In about 2 months he was entirely cured and returned home. In the spring of the year 1807, I went to Salisbury, according to my promise when there the fall before. On my way there, I stopped at Pelham. The man at whose house I stayed insisted on my going to see his father-in-law, who had the rheumatism very bad, having been confined 2 months. I attended him 3 days. When he was able to walk some, by the assistance of a cane, he soon got about and was comfortable. While at this place I was sent for to a young woman, sick of a consumption. She had been a long time attended by a doctor, who seemed very willing for my advice. I carried her through a course of my medicine, and the doctor stayed to see the operation of it. He seemed well pleased with my system of practice, and gave me much credit, saying that I was the first person he ever knew that could make his medicine do as he said it would. I was sent for to attend several cases of consumption and other complaints at this time, in all of which I met with success, and gave general satisfaction to the people. After stopping at Pelham 3 weeks, in which time I had as much practice as I could attend to, I went to Salisbury Mills, where I was very cordially welcomed by all those who had been attended by me the season before. I was called on to practice in this place and Newburyport, and my success was so great that it caused much alarm among the doctors, and a class of the people who were their friends, who did all they could to injure me, and destroy my credit with the people. A considerable part of the patients, who were put under my care, were such as the doctors had given over, and those being cured by me, had a tendency to open the eyes of the people, and give them a correct understanding of the nature of their practice, and convince them that a simple and speedy cure was more for their interest and comfort, than long sickness, pain, and distress, besides having to pay exorbitant doctors' bills, for useless visits and poisonous drugs, which have no other effect than to prolong disease, and destroy the natural constitution of the patient. Among those doctors who seemed so much enraged against me, for no other reason that I could learn, than because I had cured people whom they had given over, and instructed them to assist themselves when sick, without having to apply to them, there was none that made themselves so conspicuous as Dr. French. I had considerable practice in his neighborhood, and was very successful in every case. This seemed to excite his malice against me to the greatest pitch. He made use of every means in his power, and took every opportunity to insult and abuse me both to my face and behind my back. A few of the inhabitants who were his friends joined with him, and became his instruments to injure me, but a large proportion of the people were friendly to me, and took great interest in my safety and success. The doctor and his adherents spread all kinds of ridiculous reports concerning me and my practice, giving me the name of the old wizard, and that my cures were done under the power of witchcraft. This foolish whim was too ridiculous for me to undertake to contradict, and I therefore rather favoured it merely for sport. Many remarkable circumstances took place tending to strengthen this belief, and some of the silly and weak-minded people really believed that I possessed supernatural powers. This will not appear so strange, when we take into view that the people generally were ignorant of my system of practice, and when they found that I could cure those diseases that the doctors, in whom they had been in the habit of putting all their confidence, pronounced as incurable, and that I could turn a fever in 2 days, which would often take them as many months, they were led to believe that there was something supernatural in it. A man who was one of the friends of Dr. French, and who had been very inimical to me, doing all in his power to injure and ridicule me, sent word one day by a child, that his calf was sick, and he wanted me to come and give it a green powder and a sweat. Knowing that his object was to insult, I returned for answer, that he must send for Dr. French, and if he could not cure it, I would come, for that was the way that I had to practice here. It so happened that the calf died soon after, and his youngest child was taken suddenly and very dangerously sick. Not long after, he found another calf dead in the field, and about the same time his oldest son was taken sick. These things happening in such an extraordinary manner, caused him to reflect on his conduct towards me, and his conscience condemned him, for trying to injure me without cause. He had the folly to believe, or the wickedness to pretend to believe, that it was the effect of witchcraft, and wishing to make his peace with me, sent me word, that if I would let his family alone, he would never do or say anything more to my injury. This I readily assented to, and his children soon after getting well, though there was nothing very extraordinary in it, as it might all be easily accounted for by natural causes, yet it afforded much conversation among the gossips, and idle busybodies in the neighbourhood, and was made use of by my enemies to prejudice the people against me. Being in company with a young woman who belonged to a family that were my enemies, she, to insult me, asked me to tell her fortune. I consented, and knowing her character not to be the most virtuous, and to amuse myself at her expense, told what had taken place between her and a certain young man the night before. She seemed struck with astonishment, and said that she was convinced that I was a wizard, for it was impossible that I could have known it without the devil had told me. She did not wish me to tell her any more. I practiced in this place and vicinity a few months and returned home to attend to my farm for the rest of the season. While at home I was sent for, and attended in different parts of the country, and was very successful in my mode of practice, particularly in places where the dysentery and fevers were most prevalent, never failing in any instance of giving relief, and completely putting a check to those alarming epidemics, which caused so much terror in many places in the interior of the country. In the year of 1808, I went again to Salisbury, and on my way there, stopped at Pelham, and attended and gave relief in several cases of disease. On my arrival at Salisbury Mills, where I made it my home, I was immediately called on to practice in that place and the adjacent towns. Many came to me from different parts, whose cases were desperate, having been given over by the doctors, such as humours, dropsies, mortifications, felons, consumptions, and etc. Fevers were so quickly cured, and with so little trouble, that many were unwilling to believe they had the disease. My success was so great, that the people generally were satisfied of the superiority of my mode of practice over all others. This created considerable alarm with the doctors, and those who sided with them. Dr. French seemed to be much enraged, and having failed to destroy my credit with the people by false reports, and ridiculous statements of witchcraft, shifted his course of proceeding, and attempted to frighten me by threats, which only tended to show the malice he bore me, for no other reason, that I could conceive of, as I had never spoken to him, than because of my success in relieving those he had given over to die. He would frequently cause me to be sent for in great haste to attend some one in his neighbourhood, who was stated to be very sick, but I saw through these tricks, and avoided all their snares. It seemed to be his determination, if he failed in destroying my practice, to destroy me. Being in company one day at Salisbury village, with Mr. Jeremiah Eaton of Exeter, whose wife was under my care for a dropsical complaint, I was sent for 4 times to visit a young man at the house of Dr. French. The last time, a man came on horseback in the greatest haste, and insisted that I should go and see him. I asked why Dr. French did not attend him. He answered that he had rather have me. Being convinced, from the appearance of things, that it was an attempt to put some trick upon me, I refused to go, and the man returned. In a short time after, Dr. French came into the village, and Mr. Eaton, who was present when they came after me, asked him what ailed the young man at his house. He said nothing, but that he was as well as anybody. This revealed the whole secret. Mr. Eaton then asked him why he caused me to be sent for so many times, under a false pretense. He said to see if I dared to come into his neighborhood, that he did not care how much I practiced on that side of the river, but if I came on his, he would blow my brains out, that I was a murderer, and he could prove it. Mr. Eaton observed that it was a heavy accusation to make against a man, and that he ought to be made to prove his words, or to suffer the consequence, that his wife was under my care, and if I was a murderer, he ought to see to it. Dr. French again repeated the words, with many threats against me, and showed the spite and malice of a savage. Mr. Eaton and others of my friends considered my life in danger, and came immediately to me and related what had been said by the doctor, and advised me to be on my guard. I had to pass his house every day to visit my patients, but did not consider myself safe in going in the night, nor in the daytime without some one with me. I continued in this manner for several days, and finding his malice towards me to be as great as ever, and still continuing his threats, with the advice of my friends, I was induced to have resort to the law for protection. I went to Newburyport and entered a complaint against him before a magistrate, who granted a warrant, and he was brought before him for a trial. My case was made out by fully proving his words. He asked for an adjournment for 3 hours to make his defense, which was granted. He then brought forward evidence in support of his character, and proved by them that he had always been a man of his word. The justice told him that he thought he proved too much, and to his disadvantage, for it had been fully proved that he had made the threats alleged against him, and to prove that he was a man of his word, went to satisfy the court that the complaint was well grounded. He was laid under $200 bonds to keep the peace and appear at the next court of common pleas. He appeared at the next court, was ordered to pay all the costs, and was discharged from his bail. This was an end of our controversy for that time, but his malice continued against me long after, seeking every means to destroy me and prevent my practicing, that he could devise, but proceeded with more caution, which caused me a great deal of trouble and much suffering, as will be hereafter related. I continued to practice in this place, and had as many patients as I could possibly attend upon, notwithstanding the opposition I constantly met with from the doctors and their friends. For with all their arts and falsehoods they were not able to prevent those laboring under complaints, which they had found could not be removed by the fashionable mode of treatment, from applying to me for relief, none of whom but what were either cured or received great relief by the practice. Some of the most extraordinary cases I shall give a particular account of for the information of the reader. Mr. Jabez True, the minister of Salisbury, was afflicted with what the doctors called nettle rash, or what is commonly called St. Anthony's fire. He stated to me that it was caused by fighting fire, about 25 years before, and that he had been subject to a breaking out ever since, which at certain times was very painful and troublesome, as it felt like the sting of bees, and would swell all over his body. He had applied to all the doctors in those parts, for their advice, but got no assistance from them. I told him that he had heated himself to such a degree by violent exercise, and being exposed to the fire, that there was nearly a balance between the outward and inward heat, and then cooling too sudden, the inward heat had fallen as much below the natural state as it had been above it before, and the only way to effect a cure was to bring him into the same state as he was in when fighting the fire. He wished me to undertake his case. I carried him through a course of my medicine, and made use of every means in my power to raise the inward heat, pursuing my plan with all zeal for 2 days, when he became alarmed, and said he felt as though he should die, for he felt the same as he did when he was fighting the fire. I then kept him in that situation as much as possible, and it went down gradually so as to hold a natural proportion of heat. My plan succeeded so completely that he was perfectly cured and has enjoyed good health ever since. I attended upon his wife at the same time, who had been long in a consumption, and had been given over. She was perfectly cured, and they are now, in 1822, living in good health and are ready to testify to the truth of these statements. Previously to my difficulty with Dr. French, as has been before mentioned, Mrs. Eaton and another woman by the name of Lifford came to me at Salisbury Mills from Exeter. Their complaint was dropsy, and were both desperate cases, having been given over by the doctor who had attended them. Mrs. Eaton was swelled to such a degree that she could not see her knees as she sat in a chair, and her limbs in proportion. I felt unwilling to undertake with them, as I considered there would be but little chance of a cure, and declined doing anything for them, and sent them away, stating that there was no place that they could get boarded. They went away as I supposed to go home, but they soon returned, and said they had found a place where they could stay, and a young woman had agreed to nurse them. I undertook with them very reluctantly, but could not well avoid it. I gave them some medicine, and it operated favorably on both, especially on Mrs. Lifford, then gave strict orders to the nurse, to attend them attentively through the night, and keep up a perspiration, but she almost totally neglected her duty, spending her time with the young people. On visiting them in the morning, I was very much hurt to find my directions neglected. Mrs. Lifford was quite poorly, and stated to me that the nurse had neglected her, and that she had got her feet out of bed, her perspiration had ceased, and other symptoms appeared unfavorable. I attended upon her through the day and did all I could to relieve her, but could not raise a perspiration again. She continued till the next night about midnight and died. My hopes of doing her any good were small, but think that if she had not been neglected by the nurse, there might have been some small chance for her, as the first operation of the medicine was so favorable. Her bowels were in a very bad state, and had been almost in a mortified condition for 3 weeks, and what passed her was by force, and very black. This caused great triumph among my enemies, and Dr. French tried to have a jury on the body, but he could not prevail, for the circumstances were well known to many, and all that knew anything about it cleared me from all blame. The nurse said that I did all I could, and if there was any blame it ought to fall on her and not on me. So they failed in their attempt to make me out a murderer, but this case was laid up to be brought against me at another time. This shows what may be done by the folly of people, and the malice and wickedness of designing men, who care more for their own interested ends, than for the health and happiness of a whole community. The fashionable educated doctor may lose 1/2 his patients without being blamed, but if I lose 1 out of several hundred of the most desperate cases, most of which were given over as incurable, it is called murder. Mrs. Eaton remained under my care about 3 weeks, in which time she was reduced in size 8 inches, she then returned home to Exeter. I had several cases of dropsy and consumption from the same town, about this time, who were all relieved. All of them were very solicitous for me to go to Exeter and practice. As soon as I could get the patients under my care in a situation to leave them, I left Salisbury Mills, and went to Exeter, and commenced practicing in my usual way, and was applied to from all parts. I had not so many to attend as I had in some places, but they were all of the most desperate nature, such as had been given over by the doctors, in all of which I met with great success. Many of the cases had been attended by Dr. Shepherd. He had attended with me upon his patients at Salisbury, was a very plain, candid sort of a man, and treated me with much civility. I well remember his first speech to me, which was in the following words: "Well, what are you doing here? Are you killing or curing the people?" I replied, "You must judge about that for yourself." "Well," said he, "I will watch you, not for fear of your doing harm, but for my own information. I wish you well, and will do you all the good I can." I always found him candid and friendly, without any hypocrisy. He once called on me to visit with him one of his patients in the town where he lived, who had the rheumatism in his back and hips. The doctor had attended him about 2 months, and said he had killed the pain, but his back was stiff, so that he could not bring his hands below his knees. I attended him about 48 hours, and then went with him to see the doctor, which was 1/2 a mile. The doctor appeared to be much pleased to see him so well, and have the use of his limbs, for he could stoop and use them as well as he ever could. He said that he was as glad for the young man's sake as though he had cured him himself. He frequently came to see Mrs. Eaton, whom I was attending for the dropsy, and expressed much astonishment at the effect the medicine I gave had in relieving her of a disease which he had considered incurable. At one time, when conversing with her upon her situation, and finding her so much better, having been reduced in size above 15 inches, he expressed himself with some warmth on the occasion, saying that it was what he had never seen or heard of being done before, and what he had considered impossible to be done with medicine. Addressing himself to me with much earnestness, inquired how it was that I did it. I replied, "You know, doctor, that the heat had gone out of the body, and the water had filled it up, and all I had to do was to build fire enough in the body to boil away the water." He burst into a laugh, and said that it was a system very short. While practicing in Exeter, I had many desperate cases from the different parts of the country, and from Portsmouth. One from the latter place I shall mention, being different from what I had before witnessed. A woman applied to me who had the venereal, in consequence, as she stated, of having had a bad husband, which I believed to be true. She had been attended by the doctors in Portsmouth for nearly a year, who had filled her with mercury, for the purpose of curing the disorder till the remedy had become much worse than the disease. Her case was alarming, and very difficult. She was brought on a bed, being unable to sit up, and seemed to be one mass of putrefaction. I proceeded with her in my usual way of treating all cases where the system is greatly disordered, by giving medicine to promote perspiration, steaming to throw out the mercury, and restore the digestive powers, and in 3 weeks she returned home entirely cured. Another woman came to me from the same place, who had been sick 5 years, which had been in consequence of having had the same disease, and the doctors had filled her with mercury to kill the disorder, as they called it, then left her to linger out a miserable existence. When she stated her case to me, I felt very unwilling to undertake with her, apprehending that it would be very uncertain whether a cure could be effected, having been of so long standing, but she insisted upon it so strongly, that I could not put her off. After attending upon her 3 weeks, however, her health was restored, and she returned home well, and in less than a year after, she had 2 children at one birth. She had not had a child for 8 years before. This disease is very easily cured in the first stages of it, by a common course of medicine, being nothing more than a high stage of canker seated in the glands of certain parts of the body, and if not cured, communicates to the glands of the throat and other parts. By giving mercury, the whole system is completely disordered, and although the disease may disappear, it is not cured, and there is more difficulty in getting the mercury out of the body of one in this situation, than to cure a dozen of the disease who have not taken this dangerous poison. While in Exeter, I had a case of a young man, son of Colonel Nathaniel Gilman, who was in a decline. He was about 14 years old, and had been troubled with bleeding at the nose. They had made use of such powerful astringents, with corrosive sublimate snuffed up his nose, that the blood vessels in that part seemed to be shrunk up, and his flesh much wasted away. I carried him through a course of medicine, and gave an equal circulation of blood through the body, and stopped its course to the head, then raised a natural perspiration, restored the digestive powers, and regulated the system, so as to support the body with food instead of medicine. In a short time he recovered his health so that he commanded a company of militia at the alarm at Portsmouth, during the late war. My success while at this place, and the many extraordinary cures I performed, gained me great credit among the people, but the medical faculty became much alarmed, and made use of every artifice to prejudice them against me. The foolish stories about witchcraft, which had been made a handle of at Salisbury, were repeated here, with 1,000 other ridiculous statements for the purpose of injuring me, but I treated them with contempt, as not worthy my notice, except in some instances, to amuse myself with the credulity of the ignorant, who were foolish enough to believe such nonsense. I will relate one circumstance for the purpose of showing upon what grounds they founded their belief of my possessing supernatural powers, and which caused much talk among the people at the time it happened. Mrs. Eaton, where I boarded, had a $5 bill stolen out of her pocket book. She made inquiry of all the family, who denied having any knowledge of it. A girl that lived in the family denied it so strongly, that I thought she discovered guilt, and led me to believe that she had taken the money. I pretended that I could certainly discover who stole the money, which was believed by many, and told Mrs. Eaton, in presence of all the family, that if I did not tell who took it by the next day at 12 o'clock, I would pay the amount lost myself. In the evening I had them all called into the room, and took the Bible and read from the law of Moses the penalty for stealing, then took the purse and put it into the place, and shut the book and gave it to Mrs. Eaton, with strict injunction to put it under her pillow and let no one touch it, and that the person who stole the money could have no peace nor rest till he or she confessed his or her guilt. They then all retired to bed. As soon as it was daylight in the morning the girl came downstairs crying, and went to the bed where Mrs. Eaton lay, and confessed that she took the money, saying that she had not slept any during the night, as I had said would be the case. It will be unnecessary to inform the reader that this wonderful discovery was brought about by the effect of a guilty conscience on a credulous and weak mind. While I was at Exeter, a woman brought her son to me, who had a fever sore, so called, on his hip. He had been in this situation so long, without any assistance, that his legs had perished, and he was so much wasted away by the continual discharge of the sore, and his nature had become so far spent, that I felt perfectly satisfied that a cure was impracticable, and declined undertaking with him. This honest declaration on my part very much affronted the boy's mother, and she turned against me and did me all the hurt she could, because I would not undertake to do what I knew was impossible for anyone to accomplish. She went with her son to a fashionable doctor, who said he would cure him out of spite to me. They continued with the doctor several weeks, till the expense amounted to about $50. The lad continued to grow worse till he died. This woman seemed satisfied with having her son die, after spending $50, because it was done in a fashionable manner, but my refusing to undertake to cure him was sufficient reason for her to circulate all kinds of false and ridiculous reports about me. However strange this may appear, it is no more strange than true, for this is but one out of many hundred similar cases, where I have received injury, when I was entitled to credit, by being honest and sincere in my endeavor to do what I conceived my duty towards my fellow creatures. About this time, among the rest of my troubles, I met with a new difficulty with an apprentice that I had taken, by the name of William Little, whom I had taken from a state of poverty and sickness, cured him, and supported him for 2 years, until he had gained knowledge enough of my medicine and system of practice to be useful to me. He then proved dishonest. While I was absent from home, he collected all the money he could, and sold all my medicine, and then went off. On my return, I found my debts collected, and my medicine gone, so that I was obliged to go back immediately, to collect more before I could attend to my practice. This was the first time I had met with difficulty by employing agents, but since then I have had experience enough to satisfy me of the difficulty of trusting to other people, having found but very few of those I have been under the necessity of employing, who have proved trusty and honest. I have suffered much pecuniary loss in this way, besides in some instances, those I have assisted and given instruction to, so as to be useful in the practice, have become my enemies, and been made instruments to destroy me. A son of Mr. John Underwood, of Portsmouth, was brought to me while at Exeter, who had what is called a scald head. He had been afflicted with it for 9 years. The doctors had been applied to no purpose, and when he brought him to me, agreed to give a generous price if I would cure him. I took charge of him, and after pursuing my usual plan of treatment 3 weeks, he returned home perfectly cured, and has not since had any appearance of the disease. This man had the meanness, in order to get clear of paying anything for curing his son, to turn against me and my practice, although he had acknowledged that I had saved his life, and had recommended me to many others, whom I had relieved, yet to get clear of paying a trifling sum according to his agreement, he did all he could to injure me, and through his influence, many were kept from being cured. He was taken sick, and notwithstanding he had said so much against my medicine, he applied to some who had the right of using it, and was relieved thereby. Some time towards the close of the summer, while I was at Exeter, I was sent for to go to Portsmouth to see a young man by the name of Labelle, who was in a very dangerous situation, supposed by his friends to be in a dying state, having been given over by Doctors Cutler and Pierpont, at 10 o'clock that morning. I arrived about 2 in the afternoon. He had been attended by the 2 doctors above named for upwards of a month, to cure the venereal. They had filled him with mercury, so that he had swelled all over with the poison. The doctors pronounced it to be the dropsy. His legs had been scarified to let off the water, the disorder and the mercury had gained the power, and nature had submitted. I at once pronounced it to be a desperate case, and told the French consul, who had the care of him, that I could give no encouragement that I could do him any good, but he was very solicitous for me to do something for him. I told him the only chance was to raise perspiration, and that 24 hours would determine his case, for he would either be better in that time, or be dead. The idea of perspiration caused him to urge me to try, and he said if I could effect it, he would give me $100. The doctors had tried for a month, and could not succeed. I gave him some medicine, then put on the clothes by degrees, until he was shielded from the air, and he sweat freely in about an hour. The 2 doctors were present, and seemed astonished at my success. They walked the room, talked low, then went out. I stayed with him till 6 o'clock, and the symptoms seemed to be favorable. He sweat profusely, and spit much blood. I told the nurse to keep him in the same situation till I returned, went out and was gone about an hour, and come back again with Mr. Underwood. When we came into the room, found that the doctors had taken him out of bed and sat him in a chair, and opened the window against him. I told them that their conduct would cause his death, and I would do no more for him, but should give him up as their patient. It appeared to me that they were afraid I should cure him, and thus prove the superiority of my practice over theirs, for they had tried a month to get a perspiration, without success, and I had done it in 1 hour. The man fainted before I left the room. I went home with Mr. Underwood and stayed that night, and left them to pursue their own course. The man died before morning. Instead of getting the $100, as was agreed, I never got a cent for all my trouble of coming 15 miles, and returning back again on foot. And besides this loss, afterwards, when I came to be persecuted by the faculty, the above 2 doctors gave their depositions against me, in which I was informed they swore that I killed this man, notwithstanding they had given him over to die the morning before I saw him, and they had taken him out of my hands, as above stated. On being informed that they were trying to support a complaint against me, I got the depositions of Mr. Underwood and others, who were knowing to the facts, to contradict these false statements. On finding that I was determined to oppose them, and prove what they had sworn to be all false, they thought proper to drop the matter, but I was informed they had sworn that my medicine was of a poisonous nature, and if it did not cause the patient to vomit soon after being taken, they would certainly die. It is unnecessary for me to contradict this, for its incorrectness and absurdity is too well known to all who have any knowledge of the medicine I use. I was frequently in Portsmouth to visit those who had been sent to me to be attended upon at Exeter. Sometime in September in 1808, when there, I was called on to visit Mr. Richard Rice, who was sick with the yellow fever, as it was called. The reason for his sending for me was in consequence of having heard the reports of the doctors, that I sweat my patients to death. He conceived an idea that if he could sweat, he should be better, but they would not allow him to be kept warm, taking the clothes off of him, and keeping the windows and doors open. No fire was permitted in the room, while he was shivering with the cold. The plan was to kill the fever, and to effect this with more certainty, the doctor had bled him, and told his sister that he had given him as much ratsbane as he dared to give, and if that did not answer he did not know what would. I began to give him medicine a little before night, and in 1 hour perspiration took place. He was so weak that he was unable to help himself. In the morning the doctor proposed to bleed him, but he was dismissed. I was with him till the symptoms were favorable, and then left him in the care of 3 persons whom I could confide in. After I was gone, Dr. Brackett came into the room where the patient was, in a great rage, saying that they were killing him, for the mortification would soon take place, in consequence of keeping him so warm. He was asked by one of those present, in which case mortification was most likely to take place, when the blood was cold and thick, or warm and thin. He suspected some quibble, and would not give an answer, and it was immaterial which way he answered, for in either case he had no grounds to support an argument upon, but what might be easily refuted. After he had failed in the interference with those who had the care of the patient, he went to his wife and other relations, and tried to frighten them, but he did not succeed, for they were well satisfied with what was doing. The patient was much out by spells, sometimes imagining himself to be a lump of ice, but my directions were pursued by the person I left in charge of him during the night, keeping up a perspiration. In the morning he was much relieved, and had his right mind. He had no pain except in the lower part of the bowels, to relieve which he was very anxious that I should give him some physic. I opposed this, being confident that it would not do in such putrid cases. He was so urgent, however, I gave him some, which operated very soon, and the consequence was, that it reinforced his disorder, and threw him into the greatest distress. He asked for more physic, but I told him that I would not give him any more, for I was satisfied of the impropriety of giving it in such cases, and I have never given any since. It checked the perspiration, and drew the determining powers from the surface inward, so that I had to go through the same process again of raising perspiration, and vomiting, which was much more difficult than at first, and it was with the greatest attention that I was able to keep off the mortification for 12 hours that he was kept back by taking this small dose of physic. I kept up the perspiration through Friday and Saturday, and on Sunday morning when I called to see him, he was up and dressed. On asking how he did, he said, "As strong as you are," and took me under his arm and carried me across the room. On Monday he was down on the wharf attending to his business. This cure caused considerable talk in the town, and because it was done so quick, the doctors said that there was but little ailed him, and he would have got well himself if he had taken the physic and been left alone. But those who saw it were convinced to the contrary, others doubted, and said among themselves, "How can a man, who has no learning, and never studied physic, know how to cure disease?" Mr. Rice, however, gave me credit for the cure, and was very grateful for it, and I made his house my home, when in Portsmouth, and was treated with much respect. He introduced me to his uncle, Alexander Rice, Esquire, a man of respectability, and high standing in that place, who at first could not believe that so valuable a discovery could be made by a man without an education. I conversed with him upon the subject, and explained the principles upon which my system was founded, how everything acted under the nature and operation of the four elements, and by one acting upon another caused all motion, how the element of fire, by rarefying water and air, keeps the whole creation in motion, how the temperament of the body, by adding or diminishing heat and cold, would promote either life or death. After hearing my explanation, he became satisfied of its correctness, and confessed that my natural gift was of more value than learning. He then made known to me his infirmities, and wished me to take the care of his family, and give him and his wife such information as would enable them to attend upon themselves and family in case of sickness. I readily agreed to this, and soon after carried some of the family through with the medicine, and gave them all the information in my power, of the principle, and the medicine with which it was done. Mrs. Rice undertook the management of the business. She was a kind and affectionate woman, possessing a sound judgment without fear. After she had gained the information, she wished me to attend to carrying her through a course of the medicine, for a bad humor, called the salt room, which she had been long afflicted with. She was attended a few times, which effected a complete cure. Major Rice had been for many years subject to turns of the gout, and had been in some instances confined by it for 6 months at a time, and for 6 weeks not able to sit up, much of the time not able to lift his hand to his head. He had been constantly under the care of the most skillful doctors, who would bleed, and blister, and physic him, till his strength was exhausted. After attending him in this way through the winter, they said he must wait till warm weather, before he could get about. When the warm weather came, he would crawl out to the sunny side of the house, and in this way he gradually gained his strength. After this, he was afflicted with a violent burning in the stomach, which was almost as troublesome as the gout. After he had the right of my medicine, he had frequent turns of the gout, but no attack of this disease has continued more than 24 hours, before he was completely relieved, and he has been but little troubled with the burning of the stomach since, in 1822. He has told me since, that if he could have been as sure of relief, when he was first subject to the disease, as he is now certain of it in 24 hours, he would have been willing to give all he was worth. This family has been so much benefited by the use of the medicine, that no sum of money would be any temptation to them to be deprived of it. This man has never been lacking to prove his gratitude to me. In the time of my troubles his assistance was of the greatest importance to me, and I shall ever feel grateful to him and his family for their goodness. Soon after I went to Portsmouth, I was sent for to go to Deerfield, where the dysentery prevailed, and had become very alarming. A young man by the name of Folsom came after me and said that the doctor had lost every patient he had attended, that 7 had died, and many were sick, that his father and 2 brothers were given over by the doctor that morning to die. The young man seemed so anxious, and was so much frightened, that I concluded to go with him. The distance was 28 miles. We started a little before night, and arrived there about 10 o'clock. I found the father and the 2 sons as bad as they could be and be alive. They were stupid and cold. I told the mother that it was very uncertain whether I could help them. She begged of me to save her husband's life if possible. I told her that I could not tell whether they were dying, or whether it was the deadly effect of opium. I gave them all medicine. The 2 children died in about 3 hours, but Mr. Folsom soon grew better by taking my medicine. I had not only the sick to attend to, and do everything myself, but the opposition of all the neighborhood. There was 8 of the family sick, and if I went out of the house, some person would open the doors and windows, which would cause a relapse. While perspiration continued, they were easy, but as soon as they grew cold, the pain would return and be very violent. In the morning I was preparing to come away, but the father urged me so hard to stay, promising that I should be treated in a better manner than I had been, that I consented and remained with them about 10 days. I caught the disorder myself and was very bad. On taking the medicine, the operation was so violent that the neighbors were much frightened, and left the house, and were afraid to come nigh us, leaving us to die altogether. I soon got better and was able to carry Mr. Folsom through for the first time, which relieved him, and he soon got better. In the meantime a small child was brought home sick, that had been carried away to prevent it from taking the disorder. It was so far gone that the medicine would have no effect upon it, and it soon died. All that were not in a dying situation before they took the medicine were relieved and got well. I attended some that had the disorder in other families, all of whom got well. 15 in the whole recovered and 3 died. 2 years after the death of these 3 children was brought against me on a charge of murder. All that I ever received for my trouble in these cases was $15. There was no credit given me for curing the 15 out of 18, when the doctor had lost all that he attended, and although he had given over 3 to die, I cured one of them 12 hours after. When I left this place the doctor adopted my mode of practice as far as he knew it, particularly in sweating, and about 1/2 lived. Notwithstanding all this, the doctor, as I was informed, made oath that the 3 children died in consequence of taking my medicine, and the good minister of the parish, I was also informed, testified to the same thing, though I am confident that neither of them knew anything about me or my medicine. A judgment seemed to follow this clergyman, for a short time after he had lent his aid in promoting the prosecution against me. A circumstance took place in his family, which, if it had not been done by a fashionable doctor, might have been called murder. His wife was at times troubled with a pain in her face, something like a cramp. A certain doctor said that he could help her by cutting. He used the knife and other instruments of torture for 4 hours, which stopped her speech, and let loose the juices that filled the flesh from her breast, so that the blood and water crowded out of her ears in striving for breath. She remained in this distressed situation about 7 days and died. This information I had from 2 respectable men, who were present at the time of her sufferings and death. I continued to practice in Portsmouth and vicinity during this autumn, and while there, was sent for to go to Salisbury, to see a child that had been attended by a woman for several days, who I had given information to, but they said the perspiration would not hold, and they wished for further information. On seeing the child, I at once found that they had kept about an equal balance between the outward and inward heat. When they gave medicine to raise the inward heat and start the determining power to the surface, they at the same time kept the outward heat so high as to counteract it. After explaining to them the difficulty, I raised the child up and poured onto it a pint of cold vinegar, and it immediately revived. Applied no more outward heat, but only to shield it from the air, and gave the warmest medicine inward, on the operation of which, the child grew cold and very much distressed. As soon as the inward heat had gained the full power, and drove the cold out, the circulation became free, and the child was relieved from pain and fell asleep. The next day the heat was as much higher than what was natural, as it had been lower the day before. and when heat had gained the victory over cold, the child gained its strength and was soon about perfectly recovered. I had not practiced in Salisbury before, since I went to Exeter, which was in June, and my returning there seemed to give Dr. French great offence. He had been to see the child mentioned above, and tried to discourage the people from using my medicine, and threatened them that he would have them indicted by the grand jury, if they made use of any without his consent. His threats, however, had very little effect, for the people were well satisfied of the superiority of my practice over his. About this time the bonds for his good behaviour were out. I did not appear against him, and when the case was called, the court discharged him and his bail, on his paying the cost. The action was brought on a complaint in behalf of the Commonwealth, but I had caused another action of damage to be brought against him, which was carried to the Supreme Court, and tried at Ipswich the spring following. I employed 2 lawyers to manage my case, and brought forward 2 witnesses to prove my declaration, who swore that the defendant made the assertion that I was guilty of murder and he could prove it. His lawyer admitted the fact, but pleaded justification on the part of his client, and brought witnesses on the stand to prove that what he had said was true. The young woman who nursed Mrs. Lifford, and by whose neglect she took cold, swore to some of the most ridiculous occurrences concerning the death of that woman that could be uttered, which were perfectly contradictory to everything she had before confessed to be the truth. Another young woman, the daughter of a doctor at Deerfield, made a statement, to make it appear that I was the cause of the death of the 3 children, who died as has been before related. I had no knowledge of ever seeing this woman, and have since ascertained that she was not at the house but once during the sickness, and then did not go into the room where the sick were, and her exaggerated account must have been made up of what she had heard others say. These things were a complete surprise to me, not thinking it possible that people could be induced to make such exaggerated statements under the solemnity of an oath. I could have brought forward abundance of testimony to have contradicted the whole evidence against me if there was time, but not expecting that the cause would have taken the course it did, was unprepared. There appeared to be a complete combination of the professional craft against me, of both the doctors and lawyers, and a determination that I should lose the cause, let the evidence be what it might. My lawyers gave up the case without making a plea, and the judge gave a very partial charge to the jury, representing me in the worst point of view that he possibly could, saying that the evidence was sufficient to prove the facts against me, and that if I had been tried for my life, he could not say whether it would hang me or send me to the state prison for life. The jury of course gave their verdict against me, and I had to pay the cost of the court. The counsel for Dr. French asked the judge whether a warrant ought not to be issued against me, and I be compelled to recognize to appear at the next court, to which he answered in the affirmative. This so frightened my friends, that they were much alarmed for my safety, and advised me to go out of the way of my enemies, for they seemed to be determined to destroy me. I went to Andover to the house of a friend, whose wife I had cured of a cancer, where I was very cordially received, and stayed that night. The next day I went to Salisbury Mills, and made arrangements to pay the cost of my unfortunate lawsuit. In the fall of the year 1808, I was sent for to go to Beverley, to see the wife of a Mr. Appleton, who was the daughter of Elder Williams, the Baptist minister in that town, and was very low in a consumption. She had formerly been afflicted with the salt rheum on her hands, and had applied to a doctor for advice. He had advised her to make use of a sugar of lead wash, which drove the disease to her lungs, and she had been in that situation for a long time, and very little hopes were entertained of her ever being any better. I carried her through a course of the medicine, with very good success. I remained in Beverley about a week, and while there, became acquainted with Mr. Williams, and also Mr. William Raymond, to whom I afterwards gave information of my practice, and he assisted me to attend on my patients. Then returned to Portsmouth, where I was constantly called on to practice, and had all the most desperate cases put under my care, in all of which I met with very great success. After staying here about 2 weeks, I returned to Beverley, to see Mrs. Appleton and other patients there, and found them all doing well, was called on to attend many desperate cases, in all of which I effected a cure, except one, who was dying before I was called on. While practicing in Beverley, was called on by a Mr. Lovett, to attend his son, who was sick, as they supposed, with a bad cold. Some thought it a typhus fever. I was very much engaged in attending upon the sick at the time, and could not go with him. he came after me 3 times before I could go. On seeing him, found that he complained of a stiff neck, and appeared to be very stupid, and had no pain. His aunt, who took care of him, said that he would certainly die, for he had the same symptoms as his mother, who died a short time before. I gave some medicine which relieved him, the next day carried him through a course of the medicine, and he appeared to be doing well. Being called on to go to Salem, I left him in the care of Mr. Raymond, with particular directions to keep in the house and not expose himself. This was on Wednesday, and I heard nothing from him, and knew not but what he was doing well, till the Sunday afternoon following, when I was informed that he was worse. I immediately inquired of Mr. Raymond, and learned from him that he had got so much better, he had been down on the side of the water, and returned on Friday night, that the weather was very cold, being in the month of December, that he had been chilled with the cold, and soon after his return had been taken very ill. He stayed with him on Saturday night, and that he was raving distracted all night, that he had not given any medicine, thinking he was too dangerously sick for him to undertake with. I told the young man's father that it was very doubtful whether I could do anything that would help him, but that I would try, and do all I could. I found that the patient was so far gone that the medicine would have no effect, and in 2 hours told him that I could not help his son, and advised him to call some other advice. This was said in presence of Elder Williams and Mr. Raymond. Mr. Lovett made answer that if I could not help his son, he knew of none who could, and was very desirous for me to stay with him all night, which I did, and stood by his bed the whole time. He was much deranged in his mind till morning, when he came to himself, and was quite sensible. I then again requested the father to send for some other doctor, as I was sensible that I could do nothing for him that would be of any benefit. He immediately sent for 2 doctors, and as soon as they arrived, I left him in their care. The 2 doctors attended him till the next night about 10 o'clock, when he died. I have been more particular in giving the history of this case, because 2 years after it was brought as a charge against me for murdering this young man. The father and friends expressed no dissatisfaction at the time, in regard to my conduct, except they thought I ought not to have neglected the patient so long, but it was a well-known fact, that I attended as soon as I knew of his being worse, and that the whole cause of his second attack was owing to his going out and exposing himself, and could not be imputed as any fault of mine. In the latter part of December, 1808, I was sent for to attend Elder Bowles, the Baptist minister of Salem. I was introduced to him by Elder Williams, and found him in bed, and very weak and low, in the last stage of consumption. All hopes of a recovery were at an end. His doctors left him as incurable. He asked my opinion of his case. I told him that I could not tell whether there was a possibility of a cure or not till after using the medicine, being doubtful whether there was mortification or not. He was a man very much respected and beloved by his people, and the public anxiety was very great about him. He expressed a strong desire that I should undertake with him, but I declined doing anything until he consulted his deacons and other members of his church, who were his particular friends, and their advice taken, which being done they offered no objection, but wished him to act his own mind, and whatever the result should be, they would be satisfied. He replied that he was convinced that he could not live in his present situation more than a week, and therefore his life could not be shortened more than that time, and it was his wish that I should undertake to cure him. His strength was so far exhausted that it was with the greatest exertions and difficulty that they could get him to sit up about 3 minutes in a day, to have his bed made. I gave his friends as correct an account of his disorder and the operation of the medicine as I could, and that I did not wish to do anything which might cause reflection hereafter, but they promised that, let the result be what it might, they should be satisfied, and would not think hard of me. On these conditions I undertook, and told them that 24 hours' time would decide whether he lived or died. I began to give the medicine in the morning, which had a very calm and easy operation. The emetic herb operated very kindly, and threw off his stomach a large quantity of cold jelly, like the white of an egg. The perspiration moved gently on, and was free. The internal heat produced by the medicine fixed the determining power to the surface, and threw out the putrefaction to such a degree that the smell was very offensive. Mr. Bowles had a brother present who was a doctor. He observed that he did not know whether the medicine made the putrefaction, or whether it made visible what was secreted in the body, but he was soon convinced on that head, for when the medicine had cleansed him, all this putrid smell ceased. While the medicine was in the greatest operation, the perspiration brought out the putrefaction to such a degree, that the nurse in making his bed was so affected with it, that she fainted and fell on the floor. I attended on him for about 3 weeks, in which time he was able to set up 2 or 3 hours in a day, his food nourished his body, and his strength gained very fast, considering the season of the year being unfavorable. I gave him my best advice and left directions how to proceed, and returned home to my family to spend the rest of the winter with them. I returned in the spring to see Mr. Bowles, and found him so far recovered as to be able to ride out and in good spirits. He soon gained his health, and is now well and ready to give testimony of the facts as I have related them. In the season of 1809, I suffered much. In the first part of the summer, I attended many patients of old complaints, in particular, one case that I shall mention of a young woman in Kittery in a consumption. She had been confined to her house for months, her flesh was exhausted and she had a violent stricture of the lungs, which she said seemed as though there was a string that brought her lungs to her back. This caused a dry, hacking cough, which was very distressing. I could give her friends no encouragement of a cure, but the young woman and her friends were so urgent, that I undertook with her. Her courage was very great, and she took the medicines and followed all my directions with great perseverance. She said she wished that it might either kill or cure, for she did not desire to live in the situation she was then in. I left her medicine and directions, and occasionally visited her. My plan of treatment was followed with much attention and zeal for 6 months, before I could raise an inward heat that would hold more than 6 hours. She then had what was called a settled fever, and I gave her medicine to get as great an internal heat as I possibly could. This caused much alarm among her friends, as they thought she would certainly die. I told them that the heat holding, which was the cause of the fever, was the first favorable symptom that I had seen in her favor. She soon gained her health, to the astonishment of all her friends and acquaintances. She continued to enjoy good health till the next season, when she had another turn of the fever. I attended her in my usual way, and raised the heat till it completely overpowered the cold, when she was entirely cured, and has ever since enjoyed good health. During this summer, a woman applied to me from a neighboring town, who had the dropsy, and brought with her a little girl, who had the rickets very bad, so that she was grown much out of shape. I carried them both through a course of the medicine, attended them for 3 or 4 weeks, and then gave the woman information how to relieve herself and the girl, occasionally visiting them. They both recovered of their complaints, and have enjoyed perfect health since. This woman paid me the most liberally of any that I had attended, and has on all occasions manifested her gratitude for the assistance I afforded her. Another woman from the same town applied to me, who had a cancer on her breast. She had been under the care of several doctors, who had by their course of practice made her worse. I undertook with her, and by giving medicine to check the canker and promote perspiration, effectually relieved her from the disease. Many other desperate cases, such as consumptions, dropsies, cancers, etc., most of which had been given over by the doctors, were attended by me about this time, which it will be unnecessary for me to particularize. All of them were either completely cured or essentially relieved and made comfortable by the system of practice. One case I shall, however, state, being rather of an extraordinary nature, to show the absurdity of the fashionable manner of treating disease by the doctors of the present day. A young lady applied to me who had been much troubled with bleeding at the stomach. She stated to me that she had been bled by the doctors 42 times in 2 years, and that they had bled her 7 times in 6 weeks. So much blood had been taken from her, that the blood vessels had contracted in such manner that they would hold very little blood, and the heat being thereby so much diminished, the water filled the flesh, and what little blood there was rushed to her face, while all the extremities were cold. This produced a deceptive appearance of health, and caused those who judged by outward appearances, to doubt whether there was any disease, so that she had not only to bear her own infirmities, but the reproach of her acquaintances. I kindled heat enough in the body to throw off the useless water, which gave the blood room to circulate through the whole system, instead of circulating as it had done before, only in the large blood vessels. And they being much extended by not having heat enough to give it motion, leads the doctors into the erroneous idea that there is too much blood, and resort to the practice of bleeding, which reduces the strength of the patient and increases the disease. There is no such thing as a person having too much blood, no more than there is of having too much bone, or too much muscle, or sinews. Nature contrives all things right. The blood may be too thick, so as not to circulate, and is liable to be diseased, like all other parts of the body, but how taking part of it away can benefit the rest, or tend in any way to remove a disease, is what I could never reconcile with common sense. After I had carried this woman through a full operation of the medicine, and got the heat to hold, so as to produce a natural perspiration, she at once exhibited a true picture of her situation. Instead of appearing to be so fleshy and well as she had done, she fell away and became quite emaciated. But as soon as the digestive powers were restored, so that food could nourish her body, she gained her strength and flesh, and in a short time was completely restored to health. I was about this time called to attend a woman who was very severely attacked with the spotted fever. The first appearance of it was a pain in her heel, which soon moved up to her hips and back, from thence to her stomach and head, so that in 15 minutes her sight was gone, and in less than half an hour she was senseless and cold. About this time I saw her and examined well the cause of the disease. I was well satisfied that it was the effect of cold having overpowered the inward heat. By confining her from the air, giving her numbers 1 and 2, and keeping her in a moderate steam, she in a short time came to her senses, and the symptoms were exactly similar to a drowned person coming to, after having life suspended by being under water. As soon as the perspiration became free, all pain ceased, and she was quite comfortable. In 24 hours the disease was completely removed, and she was able to attend to her work. The same day I had another case of a child which the doctor had given over. When I came to this child it was senseless, and I expected in a mortified state. I gave it the hottest medicine I could get, with the emetic. It lay about 6 hours silent, before the medicine had kindled heat enough to cause motion in the stomach and bowels, when it began to revive, and what came from it was black and putrid. The bowels just escaped mortification. The child was soon well. These 2 cases were both cured in 24 hours' time. When the spotted fever first appeared in Portsmouth, the doctors had 5 cases and all of them died. I had 5 cases similar, all of which lived. Because my patients did not die, the doctors said they did not have the fever. In this they had much the advantage of me, for there could be no doubt of theirs all having it, as death was, in most of the cases under their care, on their side, and decided the question. I have had a great number of cases of the spotted fever under my care, and in all of them used the remains of heat as a friend, by kindling it so as to produce heat enough in the body to overpower and drive out the cold, and have never failed of success, where there was any chance of a cure. Some time this season I was sent for to attend Captain Tricky, who was very sick. I examined him and was confident that I could not help him, and took my hat in order to leave the house. His family insisted on my stopping and doing something for him, but I told them that I thought he was in a dying state, and medicine would do no good. I told his son that in all probability he would not be alive over 24 hours, and that he had better go for some other help, for I could do him no good. I told the wife that I should give no medicine myself, but as they had some in the house that they knew the nature of, she might give some of it to her husband, which she did. 2 doctors were sent for. The first one that arrived bled him, and he soon breathed very short, and grew worse. The other doctor came, and said that his breathing short was in consequence of the medicine I had given him, but by this he did not gain credit, for all the family knew to the contrary, and the woman soon after told me of his speech. The patient continued till the next day about 10 o'clock, and died. Soon as he was dead, the doctors and their friends spared no pains to spread the report in every direction, that I had killed this man with my screw auger, a cant name given to my emetic herb, in consequence of one of my patients, when under the operation of it, saying that it twisted in him like a screw auger. This was readily seized upon by the doctors, and made use of for the purpose of trying to destroy the reputation of this medicine by ridicule. They likewise gave similar names to several other articles of my medicine, for the same purpose, and represented them as the names by which I called them. They had likewise given me several names and titles, by way of reproach, such as the sweating and steaming doctor, the Indian doctor, the old wizard, and sometimes the quack. Such kind of management had a great effect on the minds of many weak-minded people. They were so afraid of ridicule, that those whom I had cured were unwilling to own it, for fear of being laughed at for employing me. The circumstance of the death of the above-mentioned Captain Tricky was seized upon by the doctors and their friends, and the most false and absurd representations made by them through the country, with the intention of stopping my practice, by getting me indicted for murder, or to drive me off, but my friends made out a correct statement of the facts, and had them published, which put a stop to their career for that time. I continued my practice, and had a great number of the most desperate cases, in most of which I was successful. The extraordinary cures I had performed had the tendency to make many people believe that I could cure every one who had life in them, let their disease be ever so bad. And where I had attended on those who were given over as incurable, and they died, whether I gave them any medicine or not, the report was immediately circulated that they were killed by me. At the same time the regular doctors would lose their patients every day, without there being any notice taken of it. When their patients died, if appearances were ever so much against their practice, it was said to be the will of the Lord, and submitted to without a murmur, but if one happened to die that I had anything to do with, it was readily reported by those interested in destroying my credit with the people, that I killed them. I could mention a great number of cases of the cures that I performed, if I thought it necessary, but my intention is to give the particulars of such only as will have the greatest tendency to convey to the reader the most correct information of my mode of practice, without repeating any that were treated in a similar manner to those already given. I shall now proceed to give the particulars of one of the most important circumstances of my life, in as correct and impartial a manner as I am capable of doing from memory, in order to show what I have suffered from the persecutions of some of the medical faculty, for no other reason, as I conceive, than that they feared my practice would open the eyes of the people, and lessen their importance with them, by giving such information as would enable them to cure themselves of disease, without the aid of a doctor, and from many others, who were governed altogether by the prejudices they had formed against me by the false reports that had been circulated about my practice, without having any other knowledge of me. Many of the latter, however, have since been convinced of their error, have a very favorable opinion of my system, and are among my best friends. After practicing in those parts through the season of 1809, I went home to Surrey, where I remained a few weeks, and returned back to Salisbury. On my way there, I made several stops in different places where I had before practiced, to see my friends and to give information to those who made use of my medicine and practice. On my arrival at Salisbury, my friends informed me that Dr. French had been very busily employed in my absence, and that he and a Deacon Pecker, who was one of the grand jury, had been to Salem, to the court, and on their return had said that there had been a bill of indictment found against me for wilful murder. They advised me to go off, and keep out of the way, but I told them I should never do that, for if they had found a bill against me, the government must prove the charges, or I must be honorably acquitted. About 10 o'clock at night Dr. French came to the place where I stopped, with a constable, and made me a prisoner in behalf of the Commonwealth. I asked the constable to read the warrant, which he did. By this I found that Dr. French was the only complainant, and the justice who granted the warrant ordered me before him to be examined the next morning. I was then taken by the constable to Dr. French's house, and keepers were placed over me to prevent me from escaping. While at his house and a prisoner, Dr. French took the opportunity to abuse and insult me in the most shameful manner that can be conceived of, without any provocation on my part. He continued his abuse to me till between 2 and 3 o'clock, when he took his horse and set out for Salem to get the indictment. After he was gone, I found on inquiry of the constable, that after he had been before the grand jury and caused me to be indicted, he came home before the bill was made out, and finding that I was at Salisbury, fearing I might be gone, and he should miss the chance of gratifying his malicious revenge against me, he went to a brother doctor, who was a justice of the peace, before whom he made oath, that he had probable ground to suspect, and did suspect, that I had with malice aforethought murdered sundry persons in the course of the year past, whose names were unknown to the complainant. Upon which a warrant was issued against me, and I was arrested as before stated, in order to detain and keep me in custody, till the indictment could be obtained. In the morning I was brought before the said justice, and he not being ready to proceed in my examination, the court was adjourned till 1 o'clock, when I was again brought before him, and he said he could not try me until the complainant was present, and adjourned the court again till near night. The constable took me to his house in the meantime, and put me in a back room and left me alone, all of them leaving the house. When they came back, some of them asked me why I did not make my escape, which I might very easily have done out of a back window, but I told them that I stood in no fear of the consequence, having done nothing whereby I ought to be punished, that I was taken up as a malefactor, and was determined to be convicted as such, or honorably acquitted. Just before night, Dr. French arrived with a sheriff, and ordered me to be delivered up by the constable to the sheriff, and after Dr. French had again vented his spleen upon me by the most savage abuse that language could express, saying that I was a murderer, and that I had murdered 50, and he could prove it, that I should be either hung or sent to the state prison for life, and he would do all in his power to have me convicted. I was then put in irons by the sheriff, and conveyed to the jail in Newburyport, and confined in a dungeon, with a man who had been convicted of an assault on a girl 6 years of age, and sentenced to solitary confinement for 1 year. He seemed to be glad of company, and reminded me of the old saying, that misery loves company. I was not allowed a chair or a table, and nothing but a miserable straw bunk on the floor, with one poor blanket which had never been washed. I was put into this prison on the 10th day of November, 1809, the weather was very cold, and no fire, and not even the light of the sun, or a candle, and to complete the whole, the filth ran from the upper rooms into our cell, and was so offensive that I was almost stifled with the smell. I tried to rest myself as well as I could, but got no sleep that night, for I felt something crawling over me, which caused an itching, and not knowing what the cause was, inquired of my fellow sufferer. He said that it was the lice, and that there was enough of them to shingle a meeting house. In the morning there was just light enough shone through the iron grates, to show the horror of my situation. My spirits and the justness of my cause prevented me from making any lamentation, and I bore my sufferings without complaint. At breakfast time I was called on through the grates to take our miserable breakfast. It consisted of an old tin pot of musty coffee, without sweetening or milk, and was so bad as to be unwholesome, with a tin pan containing a hard piece of Indian bread, and the nape of a fish, which was so hard I could not eat it. This had to serve us till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when we had about an equal fare, which was all we had till the next morning. The next day Mr. Osgood came from Salisbury to see me, and on witnessing my miserable situation, he was so much affected, that he could scarcely speak. He brought me some provisions, which I was very glad to receive, and when I described to him my miserable lodgings, and the horrid place I was in, he wept like a child. He asked liberty of the jailer to furnish me with a bed, which was granted, and brought me one, and other things to make me more comfortable. The next day I wrote letters to my family, to Dr. Fuller, and to Judge Rice, stating to them my situation. The bed which was brought me, I put on the old one, and allowed my fellow sufferer a part of it, for which he was very thankful. I had provisions enough brought me by my friends for us both, and I gave him what I did not want. The crusts and scraps that were left, his poor wife would come and beg, to carry to her starving children, who were dependent on her. Her situation and that of her husband were so much worse than mine, that it made me feel more reconciled to my fate, and I gave her all I could spare, besides making his condition much more comfortable, for which they expressed a great deal of gratitude. In a few days after my confinement, Judge Rice came to see me, and brought with him a lawyer. On consulting upon the case, they advised me to petition to the judges of the Supreme Court to hold a special court to try my cause, as there would be no court held by law, at which it could be tried, till the next fall, and as there could be no bail for an indictment for murder, I should have to lay in prison nearly a year, whether there was anything against me or not. This was the policy of my enemies, thinking that they could keep me in prison a year, and in all probability I should not live that time, and their ends would be fully answered. I sent on a petition agreeably to the advice of my friends, and Judge Rice undertook to attend to the business and do everything to get the prayer of the petition granted. He followed the business up with great zeal, and did everything that could be done to effect the object. I think he told me that he or the lawyer, Mr. Bartlett, had rode from Newburyport to Boston 15 times in the course of 3 weeks, on the business. At length Judge Parsons agreed to hold a special court at Salem, on the 10th day of December, to try the cause, which was 1 month from the day I was committed. My friends were very attentive and zealous in my cause, and every preparation was made for the trial. During this time the weather was very cold, and I suffered greatly from that cause, and likewise from the badness of the air in our miserable cell, so that I had not much life or ambition. Many of my friends came to see me, and some of them were permitted to come into the cell, but the air was so bad and the smell so offensive, that they could not stay long. My friend, Dr. Shepherd, came to see me, and was admitted into our dungeon. He stayed a short time, but said it was so offensive he must leave me, that he would not stay in the place a week for all Newburyport. On Thanksgiving Day we were taken out of our cell and put in a room in the upper story, with the other prisoners, and took supper together. They consisted of murderers, robbers, thieves, and poor debtors. All of us tried to enjoy our supper and be in as good spirits as our condition would permit. The most of their complaints were of the filthiness and bad condition of the prison, in which we all agreed. Before it was dark I and my companion were waited upon to our filthy den again. There was nothing in the room to sit upon higher than the thickness of our bed, and when I wrote anything, I had to lay on my belly, in which situation I wrote the medical circular, and several other pieces, which were afterwards printed. After I had been in prison about 2 weeks, my son-in-law came to see me. I had before my imprisonment sent for him to come to Portsmouth on some business, and on hearing of my being in prison, he immediately came to Newburyport to see me. He seemed much more troubled about my situation than I was myself. I felt perfectly conscious of my innocence and was satisfied that I had done nothing to merit such cruel treatment, therefore my mind was free from reproach, for I had pursued the course of duty, which I conceived was allotted me by my Maker, and done everything in my power to benefit my fellow creatures. These reflections supported me in my troubles and persecutions, and I was perfectly resigned to my fate. About this time, a lawyer came into the prison and read to me the indictment, which was in the common form, that I, with malice aforethought, not having the fear of God before my eyes, but moved by the instigation of the devil, did kill and murder the said Lovett, with lobelia, a deadly poison, etc. But feeling so perfectly innocent of the charges, which the bill alleged against me, it had very little effect upon my feelings, knowing them to be false, and that they had been brought against me by my enemies, without any provocation on my part. In the morning of the day that was appointed for me to be removed to Salem for trial, I was taken out of my loathsome cell by the jailer, who gave me water to wash myself with, and I was permitted to take my breakfast by a fire, which was the first time I had seen any for 30 days, and could not bear to sit near it in consequence of its causing me to feel faint. As soon as I had eaten my breakfast, the iron shackles were brought and put on my hands, which I was obliged to wear till I got to Salem. The weather was very cold, and the going bad. We stopped but once on the way, the distance being about 26 miles. On our arrival, I was delivered over to the care of the keeper of the prison in Salem, and was confined in a room in the second story, which was more comfortable than the one I had left. I was soon informed that Judge Parsons was sick, and had put off my trial for 10 days, so I had to reconcile myself to the idea of being confined 10 days more without fire. However, I was not without friends. Elder Bowles and Captain Russell came to see me the first night, and Mrs. Russell sent her servant twice every day with warm coffee, and other things for my comfort, for which I have always been grateful, and Mrs. Perkins, whom I had cured of a dropsy, sent for my clothes to wash against the day of my trial. Many of my friends came to Salem to attend my trial, some as witnesses, and others to afford me any assistance in their power. A few days before my trial, Judge Rice and Mr. Bartlett, whom I had employed as my lawyer, held a consultation with me as to the arrangements necessary to be made, when it was decided that it would be best to have other counsel, and Mr. Story was agreed upon, who engaged in my cause. I had also engaged Mr. Bannister, of Newburyport, to assist in the trial, but he was of no benefit to me, and afterwards sued me for $50, at 50 miles distance, to put me to great expense. In order to be prepared for the trial, my counsel held a consultation together, and examined the principal witnesses in the defense. Mr. Bowles, Judge Rice, and several others gave great satisfaction as to the value and usefulness of the medicine, and the variety of cures that had been performed with it within their knowledge. Dr. Fuller, of Milford, New Hampshire was present and made many statements in my favor as to the value of the medicine, and advised to have Dr. Cutler, of Hamilton, summoned, which was done. Everything was done by my friends that was in their power, to assist me and give me a chance for a fair trial, for which I shall always feel very grateful. On the 20th day of December, 1809, the Supreme Court convened to hear my trial, at which Judge Parsons presided, with Judges Sewell and Parker, assistant judges. The case was called about 10 o'clock in the morning, and the Chief Justice ordered me to be brought from the prison and arraigned at the bar for trial. I was waited on by 2 constables, one on my right and the other on my left, in which situation I was brought from the jail to the courthouse and placed in the bar. The courthouse was so crowded with the people that it was with much difficulty we could get in. After I was placed in the criminal seat, a chair was handed me and I sat down to wait for further orders. Here I was the object for this great concourse of people to look at, some with pity, others with scorn. In a few minutes I was directed to rise and hold up my right hand, to hear the indictment read, which the grand jury had upon their oaths presented against me. It was in common form, stating that I had with malice aforethought murdered Ezra Lovett, with lobelia, a deadly poison. I was then directed by the court to plead to the indictment, guilty, or not guilty. I plead not guilty, and the usual forms, in such cases, were passed through, the jury called and sworn, and the trial commenced. The Solicitor General arose, and opened the case on the part of the Commonwealth, and made many hard statements against me, which he said he was about to prove. He stated that I had at sundry times killed my patients with the same poison. The first witness called to the stand, on the part of the government, was Mr. Lovett, the father of the young man that I was accused of killing. He made a tolerable fair statement of the affair in general, particularly of coming after me several times before I could attend, though I think he exaggerated many things against me, and told over several fictitious and ridiculous names, which people had given my medicine, by way of ridicule, such as bulldog, ramcat, screw-auger, and Bellamy grizzle, all of which had a tendency to prejudice the court and jury against me. And I also thought that he omitted to tell many things in my favor, that must have been within his knowledge, but there was nothing in his evidence that in the least criminated me, or supported the charges in the indictment. The next witness called was Dr. Howe, to prove that I had administered the poison alleged in the indictment. He stated that I gave the poison to the said Lovett, and produced a sample of it, which he said was the root of lobelia. The judge asked him if he was positive that it was lobelia. He said he was, and that I called it coffee. The sample was handed round for the court to examine, and they all appeared to be afraid of it, and after they had all satisfied their curiosity, Judge Rice took it in his hand and ate it, which very much surprised them. The Solicitor General asked him if he meant to poison himself in presence of the court. He said it would not hurt him to eat a peck of it, which seemed to strike the court with astonishment. Dr. Howe was then called at my request for cross-examination, and Mr. Story asked him to describe lobelia, how it looked when growing, as he had sworn to it by the taste and smell. This seemed to put him to a stand, and after being speechless for several minutes, he said he had not seen any so long, he should not know it if he should see it at this time. This so completely contradicted and did away all that he had before stated, that he went off the stand quite cast down. Dr. Cutler was called on to inform the court what the medicine was that Dr. Howe had declared so positively to be lobelia, and after examining it, he said that it appeared to him to be marsh rosemary, which was the fact. So far, all they had proved against me was, that I had given the young man some marsh rosemary, which Dr. Cutler had declared to be a good medicine. Some young women were brought forward as witnesses, whom I had no knowledge of ever seeing before. They made some of the most absurd and ridiculous statements about the medicine, that they said I gave the young man, that were probably ever made in a court of justice before, some of which were too indecent to be here repeated. One of them said that I crowded my puke down his throat and he cried murder till he died. This was well known to be a falsehood, and that the story was wholly made up by my enemies, as well as what had been before stated by those women, for the purpose of trying to make out something against me. I had 2 unimpeachable witnesses in court, ready to swear that I never saw the young man for more than 14 hours before he died, during all which time he was in the care of Dr. Howe, but by not having an opportunity to make my defense, in consequence of the government not making out their case against me, could not bring them forward. John Lemon was the next witness brought forward on the part of the Commonwealth, and was directed to state what he knew about the prisoner at the bar. He stated that he had been out of health for 2 years, being much troubled with a pain in his breast, and was so bad that he was unable to work, that he could get no help from the doctors, that he applied to me and I had cured him in 1 week, and that was all he knew about the prisoner at the bar. By this time Judge Parsons appeared to be out of patience, and said he wondered what they had for a grand jury, to find a bill on such evidence. The Solicitor General said he had more evidence which he wished to bring forward. Dr. French was called, and as he had been the most busy actor in the whole business of getting me indicted, and had been the principal cause, by his own evidence, as I was informed, of the grand jury finding a bill against me, it was expected that his evidence now would be sufficient to condemn me at once, but it turned out like the rest, to amount to nothing. He was asked if he knew the prisoner at the bar. He said he did. He was then directed to state what he knew about him. He said the prisoner had practiced in the part of the country where he lived, with good success, and his medicine was harmless, being gathered by the children for the use of the families. The judge was about to charge the jury, when the Solicitor General arose and said that if it was not proved to be murder, it might be found for manslaughter. The judge said, "You have nothing against the man," and again repeated that he wondered what they had for a grand jury. In his charge to the jury, the judge stated that the prisoner had broken no law, common or statute, and quoted Hale, who says, "Any person may administer medicine with an intention to do good, and if it has the contrary effect from his expectation, and kills the patient, it is not murder, nor even manslaughter." If doctors must risk the lives of their patients, who would practice? He quoted another clause of law from Blackstone, who says, "Where no malice is, no action lies." Side note, as the learned judge could find no law, common or statute, to punish the accused, he directed or advised those present to stop this quackery, as he called it, and for this purpose, to petition the legislature to make a law that should make it penal for all who should practice without license from some medical college. To debar them of law to collect their debts, and if this should not answer, to make it penal by fine and imprisonment. This hint, thus given by the judge, was seized upon first in Massachusetts, from thence it has spread to nearly all the states in the Union. From this source may be traced all those unconstitutional laws which have been enacted in relation to this subject, and all those vexatious suits which I have had to attend in many of the states, from Massachusetts to South Carolina more or less almost every year since. But I have been able to break them down by my patent being from higher authority, which Judge Parsons could not prevent, or perhaps he never thought of. He however made his own report, and handed it to the reporter, which is published in the 6th volume of Massachusetts Reports, and is resorted to by all the enemies of the practice, for a defense against the system. The charge being given to the jury, they retired for about 5 minutes, and returned into court and gave in their verdict of not guilty. I was then honorably acquitted, without having had an opportunity to have my witnesses examined, by whom I expected to have proved the usefulness and importance of my discovery before a large assembly of people, by the testimony of about 25 creditable men, who were present at the trial, besides contradicting all the evidence produced against me. After the trial was over, I was invited to the Sun Tavern to supper, where we enjoyed ourselves for the evening. When we sat down to the table, several doctors were present, who were so offended at my being acquitted, that they left the table, which made me think of what the Scripture says, that the wicked flee when no man pursueth, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. During the evening, I consulted with my friends upon the subject of prosecuting Dr. French, and making him pay damages for his abuse to me when a prisoner at his house, in saying that I had murdered 50, and he could prove it. And after having had a fair chance, and having failed to prove one, it was thought to be a favorable opportunity to make him pay something for his conduct towards me, in causing me so much suffering, and for the trouble he had made me and my friends. A prosecution was agreed upon, and to bring the action in the county of York. Judge Rice agreed to be my bail, and likewise he undertook to pay my lawyers and witnesses for the above trial, and paid Mr. Bartlett $40 that night. Mr. Story was paid $20 by a contribution of my friends in Salem. I stayed at Mrs. Russell's that night. I had but little sleep, for my mind was so much agitated when I came to consider what I had gone through, and the risk I had run in escaping the snares of my enemies, with the anxiety of my family till they got the news of my acquittal, that sleep fled from my eyelids, and I was more confused than when in prison. The next day I went to Salisbury, and stopped with Mr. Osgood, where I was first arrested. Mrs. Osgood and a young woman who had been employed by me as a nurse, assisted to clean my clothes, and clear me of some troublesome companions I had brought with me from the prison. And when I had paid a visit to all my old friends, who were very glad to see me, I went to Portsmouth, to recover my health, which was very much impaired, by being confined 40 days in those filthy and cold prisons, in the coldest part of a remarkably cold winter. My friends attended upon me, and carried me through a regular course of medicine, but the first operation of it had little effect, in consequence of my blood being so much chilled, and it was a long time before I could raise a perspiration that would hold. I am confident that I should not have lived through the winter in prison, and believe that this was their plan, for which reason they managed to have me indicted for murder, knowing in that case there could be no bail taken, and there would be no court at which I could be tried. For nearly a year I should have to lay in prison during that time, and that I should probably die there. Or in any case, they would get rid of me for 1 year at least, whether there was anything proved against me or not, and in that time, the doctors and their dupes would be enabled to run down the credit of my medicine, and put my practice into disrepute among the people. But I have been able, by good fortune, and the kind assistance of my friends, to defeat all their plans. Most of those that have been instrumental in trying to destroy me and my practice, have had some judgment befall them as a reward for their unjust persecutions and malicious conduct towards me. I was credibly informed that Deacon Pecker, one of the grand jury that found a bill against me, went with Dr. French to hunt up evidence to come before himself, in order to have me indicted. A short time after I was put in prison, he had a stroke of the palsy, and has remained ever since 1822, one half of his body and limbs useless. Dr. French, 1 year after I was acquitted, was brought to the same bar in which I was placed, and convicted for robbing a graveyard of a dead body, which it was reported he sold for $60. He lost all his credit, and was obliged to quit his country. Side note, I do not pretend that these things followed on account of their treatment to me, but I only state them as matters of fact, for so it happened. In the month of January of 1810, I returned home to my family, and stayed till I had in some measure recovered my loss of health by imprisonment. In March, I returned to Portsmouth, and after taking the advice of my friends, made arrangements for prosecuting Dr. French. The prosecution was commenced, and he was summoned before the Court of Common Pleas, in the county of York. Judge Rice undertook the principal management of the business, and became my bail. The action was called and carried to the Supreme Court by demurrer, which was to set at Alfred, in October. I attended with my witnesses, and expected to have gone to trial, and after waiting several days to know what the defense was going to be, the counsel for the defendant made their plea of justification. I found that their plan was to prove that I had murdered sundry persons whom I had attended, and by that means to make it out that anyone had a right to call me a murderer. And that for this purpose, Dr. French had been to every place where I had practiced, collecting every case of the death of any that I had attended in this part of the country, and had made out 8 cases, all of which have been before mentioned in this narrative, most of whom had been given over by the doctors, as past cure, and the others known to be desperate cases. He had obtained the depositions of all that were prejudiced against me, and had collected a mass of evidence to support his defense. After finding what their plan was, it was thought necessary for me to go to all the places where they had been, and get evidence to contradict these highly colored and exaggerated statements, and I was under the necessity of requesting a delay of the trial for 1 week, which was granted. I proceeded immediately, and took the depositions of those who were knowing to the facts, but found that these were not sufficient, and went again to Deerfield, and summoned 2 men to appear at court, and give their verbal testimony. When I had got ready to come to trial, the defendant was not ready, and got it put off to the next term, which would be holden at York the next year. In the spring, before the setting of the court, I went to the clerk's office to find what the depositions were that were filed against me, and the whole appeared to be a series of exaggerated statements, made by those who were governed by their prejudices, without having but very little, if any, knowledge of the facts, more than what they obtained by hearsay. This caused me to redouble my diligence to get witnesses to appear on the stand to contradict their testimony, on each case they had alleged against me. On the day appointed for the trial, everything was prepared on my part to have a fair hearing. Judge Parsons was on the bench, and seemed, as I thought, to be determined to have the case go against me, for he appeared to know everything that was to be in the defense beforehand. I made out my case by proving the words uttered by the defendant, which were in my declaration. They then proceeded in the defense, to make out the 8 cases of murder, which were alleged against me. The first was the case of a man by the name of Hubbard, of Elliot, who had been dead above 2 years, the particulars of which I have before stated. The witness brought to support this case told a very lamentable and highly colored story, and I brought on the stand a very respectable witness, who completely contradicted the whole statement. The next cases brought up were the 3 children of Mr. Folsom of Deerfield, the particulars of which have been before related. A number of depositions were read, which the defendant had obtained of those that had been my enemies, and who knew nothing of the matter, more than hearsay reports among themselves. They gave a very highly colored account of my treatment of the children, so much so, that it would appear by their stories, that I had taken them in health, and had roasted them to death, never saying a word about the 15 that I cured, some of which had been given over by the doctors. To rebut the evidence that was produced to prove that I had killed those children, I brought onto the stand 2 respectable witnesses, who were knowing to all the circumstances, being present at the time of my attending the family. They gave a correct and particular account of all the circumstances as they took place, of the situation of the family when I first saw them, and the violence of the disorder. How the doctors had lost all their patients that had been attacked with the disorder before I came, with the number that I cured by my mode of practice, and that the doctors afterwards adopted my plan, and saved the lives of a number by it. The judge interrupted them and read some of the depositions over again, but these witnesses stated that they were not true, and went on to give some of the particulars of the opposition I met with in my practice from those very persons whose depositions had been read, when the judge seemed put out, and attempted to stop them, saying they had said enough. They said that having sworn to tell the whole truth, they felt it their duty to do it. They next brought on the case of a woman who had died at Beverly, that I had attended, and with it the case of Ezra Lovett, whom I had been tried for murdering. I was very glad to have this case brought up again, as I wished to have an opportunity to prove all the facts relating to it, which I had been prevented from doing on my trial, in consequence of being acquitted without making any defense. The evidence brought forward to support this case were the depositions of those who had testified against me on my trial at Salem. They were pretty near the same as then given. After those depositions were read, I called on to the stand Elder Williams and Mr. Raymond, who gave all the particulars of my attending upon the young man, as has been before related, which completely contradicted all the depositions they had read in the case. The judge interrupted these witnesses, and read the deposition of the girl, who stated that I crowded my pukes down the patient's throat, and he cried murder till he died. They both positively testified that there was not a word of it true, for when he died, and for 12 hours before, he was under the care of Dr. Howe, during which time I did not see him. As to the woman in Beverly, whom they tried to make out that I murdered, it was proved by these witnesses that she was in a dying condition when I first saw her, and that I so stated it as my opinion at the time, and that my medicine would not help her. The next case was that of Mrs. Lifford, who died at Salisbury, the particulars of which have been before given. The evidence brought to prove this case of murder was the deposition of the woman who nursed her, and by whose neglect the patient took cold, after the medicine had a very favorable operation, and appearances were much in her favor, in consequence of which she had a relapse, and I could not produce any effect upon her by the medicine afterwards. This woman confessed at the time that she was the only one to blame, and that no fault ought to be attached to me, but she afterwards was influenced by Dr. French to turn against me, and made threats that she would swear to anything to injure me. After her deposition was read, I brought witnesses on the stand, who completely contradicted everything contained in it, but the judge read her deposition to the jury, and directed them to pay attention to that in preference to the witnesses on the stand. The eighth and last case was that of the son of Thomas Neal, of Portsmouth, who was very violently attacked, and was attended by Dr. Cutter. I was called on at night to attend him, and thought there was a possibility of helping him, but the man with whom he lived would not consent that I should do anything for him, and I went away, after telling them that he would be either worse or better before morning, and if he was worse he would die. I was called to visit him in the morning, and was informed that he was worse and that his master had consented to have me attend upon him. I told his father it was undoubtedly too late, but he insisted upon it so much, I attended, and told them the chance was very small for doing him any good, as I considered it a desperate case. After being very hardly urged by his friends, I gave him some medicine, but it had no effect, and about sundown he died. The doctor who attended him was brought forward to prove that I murdered the patient. If I recollect rightly, he swore that the patient had the dropsy in the brain, and that the disorder had turned, and he was in a fair way to recover, but I came and gave him my poison pukes, and killed him. I brought forward evidence who swore to the facts as I have above related them, and that the doctor would give no encouragement of helping the patient. The father of the young man gave his evidence, and stated that the son was in a dying situation when I gave him medicine, but the judge interrupted him, and asked if he was a doctor, to which he answered no. He then said the doctor has stated that his disorder had turned, and he was getting better, are you going to contradict the doctor? And thus managed to do away his testimony. I have thus given a brief sketch of the evidence in the 8 cases, which were attempted to be proved as murder, in order to make out justification on the part of the defendant, with my defense to the same, in as correct a manner as I am able from memory, and am confident that every circumstance as I have related it, can be substantially proved by living witnesses. After the evidence was gone through, the lawyers on both sides made their pleas, making the case on my part as good and as bad as they could. The judge then gave his charge to the jury, which was considered by those who heard it, to be the most prejudiced and partial one that had ever been heard before. He made use of every means to raise the passions of the jury, and turn them against me, stating that the defendant was completely justified in calling me a murderer, for if I was not guilty of willful murder, it was barbarous ignorant murder, and he even abused my lawyers for taking up for me, saying that they ought to be paid in screw-augers and bulldogs. The people that were present were very much disgusted at his conduct, and they expressed themselves very freely upon the subject. It was said by some, that our courts, instead of being courts of justice, had become courts of prejudice. One man said that he hoped Judge Parsons would never have another opportunity to sit on a cause, which prediction turned out true, for he soon after had a stroke of the palsy, and as I am informed, died before the next court met. The jury brought in their verdict of justification on the part of the defendant, and throwed the whole cost on me, which amounted to about $2,000. When I found out how the case was going to turn, I went to Portsmouth, and soon after made arrangements to pay the costs. Judge Rice was my bail, and undertook to pay all the bills that I had not paid at the time. On my settlement with him, I owed him $600 for money that he had advanced on my account, for which I had no way to secure him, but by giving him a mortgage of my farm, which I did, and it was put on record, and never known to any of my friends till I had paid it up. He charged nothing for all his time and trouble, through the whole of my persecutions and trials, for which, and for his kindness and friendship on all occasions, I shall ever consider myself under the greatest obligations. Some time in the spring of the year previous to this trial at York, a young man came to me at Portsmouth, by the name of Alfred Carpenter, from the town where my family lived. He was recommended to me by his neighbors, as being lame and poor, and wanted my assistance. I took him out of pity, and instructed him in my mode of practice, under the expectation that it would be a benefit to him, and thereby he would be able to assist me in attending the sick. About the 1st of June, 1811, I received a letter from Eastport, where I had been the fall before and shown some of my mode of practice. Some of the people in that place were so well satisfied with it, that 7 men had subscribed their names to the letter, requesting me to come there and practice in the fevers, which prevailed in those parts. I left the care of my business at Portsmouth with Mr. Carpenter, my apprentice, and immediately took passage for Eastport, where I arrived about the middle of June. I was very gladly received by those who had wrote to me, and by those with whom I had become acquainted when there before. I agreed to practice under the protection of those who had sent for me, until I had convinced them of its utility, to which they consented, and promised me all the assistance in their power. I was soon called on to practice, and had all the most desperate cases that could be found, in all of which I met with very great success. The first cases I attended in presence of the committee were 5 desperate cases of consumption. These patients were all relieved in 3 weeks, and were all living this present year, 1831. While attending these people, I was called upon to attend a young man on board a vessel, who had his foot bruised to pieces by a block falling from masthead, weighing 13 pounds. It being done 5 days before I saw him, it was mortified, and the whole body in convulsions. I took off 3 toes and set the 4th, and cured him in 5 weeks with the usual practice. While attending him, I had to pass a doctor's shop. A scythe was thrown at me, point first, about the distance of 2 rods. It passed between my feet without doing any injury. In consequence of this assault, I sent word to all the doctors who had opposed me, that for the politeness with which they had treated me, I would compensate them by taking off the burden of being called up at night, and thus breaking their rest, and would give them the chance of laying in bed until noon, without being disturbed by their patients. I was called on the night following to attend a woman in childbed. I attended according to my promise, and let them rest, and if I had remained there, they might have rested until the present time, as I attended to all branches in practice. There was, I think, at that time, 5 practicing doctors on the island, among whom my success in curing the sick caused great alarm, and I soon experienced the same determined opposition from them, with all the arts and plans to destroy me and my practice, that I had experienced from the same class of men in other places. In order to show some of their conduct towards me, I shall relate the particulars of some of the cases I attended, but most of the numerous cases which I had under my care were so nearly similar to those that have been already given, and my mode of treating them being about the same, that it will be unnecessary to repeat them. I was sent for to visit a Mrs. Lovett, who was the daughter of Mr. Delis Dernier, at whose house I attended her. She had the dropsy, and had been under the care of one of the doctors, till he had given her over as incurable. I went to see her in company with the doctor, but we could not agree as to the cause and remedy. I asked him several questions concerning the power of the elements, and the effect of heat on the human system. He answered that the elements had nothing to do with the case. After giving him my ideas on the subject, which all appeared to be new to him, I told him that the contending powers in this case were between the fire and water, and if I could get heat enough in the body to make the water volatile, it could not stay in the body. He said that anything warm would not answer for her. I then asked him how he thought the hottest medicine would do. He said it would produce immediate death. I then told him that if I did anything for her, I should administer the hottest medicine I could give. Finding there would be a disadvantage on my part in doing anything for her, as the doctor and I could not agree, I left the house. I was followed by the father and mother and the doctor, who all insisted on my returning, but I told them that notwithstanding the doctor had given her over, if I was to attend her and she should die, they would say that I killed her. They promised that, let the consequences be what they might, no blame should be alleged against me. Upon which I agreed that I would stop, on condition that 2 of my friends should be present as witnesses to what was said, and see the first process of the medicine, which was agreed to, and they were sent for, and heard the statements of the doctor and family. A Captain Mitchell, from New York, was also present, and heard the conversation between me and the doctor, and being pleased with the principles that I laid down, which excited his curiosity so much that he expressed a wish to be present and see the operation of the medicine, and stayed accordingly. The doctor pretended to be going away till after I had given the first medicine, and appeared to be very busy going out and coming in, and had much conversation with Mrs. Lovett, the husband's mother, who was the nurse. After the first medicine had done, which operated very favorably, I gave directions what to do, and particularly to keep the patient in perspiration during the night, and left medicine for that purpose. We then went home. In the morning I called to see her, and to my surprise found her sitting with the window up and exposed to the air as much as possible. On examination, I found that no medicine had been used. On inquiry, I found that the doctor had been in frequently to see her, and on asking why they had not followed my directions, the nurse appeared very cross, and said she would not take any of my medicine. I told them that they had not killed her, but I did not thank them for their goodwill any more than if they had done it. I was about leaving the house, as I found my directions would not be attended to by the nurse, but Captain Mitchell was very urgent for me to continue. I told him that if he would attend upon her and see the medicine given and everything done according to my directions, I would continue, to which he agreed. I left the patient in his care, and he attended her faithfully through the day. At night I visited her, and found the swelling began to abate. He continued his care of her, and in 3 days she was able to go up and down stairs, and in 1 week she was well. By the influence of the doctor, the woman, and the husband all turned against me, and I never received anything for my trouble, but their abuse and slander. The woman's father and Captain Mitchell, however, gave me all credit for the cure, and they both purchased a right. About a year after, at a private assembly of women, this Mrs. Lovett, the mother-in-law of the sick woman, gave an account of the whole transaction, and stated that there was a private interview between her and the doctor, and it was agreed to go contrary to my directions, and the doctor said she would die in the course of the night, and that he should take me up for murder, and that she must be an evidence. This appeared to be almost incredible, that they should be so void of all human feelings, as to be willing to have the woman die, in order to have the opportunity to take me up for murder, but 2 women who were present when she told the story, gave their depositions proving the facts as above stated. I continued my practice on the island, at Lubeck, and on the Main, paying my most particular attention to those who sent for me, and wanted information. I practiced under their inspection about 5 weeks, and then told them that I had done enough for a trial, to prove the use of the medicine, and should do no more till I knew whether a society could be formed. They expressed their entire satisfaction, and wished to have a society formed. A meeting was called for that purpose, and 16 signed the articles at the first meeting. After this, a meeting was held every week, at which a lecture was given for the purpose of giving information, and for the admission of members, and 8 each week were added during the summer. In the fall, I went back to Portsmouth to attend to my business there, and see to the society which had been formed in that place. After staying in Portsmouth a few weeks to give information to the people, and procuring a stock of medicine, I made arrangements to return to Eastport, and sometime in the month of October, I set sail for that place, taking with me my apprentice and Stephen Sewell. On my arrival, I introduced Mr. Carpenter as my apprentice, and got Mr. Sewell into a school as an assistant, in which he had $15 a month, and all his leisure time he attended to gain information of the practice. I took a small shop, and put into it a good assortment of medicine, and attended to practice till I had got Mr. Carpenter introduced among the people. While practicing here, I frequently heard of the abuse and scandal towards me and my practice, from Mrs. Lovett, the old woman before mentioned, as the nurse of her son's wife, whom I cured of the dropsy. This old woman was a singular character, and was called a witch by the people. I have no faith in these kind of things, yet her conduct, and certain circumstances that took place, were very extraordinary, and puzzled and astonished me more than anything I had ever met with, and which I have never been able to account for to this day. Mr. Carpenter was attending a man, where this woman often visited, who had the consumption, and his child, which was sick and had fits. He came to me and said that the medicine he gave would not have its usual effect, that the emetic, instead of causing them to vomit, would make them choke and almost strangle. I attended them myself, and on giving the medicine, it would operate on the man, and not on the child at one time, and the next time on the child and not on him. Sometimes the child would lay in fits, for a whole night, and nothing would have any effect upon it. In the morning it would come out of them and appear to be quite bright and lively. I had never known the medicine to fail of producing some effect before, where the patient was not so far gone as not to have life enough left to build upon. I can give no reason for this strange circumstance, satisfactory to myself, or which would be thought reasonable by the readers. The old woman, before mentioned, was frequently in and out of the house where the man and child were, and seemed to be very much interested about them, when she was gone the child would frequently go into violent fits, and when I steamed it, it was said the old woman would be in great distress. It caused much conversation among the neighbors. They believed it to be the power of witchcraft, and that the old woman had a control over the destinies of the man and child, and was determined to destroy them, in order to get her revenge on me. I have no belief in these things, but must confess that her strange conduct, and the extraordinary circumstances attending the whole affair, baffled me more than anything I had ever met with before. I was unable to do anything for these two patients, except sometimes by a temporary relief. They continued to grow worse, and finding it not in my power to do them any good, I left them, and they both soon after died. Whether the extraordinary circumstances attending the two cases above stated were caused by a stratagem of the doctors, in which the old woman was made their agent, to injure me by causing in some way or other poisonous medicines to be administered to them in order to prevent my medicine from having any salutary effect, is what I do not feel disposed to assert as a fact. But the many cases in which I have been certain that such things have been done by the faculty, and their enmity and uniform opposition to my practice, both at this place and elsewhere, as well as the confession made by the old woman, would tend strongly to confirm such a belief. I could mention a great number of facts in addition to what I have said in regard to this affair, if necessary, which appeared very extraordinary to me and all who witnessed them, but I think that enough has been said on the subject, and shall leave it to the public to decide between us. There were 5 doctors at Eastport when I went there, who had a plenty of business, but my success was so great, and the people became so well satisfied of the superiority of my system of practice over theirs, that they were soon relieved from most of their labors, and in a short time after, 3 of them had to leave the place for want of employment. I made arrangements to go back to Portsmouth to spend the winter, and to leave Mr. Carpenter with the care of my business and practice at Eastport, under the protection of John Bergin, Esquire, a man who has been particularly friendly to me on all occasions. I told him if he would be faithful in my business and in selling medicine, that he should have half the profits after the money was collected, and in December I took passage for Portsmouth. We had a long and tedious passage of 18 days, the vessel took fire and our lives were exposed, but we were fortunate enough to extinguish it without much damage. I stopped in Portsmouth and practiced some time, then went to see my family, where I remained the rest of the winter, in which time I was employed in collecting and preparing medicine. I returned to Portsmouth in the spring of 1812, and after making the necessary arrangements, I set sail for Eastport, where I arrived about the 1st of May. I made a settlement with Mr. Bergin, and paid him $63 for the board of Mr. Carpenter, and for shop rent. Then furnished the shop with a complete stock of medicine, to which I added cordials and spirits, the whole of which amounted to about $1,200. There was a great call for medicine this spring, and also for practice. After arranging my business, I concluded to return to Portsmouth. A short time before I came away, a Mr. Whitney came to me for assistance, and purchased a right. About the same time, a Mr. McFadden applied also for assistance, who had the consumption. I left them both under the care of Mr. Carpenter, and immediately sailed for Portsmouth, where I arrived in safety. Soon after my arrival there, I found there was going to be a war with Great Britain, in consequence of which, I returned immediately back to Eastport to settle my affairs in that place. In a short time after my arrival there, the declaration of war came on, and I made the best arrangements of my business I could, leaving Mr. Carpenter with directions, if there should anything happen in consequence of the war, so as to be necessary for him to leave the island, to come to Portsmouth. Before leaving the place, I called on him for some money, and all he could pay me was $64, which was but $1 more than I had paid for his board and shop rent. The people were in such confusion it was impossible to get a settlement with anyone. I left Mr. Whitney and Mr. McFadden in his care, and left the island about the middle of June, and arrived in Portsmouth in 48 hours, where I remained the greater part of the summer, during which time I had constant practice, and formed some regulations for the society, which was established there, for the purpose of greater facility in communicating information of my system of practice to the people who wished my assistance. In the fall of this year I published my pamphlet of directions, as many were urgent that I should not leave the place destitute of the knowledge of my practice and medicine. Many persons who had been the most urgent for me to give them information now became the most backward, and complained that the restrictions were too hard with regard to their giving the information to others, some of whom had never done the least thing to support the practice or me. When any of them were sick, they were ready enough to call on me for assistance, and if I relieved them quick, they thought it worth nothing, and they run out against my practice, saying I deserved no pay. This sort of treatment I have met with from a certain class of people in all places where I have practiced. I was treated with much attention when they were in danger from sickness, but when I had cured them I was thought no more of. This kind of ingratitude I have experienced a pretty large share of during my practice. In the month of October, having got my business arranged, and a stock of medicine prepared, I returned to Eastport. On my arrival there I went to my shop, and found that Mr. Carpenter had gone home, and Mr. McFadden and a Mr. Harvey, left very sick, and only a boy to take care of them and the shop. Mr. McFadden was very low with a consumption, and unable to lay down. I found there was no regulation of the business in the shop, and the property I had, chiefly gone. I was obliged to pay every attention to the sick men that had been left in this manner without assistance. I attended Mr. Harvey, and got him well enough to go home in a few days, and Mr. McFadden was so put to it for breath and was so distressed, that I had to be with him night and day for 6 weeks and 3 days, when Mr. Carpenter returned. Previous to this, I found that Mr. McFadden had put his farm into the hands of Mr. Carpenter as security for his attending him in his sickness, and as he had no relations the remainder to go to him and me. On inquiry into the business I found that he had taken a deed in his own name and that all the bills and accounts for his practice and medicine in my absence were in his own name. I asked him for a settlement and he refused. I then asked him what he meant by his conduct. He said he owed me nothing, and bid me defiance, saying if I chose I might take the steps of the law. I could not conceive what he meant by treating me in this manner, till after making further inquiry, I found that he had formed a connection in a family, that he had been advised to take the course he did, and as I had no receipt for the property, or any written agreement to support my claim, he could do with me as he pleased, and keep everything for his own benefit. The night after he returned, and before I had any knowledge of his intentions, he had robbed the shop of all the accounts, notes, bills, and all other demands, so that I knew no more about the business than a stranger. I frequently tried to get a settlement with Carpenter, but he said he had none to make with me. Mr. McFadden died shortly after, and Carpenter came forward and claimed all his property, saying that it was all willed to him. I asked him why it should be willed to him, when I had borne the expense and done the principal part of the labor in taking care of him in his sickness. He said I must look to him for my pay. I told him that it was very singular that my apprentice had become my master in 1 year. He denied that he was my apprentice, and said that he was a partner, but I had said in order to encourage him to be faithful and do well by me, he should have half the profits of the practice, and that I had no idea of his having the whole of my property, because I made him this promise. All I could say I found would have no effect, for the more I tried to reason with him, the more obstinate and impudent he was. He even went so far as to say that the shop and all that was in it was his, and that I had nothing to do with it. He called a witness and forbid my having any concern in the shop. I found there was no other way for me, but to turn him out and get rid of him in the best manner I could, to effect which I applied to the owner of the shop and got a writing to prove my claim to the possession, and immediately took measures to get rid of him. He made all the opposition, and gave me all the trouble he could. He went into the shop while I was absent, and began to throw the property out into the street, but I soon put a stop to his career, and secured the property from his reach. He still held all my books and accounts, which put my business into such confusion that I was unable to collect any of the demands that were due, and the only remedy I had was to advertise him as my apprentice, and forbid all persons having any dealings with him on my account, or settling with him. My loss by the dishonest conduct of this man was very considerable, besides the injury to my feelings from his base ingratitude to me. For I had taken him from a state of poverty and distress, supported him for a long time when he was of very little benefit to me, and had instructed him in my system of practice, and given him all the information in my power, had introduced him into practice, and given him every encouragement to enable him not only to assist me in supporting my system of practice, but to benefit himself. And after all this, for him to turn against me and treat me in the manner he did, was a deeper wound to my feelings than the loss of my property. After having got clear of Carpenter, I hired a young man whom I had cured and given information to, and put him into the shop, and agreed to pay his board for 1 year, and then returned to Portsmouth. As Carpenter had bid me defiance, and threatened to sell my rights, and give information to anyone who would buy of him, and likewise I found that there was another plot got up to destroy me. A petition had been sent on to the legislature, to have a law passed against quackery, in which I was named, and there can be no doubt but that the whole object of it was to stop my practice. I was at a stand, and put to much perplexity to know what course it was best to steer. I found I had enemies on every hand, and was in danger of falling by some one of them. Everything seemed to conspire against me, but I had some friends who have never forsaken me. My courage remained good, and my spirits were never depressed, and it appeared to me that the more troubles I had to encounter, the more firmly I was fixed in my determination to persevere unto the last. When I had maturely considered the subject in all its bearings, and exercised my best abilities in devising some plan by which I could extricate myself from the dangers which threatened me on every hand, and to prevent those rights, which 20 years' labour, with much suffering and great expense had given me a just claim to, from being wrested from me, I finally came to the conclusion that there was only one plan for me to pursue with any chance of success, and that was to go on to Washington, and obtain a patent for my discoveries, and put myself and medicine under the protection of the laws of my country, which would not only secure to me the exclusive right to my system and medicine, but would put me above the reach of the laws of any state. After coming to the conclusion to go on to the seat of government and apply for a patent, made all necessary preparation for the journey, and started from Portsmouth on the 7th of February, and arrived at Washington on the 23rd. The next day after my arrival, I waited on Captain Nicholas Gilman of Exeter, showed him my credentials, and asked his advice, what I must do to obtain my object. He said that he thought it could not be made explicit enough to combine the system and practice, without being too long. He however advised me to carry my petition to the Patent Office, which was then under the control of Mr. Monroe, Secretary of State. I went to the Patent Office, and found that Dr. Thornton was the clerk, and presented him my petition. He asked me many questions, and then said I must call again. I called again the next day, and he said the petition was not right, that I must specify the medicine, and what disorder it must be used in. He said that those medicines in general terms to cure everything, was quackery, that I must particularly designate the medicine, and state how it must be used, and in what disease. I then waited on Martin Chittenden, late governor of Vermont, who was at Washington, and asked his assistance. He was from the same town where my father lived, and readily consented. We made out the specifications in as correct a manner as we could, and the next day I carried them to the Patent Office, and gave them to Dr. Thornton. He complained much about its being too short a system, and put me off once more. I applied again and asked him for my patent, but he said I had not got the botanic names for the articles, and referred me to Dr. Mitchell, of New York, who was in the House of Representatives. I applied to him, and requested him to give the botanic names to the articles mentioned in my petition. He wrote them, and I carried them to Dr. Thornton, but he was unable to read some of the names. One in particular, he said I must go again to Dr. Mitchell, and get him to give it in some other words, and not tell him that he could not read it. I went, and the doctor wrote the same word again, and then wrote, "Orth Snapdragon," which I carried to Dr. Thornton, and requested him to put in the patent my names, and record it for himself, Snapdragon, or any other name he chose. He then talked about sending me to Philadelphia, to Dr. Barton, to get his names. I found he was determined to give me all the trouble he could, and if possible to defeat my getting a patent, and I intimated that I should go with my complaint to Mr. Monroe, upon which he seemed a little more disposed to grant my request, and said he would do without Dr. Barton's names. He then went to work to make out the patent, and when he came to the article of myrrh, he found much fault about that, and said it was good for nothing. I told him that I paid for the patent, and if it was good for nothing it was my loss. After much trouble, I got it made out according to my request, and the medicine to be used in fevers, colics, dysenteries, and rheumatisms. He then asked me if I wanted any additions, and I told him to add, the 3 first numbers may be used in any other case to promote perspiration, or as an emetic, which he did. I then had to go to the Treasury office and pay my money and bring him duplicate receipts. After all this trouble, I at length succeeded in obtaining my patent according to my request, which was completed and delivered to me on the 3rd day of March, 1813. The next day after I had completed my business was the day of inauguration of the President of the United States, and I had the curiosity to stay and see the ceremonies on that occasion. After the ceremonies were over, I went to the stage office and found that the seats were all engaged for a fortnight, and was obliged to stay till the 13th before I could get a passage. I then took passage in the stage and came on to Philadelphia, where I remained several days for the purpose of seeing Doctors Rush and Barton, to confer with them upon the subject of introducing my system of practice to the world. I spent considerable time with Dr. Barton, but Dr. Rush was so much engaged that I was unable to have but little conversation more than stating my business. He treated me with much politeness, and said that whatever Dr. Barton agreed to, he would give his consent, so that my business was chiefly with the latter gentleman. I asked him many questions concerning my system and patent, and requested his advice of the best mode of introducing it. He advised me to make friends of some celebrated doctors, and let them try the medicine, and give the public such recommendation of it as they should deem correct. I told him that I feared that if I should do so, they would take the discovery to themselves, and deprive me of all credit or benefit from my labors, and asked him if he thought that would not be the case. He said it might with some, but he thought there were some of the profession honorable enough not to do it. I asked him if he would make a trial of it himself, and give it such credit as he should find it to deserve. He said that if I would trust it in his hands, he should be pleased, and would do justice to me and the cause. I accordingly left some of the medicine with him, with directions how to use it, but before I received any return from him, he died, and Dr. Rush also died some time previous, by which means I was deprived of the influence of these two men, which I was confident would otherwise have been exerted in my favor. During my interviews with Dr. Barton, we had much conversation upon the subject of the medical skill, and he being quite sociable and pleasant, I expressed myself very freely upon the fashionable mode of practice used by the physicians of the present day. He acknowledged there was no art or science so uncultivated as that of medicine. I stated to him pretty fully my opinion of the absurdity of bleeding to cure disease, and pointed out its inconsistency, inasmuch as the same method was made use of to cure a sick man as to kill a well beast. He laughed and said it was strange logic enough. While in the city of Philadelphia, I examined into their mode of treating the yellow fever, and found to my astonishment that the treatment prescribed by Dr. Rush was to bleed twice a day for 10 days. It appeared to me very extraordinary to bleed 20 times to cure the most fatal disease ever known, and am confident that the same manner of treatment would kill 1/2 of those in health. This absurd practice being followed by the more ignorant class of the faculty, merely because it has been recommended in some particular cases by a great man, has, I have not the least doubt, destroyed more lives than has ever been killed by powder and ball in this country in the same time. Those I met in the streets, who had escaped the fatal effect of bleeding, mercury, and other poisons, carried death in their countenance, and on conversing with them, they said they had never been well since they had the fever, that they took so much mercury and opium, they were afraid that they were in a decline. After remaining in Philadelphia about 2 weeks, I went in the stage to New York, where I obtained a passage in a coaster, and arrived in Portsmouth on the 5th day of April. Immediately after my arrival at Portsmouth, I gave public notice in the newspapers of my having obtained a patent, and forbid all persons trespassing upon it under the penalty of the law in such cases provided, and prepared and published a handbill, in which I gave a description of the nature of disease on the constitution of man, and also the conditions of disposing of the right of using my system of practice. And taking a number of the handbills with me, sat out for Eastport, where I arrived about the 1st of May. On my arrival, the handbills were circulated among the people, which caused considerable stir among them, particularly with the doctors, who seemed surprised that I had obtained a patent. I again called on Mr. Carpenter for a settlement, but could obtain none, for his friends advised against it, telling him that he could still pursue the practice in spite of my patent, by calling the medicine by different names. I furnished my shop with a stock of medicine, and made an agreement with Mr. Moe, the young man whom I had employed since carpenter was dismissed, to continue the practice for me, and take charge of my business at this place. My expenses for his wages, board, and shop rent were about $1 per day, and the amount of the practice and sale of medicine was about $100 per month. While at Eastport, I met with a loss, which I will mention, to show the hard fortune I had to contend with. Wishing to send $100 to my friend Judge Rice, in part payment for what I owed him, took two $50 bills, and went to the post office and gave them to the postmaster, with a letter directed to Alexander Rice, Esquire, Portsmouth, requesting him to secure them in the letter in a proper manner, and send it on. The letter was never received in Portsmouth, and no traces of it could be found. I had strong suspicions that the postmaster at Eastport destroyed the letter and kept the money. I made arrangements to inquire further into his conduct, but shortly after he fell from a precipice and was killed, which put a stop to pursuing the subject any further, so it turned out a total loss to me. After settling my business in Eastport, I returned to Portsmouth, where I stopped but a short time, and taking Mr. Sewell with me, went to Portland, to introduce my practice in that place. On our arrival, I advertised my patent in the newspapers, and had handbills printed and circulated among the people, giving the conditions on which I should practice, and the manner of selling family rights, to those who wished the use of my practice and medicine, and that I should attend to no case except such as wished to purchase the rights, to give them information, and prove the utility of the medicine. I gave the information to Mr. Fouquet, where we boarded, and a right of using the medicine for himself and family, and gave information to several of his workmen. Soon after making myself known, I had a great number of desperate cases put under my charge, all of which were cured, or essentially relieved. My success in the cases I attended, most of which were such as had been given over by the doctors, caused great alarm among those professional gentlemen who are styled regular physicians, and I experienced the same opposition from them that I had met with in other places. I was followed by them, or their spies, and all kinds of false and ridiculous reports were circulated among the people to frighten and prejudice them against me and my medicine. Soon after coming to this place, I was called on by Captain John Alden, to attend his wife, who was in a very alarming situation. She was in a state of pregnancy, and had the dropsy, and was then, as she supposed, several weeks over her time. She had been in the same situation once before, and was delivered by force, and came very near losing her life. The doctors gave it as their opinion, that if she should ever be so again, she would certainly die. I told him that I did not attend on any except those who wished to purchase the right, in which cases I would give them the information. I explained to him the principles upon which my system was founded, and he purchased a right, after which I attended upon his wife, and found her very low. She had not lain in bed for 3 weeks, being so put to it for breath when she lay down, was obliged to get immediately up again. I carried her through a course of the medicine 3 times in 5 days, during which she was reduced in size about 8 inches, her travail then came on natural, and in about 2 hours she was delivered of a daughter, and they both did well. She was able to come downstairs in 1 week, and in 2 weeks was well enough to be about the house. This cure so alarmed the doctors, that they circulated a story at a distance, where the facts were not known, that I was so ignorant of this woman's situation, that I killed her immediately, but the woman and her husband gave me all credit for the cure, and appeared very grateful to me for it. During the summer, a son of Captain Alden was violently seized with the spotted fever. He was taken very suddenly, when at the pump after water, fell and was brought into the house senseless. I attended him, and his jaws being set, administered a strong solution of numbers 1, 2, and 6, by putting my finger between his cheek and teeth, and pouring in the medicine, squeezing it round to the back of his teeth, and as soon as it reached the roots of his tongue, his jaws came open. I then poured down more of the medicine, and soon after swallowing it, his senses came to him, and he spoke. He appeared like a person waking out of a sleep. As soon as the warm effect of the medicine was over, he relapsed, and life seemed to go down with the heat. I found that I could not restore him till I could rarefy or lighten the air. I laid him across the laps of 3 persons, shielding him from external air with a blanket, and put under him a pan with a hot stone in it about half immersed in hot water. While over this steam, again gave the medicine, which raised a perspiration, and as the heat raised inside, life gained in proportion, and when the perspiration had gained, so as to be equal to a state of health, the natural vigor of life and action was restored. I was called on to attend a woman who had a relax, and in a few visits restored her to health. One night about midnight I was sent for to visit this woman in consequence of their being alarmed about her, the cause of which I could never learn, for on my arrival she was as well as usual. I returned immediately home and was soon after taken in a violent manner with the same disease, and was so bad as not to be able to do anything for myself. Mr. Sewell attended upon me, and did all he could, which had no effect. I was persuaded that I should not live 3 days unless I could get some relief. I had no pain and everything I took passed through me in 2 minutes, nothing seemed to warm me. I sent and obtained some butternut bark, boiled it, and took some as strong as it could be made. As soon as it began to operate, I followed it with brandy and loaf sugar burnt together, till it became a syrup. This soon put me in pain. I then followed my general rule of treatment, and was soon relieved. While at Portland, I was sent for to see a Mr. Mason, who was very sick, and it was expected that he would not live through the night. He had been attended by the doctors of the town, for a sore on his nose, which was much inflamed. They had given him so much saltpetre to kill the heat that they almost killed him. I had the hardest trial to save his life of anyone I ever attended, and was obliged to carry him through a course of medicine 2 or 3 times a week for 3 months, besides visiting him every day. The doctors said he would certainly die, and if he did, they meant to take me up for murder, and every means were resorted to, by discouraging him and other ways, to prevent his getting well, and when he got so as to be about, and it was decided that he was going to recover under the operation of the medicine, one who pretended to be his friend gave him a bottle of pepper vinegar. I had made a free use of this article in his case, and he took some of what was given him by this friend, and he soon grew worse. The man who gave him the pepper vinegar often inquired how he did, and when told that he was worse, he would say that I should kill him. I could not ascertain the reason of this patient being affected in the manner he was, till Mr. Sewell took some of the same, and was immediately taken in the same manner as the sick man. He took medicine and got over it, and, in a short time after, took some more, and was attacked in a similar manner. I then began to mistrust that there was something in the pepper vinegar, and on examining it, was satisfied that it had been poisoned to destroy the patient, in order to take advantage of me. I was obliged to carry them both through a course of the medicine, and they afterwards had no such turns. This patient, after about 3 months' close attention, gained so as to enjoy a comfortable state of health. The undertaking was very tedious on my part. I should be hardly willing to go through the same process again, for any sum whatever. The destructive effects of saltpetre is the worst of any poison I ever undertook to clear the system of. The only method I have found successful is to give number 1 and number 2, and throw all of it out of the stomach that can possibly be done, and by steaming keep the heat of the body above it. All other poisons can be eradicated by the common course of medicine. I was called on to attend the sick from all quarters, but few of them were able to purchase the information, and many who had it have never paid anything. The people generally were well satisfied with its utility. My friends were very zealous in introducing it among the people, but my opponents were not slack in doing everything in their power to prejudice the public against me and the medicine. The doctors seemed much troubled at the success of the practice, many having been cured who were given over by them. One woman, who had been unable to walk for about 9 months, after having been confined, and the doctors could not help her, was attended by Mr. Sewell, and in a short time restored to a comfortable state of health, which gave them great offence, and some of them published in the newspapers, part of my trial for murder, in order to prejudice the public against me. I prepared an answer, but they had so much influence with the printers, that I was unable to get it inserted. They had the meanness to circulate the report that I acknowledged the fact, because I did not answer their statement. Thus have the faculty, by such unprincipled conduct, managed to keep the people blind to the benefit they might receive from the use of the medicine, for the purpose of keeping up their own credit and making them tributary to themselves, without regard to the public good. This season I went to Eastport, and collected some money to pay my friend Rice, and thinking to make some profit, laid it out in fish, and sent it to Portland, consigned to my friend Fouquet. When I went there myself, sold the fish to him. I afterwards made a settlement with him, and took his note for $163, which he agreed to pay Judge Rice, as he was going to Boston in a short time, and he would call on him at Portsmouth for that purpose. I then went home to see my family, and in about 6 months after, returned to Portsmouth, and on calling on Judge Rice, found to my surprise that Mr. Fiquet had not paid the money, that he had failed, and there was no chance for me to get anything of him. So I was again disappointed in my expectations of paying this demand, and it appeared to me that all my hard earnings would be sacrificed to pay the expense of persecutions, but my friend Rice was very indulgent, and instead of complaining, did all he could to encourage me and keep up my spirits. In the fall of the year 1813, I started from Portland to go to Eastport, and took Mr. Sewell with me, in order to try to get a settlement with Mr. Carpenter, as he knew all the particulars of the agreement between us. After suffering many hardships, and being at great expense, in consequence of having to go part of the way by water, and part by land, owing to the war that then existed, we arrived there on the 12th day of November. On my arrival, I made inquiry concerning my affair with Carpenter, and ascertained what proof I could obtain to support an action against him for the property he had wronged me out of, and after making an unsuccessful attempt to get my account books out of his hands, brought an action against him for the property left in his possession, this being the only way in which I could bring him to an account. After much time and expense, I at last obtained a judgment against him, got out an execution, which was levied on the land he had unjustly got a deed of, and it was finally appraised to me. And after having to get a writ of ejectment to get Mr. Tuttle out of possession of it, who claimed it under a pretended deed from Carpenter, to prevent it from being attached, I at last got the farm, which had cost in getting it more than it was worth, so I had to put up with the loss of all my earnings at Eastport for 2 years, with the loss of medicine sold by Carpenter, all of which amounted to not less than $1,500. I returned to Portland, where I remained to attend to my practice and the society that had been formed there, for considerable time. And after settling and arranging my business as well as I could, left Mr. Sewell in charge of all my affairs there, and in January, 1814, returned to Portsmouth, which place I made the principal depot of my medicines, having previous to my returning from the eastward, made arrangements with my agents to supply them, and all others who had purchased the rights, with such medicine as they might want, by their applying to me for them. I had laid in a large stock, the value of which I estimated to be about $1,000. I went to Boston and Salem to procure some articles that could not be obtained elsewhere, in order to complete my stock. When absent, the great fire took place at Portsmouth, and all my stock of medicine was consumed. This was a very serious loss to me, not only in a pecuniary point of view, but it disarranged all my plans, and put it out of my power to supply those who I knew depended upon me for all such articles as were most important in the practice. The season was so far advanced that it was impossible to obtain a new recruit of most of the articles, and I was obliged to collect a part of what had been sent to different places, in order to be able to supply, in the best manner I could, such demands for medicine as I should be called on for. In doing this, I was put to great trouble and expense, and in order to make myself whole, was under the necessity of raising the price of the medicine 50%. This caused much grumbling and complaint from the members of the societies in different places, and was taken advantage of by my enemies to injure me all they could. I sent in the estimate of my loss, by the committee, who had the charge of the money contributed by the people in different parts, for the relief of the sufferers by the fire, and afterwards called on them, with an expectation of receiving my share, but they said my loss was of such a nature that they could not give me anything, as I should be able to collect another supply the next season, and I never received a cent from them. In addition to my loss by the fire, and other difficulties I had to encounter, and while I was at Portsmouth using all my exertions to replenish my stock of medicine, and assist those who were suffering from disease and needed the benefit of my practice, I received information from Portland that the doctors had obtained one of my books of direction, which was published expressly for the information of those who purchased the right of using my system of practice, and had some knowledge of it by verbal and other instruction, had printed an edition of it, and advertised them for sale at 37.5 cents a copy. They stated in their advertisements that this invaluable work, which had heretofore been selling for $20, may now be had for 37.5 cents, and sent them to all places where my societies had been formed, and my practice had been introduced, for the purpose of putting me down and preventing the use of my medicine. But after all this pitiful attempt to do me the great injury which they so fondly anticipated, they gained nothing by it, except it was the contempt of all the honest part of society, who were knowing to the circumstances. To put a stop to these practices, and prevent the public from being imposed upon, I caused a notice to be published in the Portsmouth and Portland papers, cautioning the people against buying these books, or making use of the medicine, and trespassing on my patent, under the penalty of the law in such cases provided, and also offered a reward of $50 to anyone who would give information of any doctor who should trespass on my patent, and $10 for anyone who should be found guilty of selling the books. This put a stop to the sale of the books, and prevented them from doing me any injury by this trick, for those concerned in this disgraceful maneuver were compelled to acknowledge that my agents could sell more books at $20 than they could at 37.5 cents. I continued in Portsmouth, after the loss I met with from the fire, informing the people in that place and vicinity, until I collected another assortment of medicine, during which time 50 members were added to the society there. I appointed Mr. John Locke as my agent in Portsmouth, and the society accepted of him as such, to take the management of the practice, and supply them with medicine. I agreed to allow him 25% on the sale of rights, and in 18 months he added about 40 members to the society. He conducted himself with the greatest propriety in the performance of all the duties assigned him, and in this, as well as in all other concerns, which I had with him, has given me the highest satisfaction. I mention this tribute of praise to his fidelity, the more readily, as he is one of the very few whom I have put confidence in, that I have found honest enough to do justice to me and the people. It has generally been the case, with those I have appointed as agents, that as soon as they have been sufficiently instructed to attend to the practice with success, and give satisfaction to the people, that they have made it a matter of speculation, and have, by all the means that they could devise, attempted to get the lead of the practice into their own hands, and deprive me of the credit and profits of my own discovery. And when I have found out their designs, and put a stop to their career by depriving them of their agency, they have uniformly turned against me and done everything in their power to injure me and destroy the credit of the medicine. Footnote: a further notice will be taken of this agent in another place. This kind of conduct has been a very serious evil, and has caused me much trouble and expense, besides destroying the confidence of the people in the beneficial effects of the medicine and practice, and keeping back the information necessary for its being properly understood by them. This, however, has not been the case with all that I have entrusted with the care of my business as agents, for some of them have been uniformly honest and faithful, both to me and to those to whom they have given the information. While Mr. Locke was acting as my agent at Portsmouth, he gave offence, by his faithful and upright conduct, to some members of the society, who wanted to reap all the advantages and profits without any labour or expense. They made complaint to me of his conduct, and wished him turned out, but on asking them for their charges against him, they said he speculated on the medicine, and sold it 1/3 higher than I did. I told them that I had been obliged to raise the price, in consequence of my loss by the fire, and that he was not to blame for it. They, however, persisted in their complaints, and after finding that they could not make me turn against him, they turned against me. After making further inquiries into the subject, I satisfied myself of their reasons for wishing Mr. Locke turned out of the agency. A man by the name of Holman, whom I had for years previous cured of a consumption, as has been before related, and to whom I had given the information, and authorized to form a society at Hopkinton, where he had practiced 3 years without making me any returns, had returned to Portsmouth and practiced with Mr. Locke as an assistant. This man formed a plan to have Mr. Locke turned out in order to get his place himself, and had managed so as to gain over to his side a number of the society, who joined with him in effecting this object. They made use of all kinds of intrigue to get the control of the practice out of my hands, by offering to buy the right for the county, and many other ways, but I understood their designs, and refused all their offers. At the next annual meeting of the society, Holman was chosen their agent without my consent, and I refused to authorize him to give information, for he had deceived me before, by saying, on his return to Portsmouth, that he could not form a society at Hopkinton, which I had found out to be false, and many other things in his conduct had caused me to be much dissatisfied with all he did, that I declined having anything further to do with him. he persisted in practicing, and in 18 months, by his treacherous conduct, run down the credit of the medicine and practice, and broke up the society, after it had, the 18 months previous, got under good way by Mr. Locke's agency, and was in a very prosperous condition. I had good reason to believe that Holman was employed by my enemies to break me up in this place, and destroy the credit of the medicine, for when I was absent, I ascertained that he gave saltpetre and other poisons, under the pretence that by giving it the night before it would prepare the stomach for my medicine to be taken in the morning. This was like preparing overnight to build a fire in the morning, by filling the fireplace with snow and ice. After preparing the stomach in this way, the medicine would have no beneficial effects, and he would then place the patient over a steam, which caused them to faint. In this way he proved to the members of the society that my mode of practice was bad, and thus used his influence to destroy the credit of my medicine in their minds, and make them believe that I had deceived them. His practice turned out very unsuccessful, and he lost many of his patients. He had lost more in 6 months than I had lost in 6 years, which I imputed entirely to his bad conduct. After my return, finding how things were situated in regard to the practice, that all the credit I had gained by 7 years' labour had been destroyed in 18 months, led me to make a particular inquiry into the cause. On visiting his patients I found some of the pills made of saltpetre, and also some opium pills, which he had been in the habit of administering secretly to his patients under the name of my medicine. And after collecting an assortment of his poison, I called a meeting of the society, and proved to them that he had made use of these poisons under the pretence of giving my medicine, and also that he had confessed to have given tobacco, when called on to administer my medicine, all of which satisfied the society so well of the baseness of the conduct of their agent, that they immediately passed a vote, dismissing him from his agency. A committee was appointed to investigate the whole of his conduct, and publish a statement of the same, in order to do away the false impression that had been made on the public mind, and convince them that the bad success of this man's practice had been owing to his own wicked conduct and not to any fault in the medicine. I was never able, however, to get this committee to meet and attend to the duty assigned them by the society, although they confessed themselves satisfied of the truth of my charges against Holman, and of the injury I had sustained by his conduct. And after waiting 6 months, and finding that they were more willing that I should suffer, than that the blame should fall where it justly belonged, I left them to their more fashionable practice, and withdrew all my medicine from the place. In the spring of the year of 1814, I wrote to Mr. Moe, my agent at Eastport, to leave that place, in consequence of the war becoming troublesome, and come to Portsmouth. He came up in May. I took him with me and went to Surrey, where we continued through the summer, and he assisted me in carrying on my farm, and collecting an assortment of medicine. In August, we went to Onion River, where my father resided, to make a visit, and collect some articles of medicine, that could not be obtained in Surrey. After my return, Mr. Moe went to Portsmouth, and I remained at home till after the harvesting was over, then went to Portsmouth, to collect medicine, and attended to some practice. Some time in December, I returned home, and found an express had been there for me to go to Guildford, sent by Mr. Davis, whom I had attended the year before at Portsmouth. I went with all speed, and found his wife sick with a consumption. I attended her a few days, to give them information, and sold him the right of using the medicine, and also sold some rights to others. I then returned to Portsmouth, and sent Mr. Moe to Guildford to practice, and give information to those who had purchased the rights, where he remained till spring. During the time Mr. Moe was at Guildford, he was very successful in his practice, and made some remarkable cures. Great opposition was made to his practice, by the doctors, and all the false representations made about it that they could invent, to prejudice the minds of the people against the medicine and stop its being introduced among them. After this, another plan was got up to injure me. Societies were formed in the manner I had formed mine, and members were admitted for $2. The only information given them was to furnish each member with one of the pamphlets, containing my directions, which had been stolen from a woman and published at Portland, without my knowledge. In this manner, my system of practice, in the hands and under the superintendence of those who were endeavoring to destroy me, became popular in Guildford and the towns adjacent, and had become so important, that a general invitation was given throughout the neighboring towns for the people to come and join them in the great improvement of restoring the health of mankind. Thus did these professional gentlemen tamper with my rights and the credulity of the people, for the pitiful purpose of injuring me, by pretending to sell all my information for $2, for which I asked 20, and in their hands called it honorable, scientific knowledge. After these trespasses had become open and general, and the people had been invited to join in it, my agent at Guildford wrote me a letter, giving information of the transaction, and I went there to see to it. On my arrival, I conversed with those who had purchased their rights of me or my agent. They informed me of the facts as above related, and said that they had been solicited to join the society that had been formed, and they wished my advice, whether they should attend a general meeting which was to be held in about a fortnight. I told them that they had better attend. They then asked me if they should be asked for information, what they should do about giving it. I told them that I thought people joined societies to get information, and not to give it. I employed an attorney to proceed against those who trespassed, and have them punished according to law, in such cases provided, and returned to Portsmouth. And here the matter rested, as I heard of no further trespass in that quarter. In the month of February, 1815, I had an application to go to Philadelphia and introduce my societies and system of practice in that city. Thinking it not proper to go alone, I made an agreement with Mr. John Locke to go with me, and after we got everything prepared, he started on the 7th in the morning to go in the stage, and I chose to go by water, and sailed the same day in a vessel for New York. We had a long and tedious passage, suffering very much from the cold. We had a gale of wind which blew us off into the Gulf Stream, and we were 200 miles south of our port. On getting into a warmer latitude the weather became warmer, when we were enabled to get clear of the ice, with which the vessel was much burdened, and could set some sail, and we arrived at New York after a very rough passage of 17 days. During the passage, one of the crew had frozen his hands and feet very badly, and when we had got where the weather became warmer, he was in the most extreme pain. He said that it seemed as though the bones of his hands and feet were coming in pieces. His suffering was so great that the tears would run from his eyes, and the sweat down his cheeks with the pain. I was requested by the captain and crew to do something to relieve him. I agreed to do the best I could for him, in the cold and comfortless situation we were in. There was no place to keep a fire under decks, and the weather was so rough that we could seldom keep any in the camboose on deck. I was obliged to administer the medicine according to my judgment in the best manner I could. In the first place I procured handkerchiefs and cloths enough to wrap his hands and feet up in several thicknesses, then wet them well with cold water, and wrapped his hands and feet as well as I could, wetting them with cold water, and put him in his berth, covered well with blankets, and gave him the warmest medicine to take I had with me, and repeated it to keep the inward heat sufficient to cause a free circulation in the limbs. And if his hands and feet grew painful, poured cold water on the cloths, and continued this course of treatment, of keeping the inward heat above the outward, by raising the one and letting down the other, till I got the fountain above the stream, and in about 2 hours, freed him from all pain, to the surprise and astonishment of all the hands on board. When I come to take off the cloths, the blood had settled under the nails and under the skin, which came off without any blister being raised, and before we arrived at New York, he was able to attend his watch. It was said by the captain and crew that this was the most remarkable cure they had ever known, and that if he had been attended in the common form, he would have lost his toes if not his feet, besides suffering much pain and a long confinement. It will be necessary to remark that the greatness of this cure consisted in its simplicity. Any person could have performed the same, who had come to years of discretion, by adopting the same plan, and many times be the means of saving the amputation of limbs. There is no mystery in it. The whole plan consists in keeping the determining power to the surface, from the fountain of the body, which is the stomach, from which all the limbs receive their support and warmth, and when you cannot raise the fountain sufficient to give nature its proper course, you must lower the stream, or outward heat, by keeping the heat down on the limbs, and raising the inward heat, when there can no mortification ever return from the limbs to the body, any more than a log can float against a stream. In the case above stated, before I began to do anything for the man, I duly considered his situation. He had been almost chilled to death by the extreme cold weather, so that his limbs had very little warmth from the body, not enough to bring them to their feeling, until the warm weather raised a fever on the limbs faster than in the body, and in proportion as the heat in the extremities is raised above that in the body, by applying hot poultices or other similar applications, so much will the whole system be disordered, and the parts that have been injured will be extremely painful. And by a continued application of such means, the fever or outward heat will increase by the current being turned inward, till mortification takes place, when the limbs have to be taken off to save life. And in most cases the body has become so much disordered, that they die after all. This may, I am confident, be avoided by understanding my plan of treatment and pursuing it with zeal, particularly in all cases of burns or freezing. On my arrival at New York, I found Mr. Locke, who had come in the stage, and had been waiting for me 10 days. The next morning we started in the stage for Philadelphia, where we arrived that evening, and went to a boarding house and put up for the night. In the morning we went in search of Elder Plumer, with whom I had engaged the fall before, to go to Philadelphia. We found him in the course of the forenoon, and he expressed much joy at our arrival. He preached a lecture that evening, and appointed a meeting at the same place the next evening for me, at which I attended and gave a lecture. There was a large collection of people attended this meeting, and I gave a full and explicit explanation of the principles upon which my system is founded. There were 2 medical students present, and while I was endeavoring to give a view of the formation of the animal creation out of the 4 elements, that heat was life, and cold death, and that the blood was necessary to life, as being the nourishment of the flesh, and inasmuch as it was taken away, so much was life and health diminished. One of them interrupted me and said, that cold was a promotion of life, and that bleeding was beneficial to preserve life also. I answered him by stating, that admitting his doctrine to be true, an animal that had the blood taken from it and was frozen, would be the liveliest creature in the world. This unexpected retort caused a laugh, and the 2 medical gentlemen left the room. I then went on and concluded the explanations I wished to make, which gave general satisfaction to the people present, and 16 signed the articles of agreement that night, to obtain the knowledge of the medicine and practice, to whom I engaged to give information by lectures. We remained there about a week, in which time about 20 bought the right. When we had completed our business at Philadelphia, we went on to Washington, where we remained several days, and had a view of the ruins of the public buildings, which had been destroyed by the British, when they took possession of that city, about 6 months previous to our being there. While at the capital, I had an interview with General Varnum, and some conversation passed between us concerning the Pipsis way, which had been found useful in a case of cancer for which I attended his wife when practicing at Pelham, in the year 1807. He said that it having been found so useful in all cancerous cases, he thought it ought to be published in the newspapers or almanac, for the benefit of those who were afflicted with this dangerous disease, and expressed a wish that I would do it. I told him that I thought it would be better for him to publish it than for me, and he consented, and the next year he published it in the almanac, which was the cause of much speculation in this article, and of which I shall give some account in another part of this work. After staying in Washington a few days, we went to Alexandria, where we remained about a week, in which time I collected some cypress bark, which is known there by the name of poplar, and what we call poplar is by them called quaking asp, on account of the constant shaking of its leaves. While at this place I fell in company with Captain Davis, of Portsmouth, and agreed to take passage with him and return to that place. Arrangements were made for Mr. Locke to return by land, and I directed him to stop at Washington and get a copy of my patent, then to go on to Philadelphia and remain there as long as it should be necessary to give information to those who purchased the rights, or any that should wish to purchase them in that city, and after paying proper attention to them, to return to Portsmouth. I then went on board the vessel and we set sail, and, after a long passage, arrived safe at Portsmouth about the same time that Mr. Locke got there. During this summer, I visited Eastport, Portland, Charlestown, South Reading, and other places where societies had been formed, or rights sold to individuals, to give information to the people. And in all places where I went, found the Book of Directions, which had been clandestinely obtained and published by the doctors and others, to injure me by stopping the sale of rights, selling at 37.5 cents. I was under the necessity of putting an advertisement in the papers, cautioning the people against this imposition, which put a stop to their sale, but great pains were taken by my enemies to circulate them among the people, and this is the way that some of my articles of medicine came to be made use of through the country in colds, such as cayenne, ginger, etc. In 1815 I published another edition of my book of directions, and secured the copyright, but this was reprinted at Taunton, and I advertised it as before, and stopped its progress. In the fall of the year 1815, I went to Cape Cod to procure some marsh rosemary, and collected a quantity, carried it to Portsmouth and prepared it for use. This is the last time I have collected any of this article, and as it becomes scarce, think I shall make no more use of it. It is too cold and binding, without using a large share of bayberry bark and cayenne with it, to keep the saliva free. I have found other articles as substitutes, which answer a better purpose, such as hemlock bark, which I have of late made use of and found very good, white lily roots, witch hazel and raspberry leaves, and sumac berries. The last article is very good alone, steeped and sweetened, and is as pleasant as wine. It is good for children in cases of canker, especially in long cases of sickness when other articles become disagreeable to them. In the spring of the year 1816, I went again to Cape Cod for medicine, and found that the spotted fever, or what was called the cold plague, prevailed there, and the people were much alarmed, as they could get no help from the doctors. I told them I had come after medicine where they were dying for want of the knowledge how to use it. They were desirous for me to try my practice and satisfy them of its utility. A young man in the next house to where I was, being attacked with the fever the day before, went to see him, and the family expressed a wish to have me try my medicine. I put a blanket round him and put him by the fire, took a teaspoonful of composition, and added more No. 2 and as much sugar, put it in a teacup, and poured to it a wine glass of hot water. When cool enough to take, added a teaspoonful of the rheumatic drops. He took it and in 15 minutes was in a free perspiration. He was then put in bed and a hot stone wrapped in wet cloths put to his feet to raise a steam. I then left him in the care of his friends, with some medicine to be given during the night. They kept the perspiration free all night, and in the morning heat had gained the victory, the canker was destroyed, and he was comfortable and soon got well. I attended 3 other persons in one house, who had been sick a longer time, and had taken other medicine, so that it was more difficult to cure them. I steeped No. 3, and poured off half a teacupful and sweetened it, and added half a teaspoonful of No. 2. When cool enough to take, put in 1 teaspoonful of No. 1, and gave it to each of the patients, repeating it once in 15 minutes, till they had taken it 3 times, whether they puked or not in that time, kept a hot stone wrapped in wet cloths at their feet to keep up a steam. While they were under the operation of the puking and sweating, gave them as much cider or water to drink as they required. When they had done vomiting, gave milk porridge freely. As soon as they had done sweating, and their strength had returned, got them up and steamed them as long as they could bear it, then rubbed them over with spirits, water or vinegar, changed their clothes, and they went to bed, or sat up as their strength would permit. I will here remark for the information of the reader, that when the patient is so bad as not to be able to get up, they must be steamed in bed as hot as they can bear it, then set them up on end, rub them as before mentioned, and change their clothes and bed clothes. This last direction is important to be attended to, for if their own clothes are changed without changing the bed clothes, they will absorb a part of the filth that has been discharged through the pores, and add to what remains of the disorder. This precaution is all important in every case of disease, and should be paid particular attention to, in order to guard against taking back any part of what has been thrown off by the operation of the medicine. The nurse or those who attend upon the sick are also in danger from the same cause, and should be particularly careful to guard against taking the disorder by breathing in the foul vapor from the bed clothes, and standing over the patient when under the operation of the medicine, the principal effect of which is to throw off by perspiration and other evacuations, the putrefaction that disease has engendered in the body. To guard against this, take some hot bitters, and keep a piece of ginger root in the mouth, occasionally swallowing some of it. When most exposed, also take a teaspoonful of Nos. 2 and 3, steeped in hot water. When going to bed, 1 ounce of prevention in this way is worth a pound of cure when sick. After relieving these 4 cases, I was sent for to attend a woman who had been sick for a long time. I declined attending any more unless they would by the right. This displeased her so much, because I was not willing to practice and cure all of them for nothing, that she abused me for my declining to attend her. 2 men bought the rights, and they asked me how much I would take for the right of the whole town. I offered it to them for the price of 20 rights, but they said that the sickness had so much abated that the alarm was nearly over, and declined my offer. This disease first appeared in Eastham the forepart of February, in which month 27 died, in March, 14, and 5 in April, making in the whole, 46 in 3 months in this small place. I left some medicine with those who had purchased the rights, and returned to Boston. Within a week after my return from Cape Cod, I received a letter from Eastham, to come there as soon as possible. I took a stock of medicine, and went on there as quick as I could, and on my arrival, found that the fever had again made its appearance among the people, with double fatality. I soon found enough ready to purchase the 20 rights, for which I had offered to sell the right of the whole town. I attended on many of those who had the disease, in company with the 2 men who had purchased the right of me when there before, and instructed them how to carry the patients through a course of the medicine, and they attended and gave information to others. When they could meet together, I gave information by lectures. Those who got the information attended wherever they were wanted. I pursued my usual mode of treatment, by administering the medicine to promote a free perspiration, and when necessary, steamed and gave injections, cleansed the stomach, and cleared off the canker. The success in curing this alarming disease was very great. I stayed about 2 weeks, during which time there were attended with my medicine 34 cases, of whom only 1 died, the rest got well. At the same time, of those who were attended by the regular doctors, 11 out of 12 died, making in the whole upwards of 50 deaths in a short time in this place, which was about 1/12 part of the inhabitants that were at home. The truth of the above statements is authenticated by the certificates of the selectmen of the town, and other respectable inhabitants, which will be inserted in another part of the work. During my stay this time, I attended the husband of the woman who had abused me when here before, at the house of his sister. She came there while I was attending upon her husband, and treated me and him in a most abusive manner, saying that she would die sooner than take any of my medicine, or have anything to do with me. After she had vented her spite to her own satisfaction, she went home, was taken sick on the way, and was one of the last who died with the fever at this time. The people generally treated me with kindness and respect, and took great interest in my cause, and the success of my system of practice, in relieving them from this alarming disease, gave universal satisfaction. I formed those who purchased the rights into a society, and they chose a committee, whom I authorized as agents to sell rights and medicine, but this caused a jealousy among the rest of the members, who said I gave privileges to some more than to others. I have formed 4 societies, and given them certain privileges, by allowing them part of the profits on the sale of rights and medicine, but as soon as there was any funds, it has always created uneasiness among the members. Some of the ignorant and selfish would call for their dividends, as though it was bank stock, instead of feeling grateful for the advantages they enjoy by having their diseases cured, and their minds relieved from the alarming consequences of a disease, with a trifling expense. I have since altered my plan, and now have but 1 society. Every one who purchases a right for himself and family becomes a member of the Friendly Botanic Society, and is entitled to all the privileges of a free intercourse with each other, and to converse with anyone who has bought a right for instruction and assistance in sickness, as each one is bound to give his assistance, by advice or otherwise, when called on by a member. In this way much more good can be done, and there will be much more goodwill towards each other, than where there is any money depending. I had now been in practice, constantly attending upon those laboring under disease, whenever called on, for about 30 years. Had suffered much both in body and mind, from the persecutions I had met with, and my unwearied exertions to relieve the sick, and to establish my system of practice upon a permanent basis, that the people might become satisfied of its superiority over that which is practiced by those styled regular physicians. Putting it in their power to become their own physicians, by enabling every one to relieve themselves and friends from all disease incident to our country, by making use of those vegetable medicines, the produce of our own country, which are perfectly safe and easily obtained. and which, if properly understood, are fully sufficient in all cases of disease, where there can be any chance of cure, without any danger of the pernicious, and often fatal consequences attending the administering those poisons that the fashionable doctors are in the habit of giving to their patients. After having discovered a system, and by much labor and constant perseverance reduced it to practice, in a manner that had given general satisfaction to all who had become acquainted with it, and having secured the same by patent, in order that I might reap some benefit from my discovery, to support me in my old age, having by a long series of attendance on the sick, both as physician and nurse, become almost worn out, I came to the determination to appoint some suitable person, who would do justice to me and the cause, as a general agent, to take the lead in practice, and give the necessary information to those who should purchase the rights, which would enable me to retire from practice and receive a share of the profits as a reward for my long sufferings. After considerable inquiry, I became acquainted with Elias Smith, who was recommended as a man in whom I could confide, and who was every way qualified as a suitable person to engage in the undertaking. I found him in Boston, and in very poor circumstances, having been for many years a public preacher, but in consequence of his often changing his religious principles and engaging in different projects in which he had been unsuccessful, he was now without a society or any visible means of supporting himself and family. He readily engaged with me, and promised to do everything in his power, to promote my interest and extend the usefulness of my system of practice. I sold him a family right in December, 1816, and was in his family during the winter, for the purpose of instructing him in the practice, to qualify him to attend upon the sick, and give information to others. I put the utmost confidence in his honor, and spared no pains in communicating to him, without any reserve whatever, all the knowledge I had gained by my experience, both by practice and verbal instruction, under the expectation that when he became sufficiently acquainted with the system and practice, I should be rewarded for my trouble, by his faithfully performing his duty towards me, according to his promise. I shall make no remark upon my being disappointed in all my expectations in regard to Mr. Smith's conduct, and the treatment I received from him after he had gained a knowledge of the practice from me, to enable him to set up for himself, but shall proceed to give a short account of what took place during my connection with him. The first case I attended with him was in his own family. His son had the itch very badly, so that he was nearly one half of him one raw sore. They had tried the usual remedies without any benefit. I showed him the use of No. 3, to wash with, to stop the smart of the sores, then took some rheumatic drops and added about 1/4 part of spirits of turpentine and washed him with it. This is very painful when applied where the skin is off, to prevent which mix with it some of the wash made of No. 3, at the same time of applying the above, give some of the composition, especially when going to bed, and occasionally give about 15 of the drops, shaken together, on loaf sugar. By pursuing this treatment 1 week this boy was entirely cured. The next case, which was the first we attended together out of his house, was a young woman, who had the ague in her face. I showed him the whole process of curing this complaint, which was done by putting a small quantity of No. 2 in a cloth, and placing it between her cheek and teeth, at the same time giving her some of Nos. 2 and 3 to take, and in 2 hours she was cured. I was constantly with him in practice from February till June, during which time we attended many bad cases with great success. A Mrs. Grover came to his house to be attended, who had the dropsy. She had been given over by her doctor as incurable, and was so much swelled as to be blind, and her body and limbs in proportion. Mr. Smith undertook her case under my direction, and carried her through a course of the medicine every day for 9 days, and then occasionally once or twice a week till she was cured. She was thus attended under my inspection for 3 weeks, and in 4 was entirely cured, for which she gave Mr. Smith about $40. In this case I did a great part of the labor and he got the pay. About the 3rd time of carrying her through a course of the medicine, I was absent, her symptoms appeared unfavorable, and he got frightened. A nurse woman, to whom I had given information, and who had more experience than he had, came to his assistance, and by using injections relieved her, and prevented mortification. The circumstance of this woman proving that she was forward of him in information, seemed to fix in Mr. Smith's mind a dislike to her ever after, as his subsequent treatment of her will show, the particulars of which will be hereafter related. Another case was of a man who came to his house, who was in a declining way, and had taken a great quantity of physic before he came, which would not operate. On taking my medicine, as soon as he began to be warm, so as to cause motion in his bowels, the physic he had before taken operated, and run him down with a relax, then the dysentery set in, and he suffered much with pain, and had discharges of blood. I gave Mr. Smith directions to use injections, to clear his bowels of canker, and prevent mortification, but he neglected it until I had told him 3 days in succession. He then got alarmed and sent for me, but before I arrived he had given an injection, which had relieved the patient. He remained and was attended about 3 weeks, and went home in a comfortable state of health. This man paid Mr. Smith about $30. About the same time, a man by the name of Jennings applied to Mr. Smith, who had lost the use of one of his arms by the rheumatism. He had been attended by the doctor for 9 months, and had been given over by him as incurable. His arm was perished, and he was in poor circumstances. Having paid all he had to the doctor, he wanted relief, but said he could pay nothing for it unless he was cured, so that he could earn something by his labor. Mr. Smith asked me if I was willing to assist to cure him on these terms, to which I agreed. We carried him through a course of the medicine and steaming 2 or 3 times a week for 4 weeks, when a cure was effected. The last time he was carried through was on election day, and he expressed a wish to go on the common in the afternoon, to which I gave encouragement. The medicine was done about 10 o'clock, he was then steamed and washed all over with pepper sauce. He complained bitterly of the heat and threw himself on the bed. I took a spoonful of good cayenne, and put in 2 spoonfuls of pepper sauce, and gave it to him to take. This raised the inward heat so much above the outward, that in 2 minutes he was quite comfortable, and in the afternoon he went on the common. His arm was restored, and he was well from that time. He afterwards, as I have been informed, paid Mr. Smith $40 for the cure. A Mrs. Burley came to his house about this time, who had the rheumatism very badly, so that her joints were grown out of place, and I assisted in attending her. She had never taken much medicine, which made it the easier to cure her, as we had nothing to do but remove the disease, without having to clear the system of poisonous drugs, as is the case in most of those who apply for relief in complaints of long standing. She was carried through the medicine several times and steamed, the last time I attended her, and gave the medicine 3 times as usual, which raised a lively perspiration and a fresh color, showing an equal and natural circulation, but did not sicken or cause her to vomit, as is the case most generally. I mention this to show that the emetic qualities of the medicine will not operate where there is no disease. She was then steamed and washed, and went out of doors, being entirely cured of her complaint. Sometime the last of April, or 1st of May, a woman that was a relation of the nurse, who assisted Mr. Smith, and of whom I have before spoken, hired a room of him and moved into his house, and the nurse lived with her. She had more experience than he had. I had put the utmost confidence in her, and she had in many instances proved her superiority in a knowledge of the practice over him. A singular circumstance took place, the particulars of which I shall relate, and leave the reader to make his own inferences. Some time in May, while I boarded with Mr. Smith, I lost my pocket book, which contained upwards of $30 in bank bills, and notes to the amount of about $500. I made strict search for it, and advertised it in the papers, but have never gained any information of it or the contents to this day. It was in my coat pocket, and I could think of no way in which I had been exposed, or could lose it, except in his house. I lost it between Friday night and Monday morning, during which time I attended a woman in his chamber, and several times had my coat off, which appeared to me to be the only time that it could be taken, or that I could lose it. The only persons present in the room were Mr. Smith and his wife, and the nurse. I had no suspicions of any person at the time. About 10 days after, being alone with Mr. Smith, he asked me if I ever mistrusted the nurse being dishonest. I told him no, for if I had I should not have introduced her as a nurse. He then said that there had been a number of thefts committed since she had been in the house, both from him and other people, and named the articles and circumstances. He further said that the girl who lived with him had said that she thought the nurse was as likely to take my pocketbook as to take the things she had undoubtedly stolen. The circumstances which he related, and the interest he seemed to take in my loss, convinced me beyond a doubt that this woman had taken my property. During this conversation with him, he said that if she did not move out of the house he would. The consequence was that the family moved out of his house, and I dismissed the nurse from having any more to do with my practice. Since Mr. Smith has taken to himself the lead in my system of practice, he has acknowledged that he has become convinced beyond a doubt that this woman was not guilty of taking the things which she had been accused of, without assigning any reason, as I have been able to learn, for his having altered his opinion. During the time the above circumstances happened, his son Era came home, after being absent about 4 years, but was not treated with that affection a child expects to receive in a father's house. He was sent off to seek lodgings where he could. About 12 o'clock he returned, not being able to obtain lodgings, and called up a young man who boarded with Mr. Smith, made a bitter complaint, on account of the treatment he received from his father, which he attributed to be owing to the influence of his mother-in-law. He took a phial and drank from it, and soon after fell on the floor. The young man, being alarmed, awaked his father and informed him of the circumstance. Before he got to his son he was senseless, and stiff in every joint. I was in bed in the house, and Mr. Smith came immediately to me, and requested my assistance, said that he expected Era had killed himself. He showed me the phial and asked what had been in it. I told him it had contained laudanum. I got up as soon as possible, and on going down, met Mr. Smith and the young man bringing Era upstairs. I directed them to lay him on the hearth, and took a bottle from my pocket, which contained a strong preparation of numbers 1, 2, and 6, took his head between my knees, his jaws being set, and put my finger between his cheek and teeth, and poured in some of the medicine from the bottle. As soon as it reached the glands of his throat, his jaws became loosened, and he swallowed some of it. In 5 minutes he vomited, in 10 he spoke, in 1 hour he was clear of the effects of the opium, and the next day was well. After this the affection of the father seemed in some measure to return. He clothed him, took him to Taunton, and introduced him into practice as an assistant. He did very well till his mother-in-law arrived there, when a difficulty took place between them, and he went off. His father advertised him, forbidding all persons from trusting him on his account. He was absent for years, when he returned again to his father's house, and was received in the same cold and unfeeling manner as before, was not allowed to stay in the house, but was obliged to seek an asylum among strangers. He stayed in town several days, became dejected, in consequence, as he said, of the treatment he had met with at his father's house, went over to Charlestown, took a quantity of laudanum, and was found near the monument senseless, was carried to the almshouse, where he died. The morning after he died, his father came to see the corpse, and, as I was informed by a person who heard it, said that if he had been present 1 hour before he died he could have saved his life, for, said he, I once administered medicine to him and saved his life when he had taken a similar dose, and, putting his hand on his pocket, said, I always carry medicine in my pocket for that purpose. He neither took him home, nor put in the paper the cause of his death. The notice in the paper was, died suddenly, in Charlestown, Era Smith, son of Elias Smith, Boston. After Era went away the last time, I frequently heard Mrs. Smith say that if she could only hear that Era was dead, she should be satisfied. The season before he returned, an account of his death appeared in the Palladium of Boston, stating that Era Smith died in Upper Canada. How this account originated is yet unknown, as Era said he had never been there. However, his father seemed to make great lamentation at this unfortunate news, and mentioned it in one of his sermons in Clark Street. In the spring following I saw Era in New York, and informed Mr. Smith's family that I had seen him, but he did not proclaim it in the meeting as he did the news of his death. Neither did he exclaim, in the words of an ancient father of a prodigal, my son who was dead, is alive, and who was lost, is found. In June following Era came to me, instead of going to his father's house. I found him lodging 2 nights, and then got him into business in Colonel House's printing office, where he worked some days before he went to his father's house. When calling there to see his brothers and sisters, he said something took place between him and his stepmother, which so disgusted him that he threatened before the workmen in the office to destroy his own life. They laughed at his pretensions, but he insisted on doing the deed, which he did in a few days after, and thus ended this disgraceful tragedy. I continued with Mr. Smith, as has been before mentioned, giving him instruction, till the 1st of June, when I appointed him agent, with authority to sell family rights and medicine. An agreement was drawn up and signed by both parties, in which it was stipulated that I was to furnish him with medicine, and allow him 25% for selling, and he was to have 50% for all the rights he sold, which was $10 for each right, for giving the necessary information to those who purchased, and collecting the pay. His principal dependence at this time was upon me and the practice, for his support. He paid me 1/2 of what he received for family rights as he sold them. The 1st of July, I contemplated going home to get my hay, but Mrs. Smith, expecting to be confined soon, was very urgent that I should stay till after she was sick, which detained me 3 weeks. I stayed accordingly, and attended her through her sickness, for which they gave me great credit and praise at the time. I then went home to attend to my farm and get my hay, after which I returned to Boston, and in the fall went to Cape Cod, to attend to some business there, and on my return to Boston, I found Mr. Smith's youngest child sick with the quinsy, or rattles. He had done all he could, and given it over to die. The women had taken charge of the child, after he had given it up, and had given it some physic. When I saw the child I gave some encouragement of a cure, and they were very desirous for me to do something for it. I told them they had done very wrong in giving physic, for it was strictly against my orders to ever give any physic, in cases where there was canker. They observed that there was no appearance of canker. I told them it would never appear when they gave physic, for it would remain inside, till mortification decided the contest. I began with the child by giving number 2, which caused violent struggles and aroused it from the stupid state in which it had lain, until the moisture appeared in the mouth, then gave some number 3, steeped, and numbers 1 and 2, to start the canker, and cause it to vomit. This soon gave relief. The women who were present accused me of the greatest cruelty, because I brought the child out of its stupid state, and restored its sense of feeling, by which means the life of the child was saved. The next morning its mouth was as white as paper with canker. They were then all satisfied that I knew the child's situation best, and that I had saved its life. I considered the child so much relieved, that the father and mother would be able to restore it to perfect health, left it in their care and went out of town. I returned the next day about noon, and found that they had again given it up to die. Its throat was so filled with canker that it had not swallowed anything for 4 hours. I was in suspense whether to do anything for the child or not, but told the father and mother I thought if it was mine, I would not give it up yet. They wished me to try. I took some small quills from a wing, and stripped them, except about 3/4 of an inch at the point, tied several of them together, which made a swab, dipped it in canker tea, and began by washing the mouth, then rinsing it with cold water. Then washed with the tea again, putting the swab down lower in the throat which caused it to gag, and while the throat was open, put it down below the swallow, and took off scales of canker, then rinsed again with cold water. Soon as it could swallow, gave some tea of number 2, a teaspoonful at a time, and it soon began to struggle for breath, and appeared to be in great distress, similar to a drowned person coming to life. In its struggling for breath discharged considerable phlegm from its nose and mouth. I then gave some more of the emetic with canker tea, which operated favorably. In 2 hours it was able to nurse, and it soon got well, to the great joy of the father and mother, who said that the life of the child was saved by my perseverance. Soon after this child got well, which was in the fall of the year 1817, Mr. Smith moved to Taunton. Previous to his removal, a man from that place by the name of Eddy applied to him to be cured of a bad humor, caused by taking mercury. I assisted in attending upon him part of the time. Mr. Smith began with him, and on the turn of the disorder, the man and he got frightened and sent for me. He had been kept as hot as he could bear, with the medicine, for 6 hours, which increased the heat of the body sufficient to overpower the cold. The heat turned inward and drove the cold on the outside. This produces such a sudden change in the whole system, that a person unacquainted with the practice would suppose they were dying, but there is no danger to be apprehended, if proper measures are taken and persevered in by keeping up the inward heat. In such cases steaming is almost indispensable, for which reason I have been obliged to steam the patient in most cases where the complaint has been of long standing, especially when such mercury has been taken, as nothing will make it active but heat. This man soon got well and returned home. I furnished Mr. Smith with a stock of medicine, and in the winter paid him a visit, found him in full practice, and Mr. Eddy assisting him. I carried with me a quantity of medicine, renewed his stock, and stored the remainder with him. He had sold several rights, and was very successful in his practice, which caused great alarm among the doctors. They circulated all kinds of false and ridiculous reports about his practice, to break him up, but not succeeding, they raised a mob, and twice broke open Mr. Smith's house, in his absence, and frightened his family. In the spring of this year, Mr. Smith moved to Situate, to preach there and attend to practice, and the medicine left with him, I consigned to Mr. Eddy, by his recommendation. The amount of the medicine was about $100, and I sent him a note for $20, which he collected, and afterwards went off, and I lost the whole amount. During this season I went to Plymouth to visit some there who had bought family rights, and returned by the way of Situate, in order to visit Mr. Smith, look over his books, and have some settlement with him. I had let him have medicine as he wanted it, trusting him to give me credit for what he sold or used. I think he had given me credit, so that the balance due me at this time, for what he had, was $400. He was unable to pay me anything, and I returned to Boston. Mr. Smith afterwards removed his family to Boston, and in the fall of the year 1818, he said that he was not able to pay me any money, but he would let me have such things as he could spare. I was disposed to be as favorable towards him as I could, and took what he chose to offer at his own price. He let me have 2 old watches at $100, and an old mare at $80, which was for medicine at cash prices. I gave him all the chance of selling rights and medicine, in hopes that he would be able to do better by me. I often had requested him to deliver lectures on my system of practice, as this had been a favorite object with me in appointing him agent, but never could prevail with him to do anything in that way. Another important arrangement I had made with him was, that he was to assist me in preparing for the press, a work to contain a narrative of my life, and a complete description of my whole system. I had written it in the best manner I could, and depended on him to copy it off and prepare it in a correct manner to be printed, but he put me off from time to time, and was never ready to attend to it. All this time I never had any suspicion of his having a design to wrong me, by usurping the whole lead of the business, and turning everything to his own advantage. I continued to keep medicine at his house, which he had free access to, and took it when he pleased, giving me credit for it according to his honesty. There was $2,000 or $3,000 worth at a time, in the house. He charged me $3 per week for board, for all the time I was at his house, after he returned from the country, and he had given me credit for only $80 for medicine the year past. On a settlement with him at this time, 1819, he owed me about $400. I asked him for a due bill for the balance, but he refused to give one, and said that Mr. Eddy had received $200 worth of the medicine, for which he had received nothing, and he ought not to pay for it. I agreed to lose 1/2 of it, and allowed $100, the same as if I had received cash of him. I took a memorandum from his book of what was due me, which was all I had for security. In the fall of the year 1820, I had another settlement with Mr. Smith, and he owed me about $400, having received no money of him the year past. He told me that all the property he had was a horse and chaise, and that if I did not have it, somebody else would. I took the horse and chaise at $300, and the $100 I agreed to allow on Mr. Eddy's account, made us, according to his accounts, about square, as to the medicine he had given me credit for. He made out a statement of 57 family rights that he had sold at $20 each, 23 of which he had never paid me anything for. His plea for not paying me for them was, that he had not received his pay of those who had bought them. His agreement with me was, that he should account to me for $10, for each right sold, and he was to have $10 each for collecting the money and giving the necessary information to the purchasers. In the winter of 1819, I went to Philadelphia, and previous to my going made arrangements with Mr. Smith to publish a new edition of my book of directions. We revised the former edition, and made such additions as we thought would be necessary to give a complete and full description of my system, and the manner of preparing and using the medicine, and I directed him to secure the copyright according to law. I left the whole care with him, to arrange the matter, and have it printed. On my return to Boston in March, he had got it done, but in a manner very unsatisfactory to me, for he had left out 12 pages of the most useful part of the remarks and directions, and it was otherwise very incorrectly and badly printed. I asked him the reason of this, and he said a part of the copy had got mislaid, and the printer had not done his work well. I had no idea at the time that he had any design in having this pamphlet printed in the manner it was, but his subsequent conduct would justify the belief that he had previous to this formed a plan to usurp the whole of my system of practice and turn everything to his own advantage. For he has since attempted to satisfy the public that my system was no system, and has brought forward this very book, which was printed under his own inspection and arranged by him, as a part of his proof that I was incapable of managing my own discoveries, and of communicating the necessary information in an intelligible manner to make my system of practice useful to those who purchased the rights. It is a well-known fact that some of the most essential parts of the directions were to be verbal, and I had allowed him $10 each to give the proper instructions to all those to whom he sold the rights. Another circumstance that I have recently found out goes to show a dishonesty in design, to say the least of it. He deposited the title page of the above-mentioned pamphlet and obtained a certificate from the clerk in the name of Elias Smith as proprietor, and caused it to be printed in the name of Samuel Thomson as author and proprietor. What his intentions were in thus publishing a false certificate, I shall not attempt to explain, but leave the reader to judge for himself. If I had been taken away, he possibly might have come forward and claimed under it a right to all my discoveries, and eventually to substitute himself in my place as sole proprietor. From that time he neglected the sale of rights, and turned his attention mostly to practice and preparing his own medicine. During the summer of 1820 he employed Mr. Darling to assist him in practice and prepare medicine, and while with him he prepared 38 bottles of the rheumatic drops, which by agreement he was to have of me. He also directed him to take the materials from my stock, which was in the house, and prepare 25 pounds of composition, and this was kept a secret from me. The reason he gave Mr. Darling for not having medicine of me according to his agreement was that he owed me so much now that he was afraid he should never be able to pay me. I thought his taking the preparing of as well as the selling of my medicine to himself was a very singular way to pay an old debt. In May, 1820, Mr. Smith collected together those in Boston who had bought rights of me or my agents, and formed them into a society. Under a new name, he wrote a constitution, which they signed, and the members paid $1 entrance, and were to pay 12.5 cents per month assessment, for which he promised them important instructions and cheap medicine. He was appointed president and treasurer, and after he had obtained their money, the meetings were discontinued, and the society was broken up in the course of 9 months. In this he appears to have taken the lead of all those who had purchased the right of me, and make them tributary to himself. In November, I returned from the country and found that he had advertised, without my knowledge or consent, in the Herald, a periodical work published by him at that time, proposals for publishing by subscription, a book to contain the whole of the system and practice discovered by Samuel Thomson, and secured to him by patent. The price to subscribers to be $5. By Elias Smith. This mostly stopped the sale of rights, for no one would purchase a right of me or my agents at $20 when they had the promise of them at $5. I went to him to know what he meant by his conduct. In issuing these proposals, he pleaded innocence, and said he had no improper design in doing it. I was now under the necessity of doing something in order to counteract what had been done by Mr. Smith in publishing the above proposals, and came to the determination to issue new proposals for publishing a narrative of my life as far as related to my practice, with a complete description of my system of practice in curing disease, and the manner of preparing and using the medicine secured to me by patent, the price to subscribers to be $10, including the right to each of using the same for himself and family. Mr. Smith undertook to write the proposals and get them printed. After they were struck off, I found he had said in them, by Samuel Thomson and Elias Smith, all subscribers to be returned to the latter. I asked him what he meant by putting his name with mine. He said in order to get more subscribers. I said no more about it at that time, and let them be distributed. When I settled with him the last time, I asked him what he would charge me to prepare my manuscript for the press. He said he thought we were to write it together. I asked him what made him think so. He said because his name was on the proposals with mine. I admitted this, but told him the reasons he had assigned for putting his name to it without my consent or knowledge. He then intimated that he thought he was to be a partner with me. I asked him what I ever had of him to entitle him to an equal right to all my discoveries. To this he made no reply, but said he would write it, and we would agree upon a price afterwards. I told him no, I must know his price first. He said he could not tell within $50. I then told him we would say no more about it. This conversation, together with his conduct in regard to the proposals, convinced me beyond all doubt that his design was to destroy me and take the whole business to himself. I felt unwilling to trust him any longer, and took all my books and manuscripts from his house. His subsequent conduct towards me has fully justified all my suspicions, and left no room for a doubt that his intentions were to take every advantage of me in his power, and usurp my whole system of practice. My system of practice and the credit of my medicine was never in a more prosperous condition than when I began with Mr. Smith, to instruct him in a knowledge of all my discoveries and experience in curing disease, and appointed him agent. The people, wherever it became known, were every day becoming convinced of its utility, and the medicine was in great demand. Family rights sold readily, and everything seemed to promise complete success in diffusing a general knowledge of the practice among all classes of the people, but under his management, the whole of my plans had been counteracted, and my anticipations in a great measure had been frustrated. By his conduct towards me, in his attempt to take the lead of the practice out of my hands, and destroy my credit with the public, he has not only been a serious loss to me in a pecuniary point of view, but the people at large are deprived of the blessings that might be derived by a correct knowledge of my discoveries, and by which they might have it in their power to relieve themselves from sickness and pain with a trifling expense, and generations yet unborn be greatly benefited thereby. I tried to get a settlement with Mr. Smith, for the medicine he had prepared and sold, and also for the rights he had not accounted to me for, with the affairs that remained unadjusted between us, but could not get him to do anything about it, and finding there was no chance of obtaining an honourable settlement with him, about the 1st of February, 1821, I took all my medicine from his house, and discontinued all connection or concern with him. I was then, after waiting about 4 years for him to assist me in writing, which was one of my greatest objects in appointing him agent, obliged to publish a pamphlet, in which I gave some of the principles upon which my system was founded, with explanations and directions for my practice, and also to notify the public that I had appointed other agents, and caution all persons against trespassing on my patent. He continued to practice and prepare medicine, bidding me defiance. I made several attempts to get an honourable settlement with him, without success. I employed 3 persons to go to him and offer to settle all our difficulties by leaving them to a reference, but he refused to do anything, continued to trespass, and made use of every means to destroy my character by abusive and false reports concerning my conduct, both in regard to my practice and private character. Finding that I could get no redress from him, I put an advertisement in the papers, giving notice that I had deprived him of all authority as my agent, and cautioning the public against receiving any medicine or information from him under any authority of mine. He redoubled his diligence in trespassing, and prepared the medicine and advertised it for sale under different names from what I had called it. I found there was no other way for me to do, but to appeal to the laws of my country for justice, and brought an action against him for a trespass on my patent, to be tried at the Circuit Court, at the October term, 1821. The action was continued to May term, when it was called up, and the judge decided that the specifications in my patent were improperly made out, not being sufficiently explicit to found my action upon. In consequence of which I had to become non-suited, and stop all further proceedings against him, till I could make out new specifications and obtain a new patent from the government. Mr. Smith has lately, 1822, published a book in which he has given my system of practice with directions for preparing and using the vegetable medicine secured to me by patent, and my plan of treatment in curing disease as far as he knew it. In the whole of this work there is not one principle laid down or one idea suggested, except what is taken from other authors, but what he has obtained from my written or verbal instructions. And still he has the effrontery to publish it to the world as his own discovery, without giving me any credit whatever, except he has condescended to say that Samuel Thomson has made some imperfect discoveries of disease and medicine, but has not reduced anything to a regular system. This assertion will appear so perfectly ridiculous to all those who have any knowledge of my practice, that I shall forbear making any comment upon it. It is true that he has made alterations in the names of some of the preparations of medicine, but the articles used, and the manner of using them, are the same as mine. It is also a well-known fact, that he had no knowledge of medicine, or of curing disease, until I instructed him, and if what he says be true, the effect has been very remarkable, inasmuch as his magnetical attraction has drawn all the skill from me to himself, by which he has taken upon himself the title of physician, and left me nothing but the appellation of Mr. Thomson, the imperfect projector. I have been more particular in describing Mr. Smith's conduct, because it has been an important crisis in the grand plan for which I have spent a great part of my life, and suffered much, to bring about. That of establishing a system of medical practice, whereby the people of this highly favored country may have a knowledge of the means by which they can at all times relieve themselves from the diseases incident to our country, by a perfectly safe and simple treatment, and thereby relieve themselves from a heavy expense, as well as the often dangerous consequences arising from the employing those who make use of poisonous drugs and other means, by which they cause more disease than they cure, and in which I consider the public as well as myself have a deep interest. I have endeavored to make a correct and faithful statement of his conduct, and the treatment I have received from him, every particular of which can be substantiated by indisputable testimony if necessary. I now appeal to the public, and more particularly to all who have been benefited by my discoveries, for their aid and countenance, in supporting my just rights against all encroachments, and securing to me my claims to whatever of merit or distinction I am honorably and justly entitled. While I assure them that I am not to be discouraged or diverted from my grand object by opposition, or the dishonesty of those who deal deceitfully with me, but shall persevere in all honorable and fair measures to accomplish what my life has principally been spent in fulfilling. Additions to the second edition, November, 1825. Since the first edition of my narrative was published, some circumstances have occurred, which I think worth relating, and shall, therefore, continue to give the reader an account of all those things relating to my system of practice, and the success it has met with, up to the present time. After having failed in my attempt to obtain justice, by prosecuting Elias Smith for trespass, as has been before related, I found it necessary to adopt some new plan of procedure, in order to meet the universal opposition I have in all cases met with from not only the medical faculty, but from all those who belong to what are called the learned professions. Judge Story decided that the action could not be sustained, because the specifications in my patent were not so explicit as to determine what my claim was. He said it contained a number of recipes, which, no doubt, were very valuable, but I did not say what part of it I claimed as my own invention. How far this opinion was governed by a preconcerted plan to prevent me from maintaining my claim as the original inventor of a system of practice, and proving its utility in a court of justice, it would not be proper for me to say, but I have an undoubted right to my own opinion on the subject. Besides, I had it from very high authority at the time, that this was the fact, and that I should always find all my efforts to support my claim frustrated in the same manner. When I obtained my patent, I had good legal advice in making out the specifications. Besides, it was examined and approved by the Attorney General of the United States, and it was said at the time of the trial, by several gentlemen learned in the law, to be good, and that the very nature and meaning of the patent was, that the compounding and using the articles specified in manner therein set forth, was what I claimed as my invention. There was, however, no other way for me to do, but to obtain another patent, and immediately after the above decision, I set about getting one that would meet the objections that had been made to the first. In making new specifications, I had the assistance of several gentlemen of the law, and others, and every precaution was taken to have them according to law, but whether my second patent will be more successful than the first, time must determine. It embraces the 6 numbers, composition or vegetable powders, nerve powder, and the application of steam to raise perspiration, and to put my claim beyond doubt, I added at the end as follows. Viz., the preparing and compounding the foregoing vegetable medicine in manner as herein described, and the administering them to cure disease, as herein mentioned, together with the use of steam to produce perspiration, I claim as my own invention. My second patent is dated January 28, 1823. In obtaining a patent, it was my principal object to get the protection of the government against the machinations of my enemies, more than to take advantage of a monopoly, for in selling family rights, I convey to the purchaser the information gained by 30 years' practice, and for which I am paid a sum of money as an equivalent. This I should have a right to do, if there were no patent in the case. Those who purchase the right have all the advantages of my experience, and also the right to the use of the medicine, secured to me by patent, and to the obtaining and preparing it for themselves, without any emolument to me whatever. And in all the numerous cases where I have sold rights, there have been very few instances where any objections have been made to paying for them, where notes had been given, and these were by those who had been persuaded by men opposed to me and my practice, and who had interested views in doing me all the injury they could. But where suits have been commenced to recover on notes given for rights, it has been decided that the demand is good in law, and the plea set up of no value received is not valid, because the information given, and the advantages received, is a valuable consideration, without any reference to the patent right. In all cases where a person possesses valuable information from his own experience or ingenuity, there can be no reason why he should not have a right to sell it to another as well as any other property, and that all contracts made in such cases should not be binding, provided there is no fraud or deception used. When a suitable opportunity offers, I shall avail myself of my patent rights, for the purpose of stopping the people being imposed upon by those who pretend to practice by my system, having no authority from me, and have not a correct knowledge of the subject, but are tampering with all kinds of medicine to the injury of their patients, and the great detriment of the credit of my system of practice. For when they happen to be successful, they arrogate to themselves great credit for the cure, but when the patients die, it is all laid to the door of my system. The doctors are ready enough to avail themselves of these cases, and to publish exaggerated accounts of them, to prejudice the minds of the people against me. Whenever I again make an attempt to vindicate my rights, by appealing to the laws of my country, I am determined, if possible, to take such measures as shall give me a fair chance to obtain justice. All I ask is, to have a fair opportunity to prove my medicine to be new and useful, which is all the law requires to make the patent valid. In doing this, I shall spare no expense to have the most able counsel in the country engaged, and shall not stop at any decision against me, till carried to the highest judicial tribunal in the country. It is a matter of much gratulation to me, and a balm for all my sufferings, that my system of practice is fast gaining ground in all parts of the country. The people, wherever it is introduced, take a lively interest in the cause, and family rights sell rapidly, and all who purchase, give much credit to the superior and beneficial effects of the medicine above all others. The prejudices of those who have been opposed to it seem to be fast wearing away before the light of reason and common sense. A number of gentlemen, eminent for their scientific researches and usefulness in society, have become advocates for the cause, and although they may not be perfectly converted so as to give up all their former opinions, yet they allow that the system is ingenious and philosophical, and that the practice is new and safe. In introducing my new mode of practice to the people of this country, I have never sought the patronage or assistance of the great, and the success it has met with has been altogether owing to its own merit. There has been no management or arts used to deceive or to flatter the vanity of any one, but in all cases I have endeavored to convince by demonstrating the truth, by the most plain and simple method of practice, to effect the object aimed at, and to cure disease by such means as I thought would cause the least trouble and expense. This, probably, has been one of the greatest causes of the opposition I have met with from the people, for they have been so long in the habit of being gulled by designing men, and the ostentatious show of pompous declarations and high-sounding words, backed by the recommendations of those they have flattered and deceived, that nothing brought forward in a plain and simple dress seems worthy of notice. If I had adopted a more deceptive plan, to suit the follies of the times, I might have been more successful, but I am satisfied I should have been less useful. There is one thing which I think cannot be matter of doubt, that I have been the cause of awakening a spirit of inquiry among the people of this country into the medical practice and the fashionable manner of treatment in curing disease, from which great benefits will be derived to the community. Many new contrivances and plans have been introduced by different men to produce perspiration by steam and other methods, by the use of vegetables, which unquestionably have taken their origin from my practice. When I began to make use of steam, a great deal of noise was made about it throughout the country, and I was called the steaming and sweating doctor, by way of ridicule. It was even stated by the doctors that I steamed and sweat my patients to death. This no doubt led some ingenious men to investigate the subject by experiments, and on discovering that it was useful in restoring health to the afflicted, particularly in scrofulous complaints, different contrivances have been introduced to apply steam to the sick. Jennings's vapor bath was highly recommended and considerably used a few years ago, but it has been found not to be safe in cases where there is a high state of inflammation, without the use of my medicine to first produce an equilibrium in the system. A man by the name of Whitlaw has lately introduced what he calls his medicated vapor bath, which has made considerable stir among the medical faculty. It seems that this Mr. Whitlaw, from what I can learn of him from his publications, about 1816, went from this country to England, and there introduced a new system of practice, and became celebrated in curing all kinds of scrofulous complaints and diseases of the glands, by means of his method of applying steam and the use of decoctions from American vegetables. How he got his knowledge, or what first induced him to fix upon this plan, I know not, but it seems, as far as I can understand him, that he has adopted my system of practice as far as he has been able to get a knowledge of it. He says something about gaining his knowledge from an Indian in this country, but this is too stale to require any notice. One of the great principles upon which my system is founded is that all disease originates in obstructions in the glands, and if not removed becomes scrofulous, and the only remedy is to remove the obstructions by raising perspiration by steam and hot medicine. In all my practice, for nearly 40 years, there has been nothing that I have succeeded more completely in than the cure of scrofulous complaints, such as salt rheum, St. Anthony's fire, scald head, cancers, king's evil, rheumatism and consumption. It appears that the above gentleman has met with great success in England, and that he has had the support and patronage of many of the first men in the kingdom, who have liberally contributed to the support of an asylum for the cure of the poor, and that his success has given universal satisfaction. And it also appears that he has met with abuse from the medical faculty, both there and in this country. This was to have been expected, and is the best evidence of its utility. I feel no enmity towards those who are benefiting by my discoveries, and it gives me much pleasure to think that I have been instrumental in introducing a new system of medical practice, by which I feel confident so much benefit will be derived by relieving in a great measure the sum of human misery. But I think those gentlemen who have gained any knowledge from my practice, for which I have suffered so much for introducing, ought, in justice, to allow me some credit for the discovery. It has been my misfortune to meet with not only opposition in my practice, but to suffer many wrongs from some with whom I have had dealings, and this in many cases where those who have attempted to injure me were among those that I considered under obligations to me. I have related a number of cases in the course of my narrative, but the disposition in many still seems to continue. In selling family rights, I have always been as liberal to purchasers as they could wish, particularly where I was convinced their circumstances made it inconvenient for them to pay the money down, and have been in the habit of taking notes payable at a convenient time. This has occasioned me considerable loss, but in most cases the purchasers have shown a disposition to pay if in their power, have treated me with a proper respect, and have been grateful for the favor. With these I have been satisfied, and no one has had reason to complain of my want of generosity towards them. There have been some, however, who have taken a different course, and have not only refused to comply with their contract, but have, notwithstanding they have continued to use the medicine, turned against me and have tried to do me all the harm in their power. Such conduct has caused me some considerable vexation and trouble. At the time I failed in my attempt against Elias Smith, in consequence of the decision against the correctness of the specifications of my patent, as has been before related, I had a number of notes for rights sold. Among them were 2 against a person, who had previously expressed great zeal in my cause, for a right for himself, and 1 for his friend. During the pending of the trial, he took sides with Smith, and after the decision, came to the conclusion, or, as I suppose, was told by Smith, that the notes could not be collected by law, and refused to pay them. I did not wish to put him to cost, and therefore let the business rest, in hopes he would think better of it and pay me according to contract, but after waiting until the notes were nearly outlawed, and he still refusing to pay, I put one of them in suit, and the action was tried before the Boston Police Court. The defense set up was, that the contract was void, in consequence of the failure of the patent, and also that there was no value received. The trial was before Mr. Justice Orne, and was managed by Mr. Morse, for the plaintiff, and Mr. Merrill, for the defendant. On this trial, as on all others in which I have been engaged, there seemed to be the same fixed prejudice against me and my system of practice. The defendant's lawyer opened the defense with all the old slang about quackery, alluding to the report of my trial for murder, and that he was going to make out one of the greatest cases of deception and fraud ever known. But when he came to hear the evidence in support of my claim, and the great credit given to my medicine and practice, by many respectable witnesses, he altered his tone very much, and I hope became convinced of his erroneous impressions, and seemed to abandon this part of the defense, placing his dependence on the question of law, as to the failure of the patent. This question the judge seemed not willing to decide alone, and the case was continued for argument before the full court, on this point. The case was argued before the 3 judges, who all agreed in the opinion, that the decision of the circuit court did not affect the patent right, but was a mere suspension, in consequence of an informality in the specifications, which did not debar me from recovering according to the contract. After this decision, another hearing was had, and another attempt made to prove that the defendant had not been furnished by me with the necessary information to enable him to practice with safety, but in this he failed altogether, for it was proved that he had the privilege of being a member of the Friendly Botanic Society, and had also all the advantages that others had, and that if he did not improve it, it was his own fault. It was also proved that he had been in the constant practice of using the medicine in his family, and prepared and offered it for sale to others. In the course of the examination, Elias Smith was brought forward by the defendant, to prove, as I presume, that I was not capable of giving information on my own system of practice, but his testimony was so contradictory, to say the least of it, that it did more harm than good to the defendant's cause. There was also a doctor of the regular order introduced in the defense, but he seemed to know nothing about the practice or the case before the court, and of course his evidence amounted to very little, as his opinion upon a subject that he knew nothing about was not of much value, and was very properly objected to by the plaintiff's counsel. In the course of the trial, a great number of gentlemen of undoubted veracity were brought forward to prove the utility of my system of practice, who gave the most perfect testimony in its favor. Several stated that they were so well convinced of its superiority over all others, and they were so well satisfied with the benefits they had derived from its use, that no sum of money whatever would induce them to be deprived of a knowledge of it. Among the witnesses, an eminent physician of Boston, who has on all occasions been very friendly, and shown a warm interest in support of my system of practice, voluntarily came forward and gave a very fair and candid statement in favor of its utility, the value of my discoveries, and the important additions I had made to the materia medica. The judge took several days to make up his judgment, and finally decided in my favor, giving me the full amount of my claim, thus settling the principle that obligations given for family rights were good in law. This was the first time I have ever had a chance to prove the utility of my medicine and system of practice before a court of law, having always before been prevented by some management of the court. A knowledge of the vegetable medicine that I have brought into use in curing the diseases incident to this country, and what the faculty call my novel mode of practice, is fast gaining ground in all parts of the United States, but in no part of it of late has it been more completely successful than in the state of New York, notwithstanding the virulent opposition the doctors in that state have made to its progress. They have succeeded in getting a law passed by their legislature to put a stop to quackery, as they call all practice, except by those who get a diploma from some medical society established by law, depriving all others of the right of collecting their demands for medical practice. And they have also gone one step further than any other state, by making it penal for anyone who is not of the regular order to sell medicine to the sick, imposing a fine of $25 on all who offend, thus taking away from those who are so unfortunate as to be sick all the right of determining for themselves who they shall employ to cure them, or what medicine they shall make use of. The Medical Society of Pennsylvania made an attempt to get a similar law passed in that state, but the good sense of Governor Schultz put a stop to it, for which B is entitled to great praise. After they had managed to get it through the legislature, he refused to sign it, and returned the bill with his reasons, the principal of which was that he considered it altogether unconstitutional, and it is to be hoped that the enlightened statesman and scholar, now governor of New York, will use his influence to stop the interested and monopolizing schemes of the medical faculty in that important and enterprising state. The remarkable extension of the practice in the state of New York was in a great measure owing to accident, and proves what I have found to be the case in many other places, that where it has met with the greatest opposition from the faculty, the spread of a knowledge of its utility has been the most rapid and permanent. In the year 1821, my son, Cyrus Thomson, who had settled in Ohio, was passing through the state of New York on a visit to his friends. While in Manlius, he stopped to see a man whom I had authorized to practice, and while there, was requested by him to go and see two patients he had been requested to attend. Both of them had been given over by the doctors as incurable. Footnote: the late Governor Clinton. One of them was found to be past help, very little was done for her, and she soon after died. The other was cured by the use of the medicine. The death of the above person was taken advantage of by the doctors, who circulated a report that she was murdered by the medicine that had been given her. This produced a strong excitement among the people, who knew nothing about the facts. A warrant was obtained, through the influence of the doctors, and my son and the other man were arrested. My son was thrown into prison, and the other was put under bonds of $1,000 to appear at the next court. The first, however, after laying in jail 3 days, was enabled to give bonds, also, for his appearance. Being thus prevented from pursuing his journey, he set himself down in the town where the above occurrence took place, and went into practice. The persecutions of the faculty gave him friends, as it led the people to inquire into their conduct, and being satisfied of their motives, did all they could to protect him and increase his practice. His success has been greater than in any other part of the country, the practice having spread over a country of more than 200 miles in extent, and his success in curing disease has been very great, having lost but 6 patients out of about 1,500. This has caused the faculty to follow up their persecutions, in order to drive him out of the country, but he is too firmly established in the good opinion of the people, for them to effect their object. I have another son established in the practice at Albany, who has been very successful in introducing the knowledge of it there, and a number of gentlemen of the first respectability are taking a strong interest in promoting its success. A writer has lately come forward and published a series of numbers in the Boston Patriot, under the title of Eclectic, who appears well qualified, and seems disposed to do me and my system of practice justice, by laying before the people a correct view of my case. I shall now bring this narrative of those events and circumstances that have taken place in my life, in which the public are interested, to a close, having stated every particular that I thought worthy of being recorded, in as concise and plain a manner as I was capable, and am not without a hope that my endeavors to promote the public good will be duly appreciated. Some certificates and statements of cases that have been attended under my system of practice, from those who have been my agents, or who have purchased family rights, and have had long experience in the effects produced by a use of my medicine, are subjoined. They furnish much useful information on the subject, and will convey a more correct view of the success which has attended the administering my medicine, and following the mode of treatment recommended by my system of practice, than could be given in any other manner. Reference has been made to some of them in the course of the foregoing narrative, and their publication in the work seemed necessary, to convey a correct knowledge of many statements therein given, to show the safety and success with which various diseases have been cured by others, who have had no other knowledge of medicine than the instructions received from me. And will, I trust, be sufficient to satisfy every reasonable person how easy it would be for every one to become possessed of the means of curing themselves of disease, without being under the necessity of calling the aid of a physician. Our family doctor. Few families, particularly in cities and villages, think they can do without a family doctor. But of what use is a family, other than his own, to a doctor, unless there be sickness. Hence it is for the interest of the doctor, if the family are not sick, to make them so. The family doctor has too often an opportunity of doing this with impunity, without detection, and without even exciting suspicion. Even contagion is often spread abroad which might have been cured by an old, or even a young woman at home. Footnote: these certificates are now very much condensed. Behold, how great a matter a little fire kindleth. James 3, verse 5. For example, a child is taken with the bellyache. The family doctor is sent for, who pronounces its disorder to be worms, gives calomel and jalap to destroy them, which reduces the child very much. The next visit bleeds it, to lay the fever, then gives it a fever powder, composed of nitre, opium and camphor, once in 2 hours. The patient now lays in a stupid, senseless posture, with crimson spots on the cheeks, denoting putrefaction. The doctor is again sent for in haste, who now pronounces it to be the putrid fever. The bleeding is repeated, and the fever powders continued. The nerves become convulsed, and the doctor is again sent for, who pronounces the disorder to be the putrid nervous fever, and that it has become contagious. The child dies. The family, worn out with fatigue, and being much alarmed, begin to become sick, and by the time the corpse of the child is interred, are all down with the disorder. The doctor now has much employ ere the neighbors are called in to watch. The putrefaction runs high, the neighbors, one after another, take the disorder, and return home sick. The doctor is called. Business gains rapidly in consequence of the same treatment, until the fever has gone through the whole village. All thank the doctor for his incessant attention and kindness, and he boasts of wonderful success, having lost but 50 out of 150. His bill is paid with the greatest satisfaction. By this time the doctor can build his house without sitting down to count the cost. Pause. What is the cause of all this village sickness? Remember the text. Behold, how great a matter a little fire kindleth. A child was taken with the bellyache, and had no doctor been known, the mother, with 1 gill of pepper and milk, could have cured the child, and saved all this slaughter of the scourge of a family doctor. Is not this the cause of the spread of so many contagious disorders, which prevail unaccounted for? If so, learn wisdom by the evils which others endure, study the nature of disease, and how to remove it, and never trust your own life, nor that of a child, in the hands of what is called a family physician. Additions to the 3rd edition, August, 1831. In the year 1825, the Friendly Botanical Society in Boston, being destitute of a practitioner, wished me to appoint an agent, whom I thought competent, to take the lead in practice, and sell my medicine. I recommended Mr. John Locke, of Portsmouth, as has been before related, in whom I had put the utmost confidence. He was sent for by the committee, and moved here in the summer of that same year. I gave him $20, and others of the committee, and members, gave him something handsome, for his encouragement. I agreed to furnish him with all the medicine, either used or sold by him, at stipulated prices, to give advice when needed, to furnish him with books for the sale of family rights, and to give him $10 for every right sold, and for the medicine, I was to wait 1 year before demanding payment. At the end of the year, my principal agent, Colonel House, and the 3 committee, looked over Mr. Locke's account, in my absence, and reported to me that, in their opinion, Mr. Locke had not made as much as he ought, and proposed for me to give him the privilege of making the medicine used in his practice. I indulged them in this proposal, and granted their request for 1 year. But, availing himself of this inch of indulgence, he took the liberty to prepare and sell for his own profit to all that should call on him for medicine. At the end of this year, in my absence, my principal agent, as committee, gave him liberty to proceed in the manner he had done. I continued to give advice as usual through this year, frequently calling on the committee to revoke the liberty they had given Mr. Locke, to prepare and sell my medicine for his own profit, without rendering me any account. In these 2 years, by my assistance, and that of my agent and committee, Mr. Locke seemed to be well established in the business, and boasted of his great success, not having lost a patient in 2 years. but at the same time he seemed to lose sight that I had been any benefit to him, and rather paid his whole attention to the committee. In all this time, I had never thought or mistrusted that there was a plot laid against me, either by him, my agent, or the committee, or with all combined, nor until about the end of the second year, which now seems but too obvious. Having recently returned from the West, I was at Mr. Locke's house, and showed him a newspaper which contained an account of the Masonic outrage at Batavia. After reading it, he flew into a great passion, and accosted me as though I had made the story. I tried to argue the case with him, but in vain. He called me by as many hard names as he could well think of, and occasionally, the words lie and fool were in the compound. I did not think that I had merited such treatment, having rendered him my service and advice gratuitously, for 2 years. He seemed to be so independent, that he said that he wanted nothing of me, nor cared anything for me. I retorted that I wanted nothing of him except an honourable settlement. This settlement never came to a close until the fall of the year 1830, and then only in part. He rendered an account of upwards of 40 rights which he had sold, and for which he settled by my deducting about 1/4 of my share, but as for the medicine which he has prepared and sold for his own benefit, he refuses to give me any account thereof. So much for this inch of indulgence. Such conduct appears to me to be rather hard, especially after all I and the Society had done for him, to enable him to assist me in my old age. But instead of this, with the assistance of the committee, and my principal agent, they have taken the lead of the business out of my hands as far as they were able to do it. I have tried repeatedly to get a settlement with Colonel House, my principal agent, but cannot effect it. He has paid me nothing for the large number of rights sold in about 10 years, nor will he render any account. I know not how many books he has sold, as he took them whenever he wanted, in my absence. When I called on him last to settle, he said he had lost his account of credit. Here is the result of 10 years' agency. Besides which, I lent him and his partner, 10 years ago, $200, one of which he has paid in printing, the other he refuses to pay. I might mention many other circumstances which would go to show a decided hostility against me, and a determination to raise Mr. Locke, if possible, at my expense, but I forbear, for they have neither built him up, nor put me down. I have paid no attention to all this opposition, but have kept on in a straightforward course, attending to the preparing of good medicine and supplying all those who wished for it. I have thought much on the opposition and abuse I have met with here, from those whom I considered my best friends, and what I could have done to merit it in their estimation. I will not undertake to say how far Masonry has been concerned in these transactions, but certain I am that it commenced with Mr. Locke, on my innocently showing him a newspaper which contained an account of a Masonic outrage. I thought no more harm in this than as though I had showed him a paper which contained an account of the murder of Mr. White. Did Mr. Locke resent this, because he was a Mason? And why did my agent and committee from this time possess such sympathy for him, and conspire against me, insomuch that when an infirmary was talked of, they would not subscribe a cent, unless Mr. Locke could be at the head of it? I think that my agent and 2 of the committee are Masons, and that Mr. Locke is a Mason, if so, for out of 5 against me were Masons, and whether Masonry has had any effect on the mind and conduct of these gentlemen, I shall leave the reader and the public to draw their own conclusions. It is to be hoped that the good people who belong to the Society, which the President and Committee have suffered to be broken up by not calling the annual meeting, for the choice of officers agreeably to the Constitution. The good people who took no part in the above transactions, and who have had no part in the destruction of the Society, will make every effort for its resuscitation, hoping that it will die no more, but that it will live to be useful to the sick and infirm, and be an ornament to generations yet unborn. It is expected that arrangements will be made for the delivery of botanic lectures, when the Society will revive and put on strength until the learned, as well as the unlearned, shall join to revolutionize the medical world. I shall not go into any further particular details of agents, but only take a general view in the western parts of the United States. Since my last edition was printed in Boston, I have been 6 times in and through the state of Ohio. In the year 1825, I appointed Charles Miles as agent in Ohio, and furnished him with 72 books for family rights. On his way home he purchased a number of counterfeit books. Of David Rogers, of Geneva, I understood about 100, more or less. He went down into the central part of the state, and in the course of 18 months sold about $10,000 worth of rights, and imposed on the inhabitants at a great rate. Some he sold for $75, some $25, others $12, and he would leave but one book for rights. When he came round again, he would borrow my book and leave the other, and sell my book again to another set of 4 or 5, and so continued until he had sold all mine, and nearly all the others. In the fall of 1826, Horton Howard caused a letter to be sent to me, giving an account of Miles's conduct, and requesting me to come on to see about it. I arrived in January, 1827, and, following after Miles, I found his conduct to be as had been stated. I published handbills, and otherwise showing that he had no authority from me to do as he had done. I revoked his agency, and pacified the rage of the people as well as I could, by restoring the family right to those to whom he had so improperly sold it, and besides this, I lost a great part of what he owed me. In January of the same year, I made Horton Howard agent for the Western country, with authority to print my book, and in 3.5 years, he had printed about 6,000 copies, and sold about 4,000 rights, with the assistance of his subagents, amounting in all to about $80,000. I tried at several different times to come to an honorable settlement with him, until August, 1830, at which time he utterly refused to give me an account from beginning. I then had but one alternative, either to bring an action against him in the Court of Chancery, or else take what he was willing to give. I chose the latter, by which I sacrificed about 7/8 of what should have been coming to me. I took his notes for $4,000, in 2 annual payments, $2,000 each year. I revoked his agency in 2 days afterwards, August 9, 1830, and appointed for other agents in his stead, and took about 2,000 copies of books, and left them with my other agents. The practice has spread rapidly in the southern and western states, which has so much alarmed the doctors, that they have succeeded in getting laws passed, in almost all the states, to prevent the spread of my practice. This has caused me a great deal of trouble and expense, and has been of no great benefit to them. It has been like whipping fire among the leaves, which only tends to spread it the faster. The law is most severe in South Carolina, where a suit was attended 2 years ago. The fine is $500 for each offense, besides imprisonment. This violent outrage roused the patriotic spirit of the people, insomuch that the doctor who brought the complaint dared not come before the court to support it and requested of the court leave of absence, which was granted him. The defense was made on the ground of the patent, and by proving the utility of the medicine, and the case was decided in favor of the defendant. If persecutions must take place, let persecutors go the whole extent of their power, as in the present case, and the rights of the people will be defended. Had I not obtained a patent, the people could not have defended their rights, but must have bowed down to the power of the doctors, they having the law on their side, as to a day-gown. But the dernier resort of the doctors will be to get my practice into their own hands, and under their own management, if possible. Finding that I should succeed my botanic practice, certain individuals of them have set up what they call a Reformed College, in New York, where they have adopted my practice as far as they could obtain a knowledge of it from those who had bought the right of me, and would forfeit their word and honor to give them instruction. And finding that the botanic practice gained very fast at the West, they have established a branch of their Reformed College in Worthington, Ohio. I saw Dr. Steele, last winter, who is the president of that institution. I was introduced to him by Mr. Seeley, a member of the Senate, and Dr. Steele was introduced to me as president of said college. I asked him if he was president of that reform which was stolen from Thomson, in New York. This seemed to strike him dumb on the subject. At the same place, a few evenings after, I was introduced to one of the practitioners under this reform, who studied and was educated at the college in New York, and was one of the instructors at Worthington. I asked him if he ever saw any of my books in the college in New York. He said he had accidentally seen one there. I replied, then you accidentally confessed that my books were studied in that college. I then asked him whether they used the lobelia. He said they did. I then named the cayenne, rheumatic drops, bayberry, and nerve powders. He confessed they used them all in manner and form as I had laid down in my books. I am, therefore, satisfied that if my medicine were taken from them, their institution would not be worth 1 cent. But to have bought the right would have been too mean for such dignitaries, but to steal it from a quack was, perhaps, in their estimation, much more honourable. Every honest man who hears any of the doctors speak of those colleges with approbation ought to upbraid them with these facts. In 1827, while instructing H. Howard, of whom mention has been made above, I was introduced to Governor Trimble, and gave him a right. He had a consumptive wife, whom the doctors could not help. I gave him a sample of medicine, and what instruction I could. He went home, and finding her worse, and no person understanding the medicine within 50 miles, he took the book and carried her through a course, and repeated it, and she soon got well. His wife and nurse cured 2 other women with the same sample of medicine I gave him. The enemies of the practice said that they should advertise him as a steam doctor. He said they need not take that trouble, for he would do it himself. The practice has gained a respectable standing in nearly all the states in the Union, and also in Canada. A man by the name of Henry S. Lawson has published my Guide to Health in Buffalo, and sold them in Canada, and thus made a great speculation from my discoveries. In 1829, Mr. Samuel Robinson delivered before the members of the Friendly Botanical Society in Cincinnati, Ohio, a series of 15 lectures on medical botany, denominated the Thomsonian system of practice. He is entitled to much credit for this service done to the system. Those lectures were delivered without my knowledge, being at the time 1,000 miles from that place. Horton Howard obtained them, while acting as my agent, paid for them out of my money, secured the copyright in his own name, and printed an edition of them, which he sold for his own benefit. This book gave a great spread to the sale of rights. I have since secured the copyright in Boston, and printed an edition of 2,000 copies, which are selling from 50 to 62.5 cents a copy. They contain much information relative to the practice of medicine, as taught in medical colleges, and found in medical authors, not to be found elsewhere in so small and so cheap a work. During the agency of Horton Howard, to wit, in July, 1829, while I was at Columbus, he returned from the South, and was so unwell that he wrote to his wife at Tiffin, about 84 miles, that if she ever wished to see him alive, to come without delay. I attended him the next day through a thorough course of medicine, and relieved him, insomuch that I have not heard of his being sick since. His wife arrived in about 4 days, when, finding him about house, and well, she took him around the neck and burst into tears. I retorted in her behalf, saying, "You are not half so bad as I hoped you would be." This tended to dry her tears, and it passed off with a laugh. The next day we all calculated to go north, towards the lake. The day before we were to start, about 12 o'clock, he had word that his son-in-law, Samuel Thomson, was at the point of death, and requested that some of the family would come as soon as possible. Mr. Howard and wife concluded to go, and insisted on my going with them. I with much reluctance consented. We started at 3 o'clock, on Friday, with 2 horses and a wagon, and arrived there on Saturday, about sunset, a distance of 86 miles. Mr. Horton drove all the way, night and day, notwithstanding he was calculating to die about 5 or 6 days before. We found Mr. Thomson very sick, but one of the patent doctors was there. I gave him but little that night, merely a pinch of cayenne, as snuff, as he had the catarrh, and was much stuffed on the lungs. In the morning, Sunday, I carried him through a course of medicine, which roused the opium, that remained in his system, into action, as though it had been but just taken. He tumbled and thrashed about in his frenzy for about 4 hours, when he became composed. He was then steamed, when the medicine operated, which, together with the heat, roused the physic into action, which run him hard with a relax. I tried to restore the digestive powers, but could not on account of his not being clear. I was obliged to carry him through a second course in 36 hours, instead of going 48, as I had calculated. We began with him at dark. But as soon as the medicine took hold of the opium, it renewed its operation, which continued 8 hours. His relatives stood on their feet, about 10 in number, expecting to see him die before morning. I lay down on the floor until the flounce began to abate. During 6 hours there was not 1 second that he was still. He continually called for water, and drank about 10 quarts in the course of the night. About 3 o'clock in the morning, he began to be a little stiller, resting 2 or 3 seconds at a time. He began to inquire who those black people were, which he fancied were there, and what they were there for, and many other similar expressions, which showed that his senses were returning but were not yet regular. I then told Mr. Howard and the family that they had better go to bed, and I would attend him, with one of his sisters, the remainder of the night. The medicine then began to operate, after the opium had all distilled off. He vomited powerfully about 8 times, when he appeared to be clear of disorder. I filled him well with milk porridge, and was in readiness to steam him when the family arose. He was steamed, ate breakfast, and rode out in the course of the day. I prepared a syrup for his relax, of the black cherry root bark, made into a strong tea, as strong as the same quantity of bark pounded would make. I then added peach or cherry stone meats pounded, then added 1 pound of loaf sugar, and 1 pint of brandy, which made 2 junk bottles of syrup, to drink on the way. On Wednesday, about 10 o'clock, Mr. Howard and wife, Mr. Foro and wife, and myself, started for Columbus, and stayed at Waynesville that night, about 14 miles. He stood the ride well, as air and exercise, when the disorder is removed, are as necessary for patients as their food. He was persuaded to stay on Thursday. On Friday, we traveled to Charlestown, about 30 miles, and arrived at Columbus on Sunday about noon. In the afternoon, Governor Trimble paid him a visit, taking great interest in his welfare. Mr. Foro was a noted man in the state, being a surveyor and superintendent of the Dayton Canal. The governor seemed highly pleased at the unexpected recovery of the man, and the more particularly when I told him that it was just 1 week that day since I administered to him on a supposed dying bed, and that he had since been conveyed 86 miles in a wagon, and was able to walk about, and was clear of disease. He stayed at Columbus but 2 days, when he went on with Mr. Howard to Tiffin, about as much further, and arrived safe in 4 days, his health still gaining. I stayed there with him about 4 days, and then started across the woods to New Haven. He paid me $25, but I would not have taken the risk again for $500. In fact, it was risking my own life to save his. Thus I have given a few prominent items, though but a small proportion of my experience, sufferings, perplexities, and difficulties since the 2nd edition of this work was published. But much of that which operated to my disadvantage, as an individual, served to extend the knowledge and practice of the system. This gives me consolation in the midst of all my trials, and considering the botanical practice as being now well established, I think it is time for me to retire from the field of contest and war with either learned ignorance or legal opposition. I have collected about 300 weight of the golden seal the year past, and a large quantity of cayenne from the island of Madagascar, and nearly 3 tons. I have sent to the southern states nearly 20 barrels, floured, which is a great help in the agues of that country. And here it is proper to remark, that great impositions are practiced on what is called the American cayenne. The doctors have declared it to be poison and destructive to health, and I think they have made it as bad as they have represented it to be. It appears to be mixed with some red paint or mineral. When burnt, it leaves about 2/3 of the quantity of the blackest substance. When taken inwardly, it produces violent vomiting, and ought to be shunned as a mad dog. There is but little or none sold at the groceries for ordinary purposes but of this kind. The only safe way to detect the poison is to try it by burning. If it be pure, there will be a proportion of ashes as of other vegetables, and of a light color. If it be bad, the ashes will not only be black, but there will be double, and perhaps triple or quadruple the quantity there should be for the quantity burnt. A brief summary of the certificates and statements which accompanied the 2 former editions. The system and practice of Dr. Samuel Thomson having been so long before the public, and the numerous certificates given in the 2 first editions of his narrative being so well known and understood, it is thought not expedient to give them here in full, but only the substance of them abridged, and in lieu thereof, to add some new and more recent cases. Of the cases already published, it is proper to mention that of the dysentery, in Jericho, Vermont, in October, 1807, where but 2 out of 22 lived that were under the care of the regular physicians. Dr. Thomson was sent for, 130 miles, he arrived in 5 days, in 3 days, 30 were committed to his care, and in 8 days, by the use of his medicine, the town was cleared of the disease, with the loss of 2 only, who were past cure before he saw them. Testified by John Porter. A case of salt rheum, of 30 years standing, cured in Portsmouth, May, 1813. Certified by Elizabeth Marshall. The case of spotted fever, in Eastham, county of Barnstable, Massachusetts, where upwards of 40 had died by the 1st of May, and but few lived who had the fever. Dr. Thomson was called on for assistance, sold the right of using his medicine to several individuals, who, in 1 month, relieved upwards of 30 who were seized with this violent disease, with the loss of but 1. At the same time and place, those who were attended by the regular physicians, 11 out of 12 died. Testified by Philander Shaw, minister of Eastham, Obed Cowles, one of the selectmen, Samuel Freeman, doctor of osteopathic medicine, Harding Knowles, justice of the peace, and Joseph Mayo, agent for the society, and postmaster. A case of rheumatism, of long standing, and many others, more than 12 of a consumption, one of mortification, one of a dropsy, one of numb palsy, and others of divers diseases, testified by Alexander Rice, Kittery, November 20th, 1821. 5 cases of consumption, supposed to be desperate, were relieved in the course of 3 weeks, and all of them restored to health. A case of the dropsy, considered hopeless, was cured in 1 week. Testified by John Bergin, Jerry Bergin, and Solomon Rice, Eastport, July 20th, 1821. The character and respectability of the above witnesses are confirmed by J. R. Gadbourne, Justice of Peace. The case of Seth Mason, Portland, whose case was truly a desperate one, and his recovery exceeded all expectation. Also, the case of Mrs. Sally Keating, of the same place, who, after being doctored a whole year by the first physician in Portland, had been given over as incurable. She was recovered to an excellent state of health. Testified by S. Sewell, Scarborough, January 1st, 1822. Several other similar cases are testified by S. Sewell, not necessary to be here particularized. A number of cases, several of which, the patients were given over as incurable by the regular physicians, were all relieved and cured by Dr. Thomson, as testified by Jabez True, elder of the Baptist Church in Salisbury, December 5, 1821. The case of Elder Bowles was a very extraordinary one. He was supposed to be in the very last stage of a consumption, and was cured. John Lemon was also cured of a consumption. Isaac Perkins's wife was cured of a dropsy of a desperate nature, all of which cures are testified by William Raymond, who says, "All these cures I was well knowing to, having been done at that time," which statement is also confirmed by Reverend E. Williams, not only as it regards Elder Bowles, but also as it regards Ezra Lovett, on account of whose death, Dr. Thomson was indicted for murder, and tried for his life, about a year afterwards. But he was honorably acquitted, without having an occasion, or even an opportunity of making his defense. Mr. Lovett was first relieved, then experienced a relapse of his disorder in consequence of taking cold, by walking out some distance on a very cold day, in the month of December. Dr. Thomson was sent for, but on seeing him, he immediately expressed doubts of his being able to help him. He gave him medicine which had no effect, and 2 respectable physicians were sent for, and came, under whose care he was 12 hours before he died. Yet such was the malice and prejudice of the doctors, that they seized upon this case, and tried to make it out murder, in order to destroy both Dr. Thomson and his practice. Next follows a long statement of the diseases and manner of treatment, by Dr. Thomson's system and directions, and the benefit received under the administration of his medicine, by Stephen Neal, Esquire, of Eliot, Maine. A similar statement by John Raitt, of the same place, Eliot, November 28, 1821. The case of Mary Eaton, which was a dropsy, had been pronounced hopeless by a consultation of 4 doctors. She continued, however, under the care of Dr. Shepherd, until he said her complaint was beyond the reach of medicine, and that she could not continue over 3 weeks. At this time, May, 1808, she says, I went to see Dr. Thomson, and in 3 weeks I was reduced about 15 inches in bigness. I returned home and have gained until this day, and am now enjoying a better state of health than I had before enjoyed for 16 years. Signed, Mary Eaton, Exeter, November 20, 1821. An extraordinary case of asthma of Mrs. Hannah Coleman, who had applied to 6 physicians without receiving any beneficial effect. By using Dr. Thomson's medicine, she was enabled to lay in bed and rest comfortably for 12 years, as testified by her husband, Ephraim Coleman, Newington, December 3, 1821. A young man in Roxbury, who from some cause unknown, had taken ratsbane with the intention of destroying himself, was so relieved that the next morning he was quite comfortable. Dr. P., who had been called, said there was no more chance for him to live than there would be if his head were cut off. After he was relieved, Dr. P. called to see him and expressed great astonishment that he was alive, saying that there was not one case in 1,000 that a man could live under similar circumstances. Testified by Elijah Simons, who administered the medicine that gave relief, and who says, I attended him 3 or 4 days, and he is now so far recovered as to walk about the room. Roxbury, February 23, 1821. Additional testimony. Although there is no real occasion to add any more testimony, by way of certificates, yet as my case is more recent, and my name may have some weight, I feel it a duty I owe to the public, as well as to Dr. Thomson, to state it, which I do as editor of the present edition of Dr. Thomson's Works, 1831. I have for many years been opposed to, and latterly very much prejudiced against, everything which savoured of quackery, which prejudices were greatly strengthened by having once been egregiously imposed upon by a quack doctor. I forbear giving his name for his relation's sake, though he is now not living, of whom I bought the skill, as he said, of curing cancers, but which proved to be nothing but a gross imposition on the public. Hence, after trying the experiment on several, without effect, though it would effectually remove tumours not cancerous, I declined the practice altogether, lost my trouble, together with what I had paid for the skill, besides experiencing the mortification of having been thus duped by a man void of principle and moral honesty. It was under these feelings that the Thomsonian system was first recommended for my daughter, who had what had been first called a white swelling, then a fever sore, but lastly, by Dr. Thomson, a mercury sore, on her arm, in the elbow joint, for nearly 4 years. The best encouragement she could get from the regular physicians was either to have it amputated to save life, or, which was the advice of Dr. Warren, to lay by entirely, and not to use it. She thought she should be in a manner useless herself, without her arm, for it was her right arm, and if she was not to use it, she might lose it almost as well as not. Under these impressions, she was induced to try the Thomsonian system, under the direction of Mrs. Holman. It was soon found to have a salutary effect. In a very few weeks it was better than it had been before for more than 3 years. A great part of the time, her arm had been so stiff that she could not raise her hand to her head. It is now entirely well, and her general health much improved, better than it has been for a number of years, for she has been sick every few years with fevers, or with what was called the liver complaint, ever since she had the typhus fever in 1812, when she was but a child. The favourable result the medicine had on her softened the prejudices very much, which I had, till then, entertained against it, though they were not entirely removed, nor was she entirely well, when I was attacked with the fever and ague, which I considered but a presage to the return of the fever I had last fall, which I caught in travelling on the Erie Canal, and from which I did but just recover. After the second attack with the ague, I was taken down with the bilious fever, and was more violently seized than I was last fall, and had I received the same treatment which I did then, I have no idea that I could have recovered, as my fever at that time ran 12 days before it formed a crisis, and then it was 3 weeks after that, before I was able to be about. But under the Thomsonian system, the crisis was formed in just about 40 hours from the time I commenced taking the medicine, at which time I lay, as I have been informed, for I could not measure the time, 7 or 8 hours in an entirely unconscious state, after which I fell into a sweet sleep, and awoke in the morning free from all fever, and have had none since. After about 10 days, however, the chills returned, but without any fever, which I had regularly every other day for 4 or 5 weeks. To wear out these, I pursued the regular course of medicine every few days, not omitting injections, as often as I felt any occasion for them, till the chills left me entirely, and I am now happy to say that I am not aware that I have any disease about me, or that I ever enjoyed better health. All, therefore, that my life is now worth to me, and all that I am now enjoying, or shall hereafter enjoy, I must impute, in the first instance, to the Thomsonian system, together with the skill and faithfulness with which it was applied, which, it is but justice to say, in the most critical moment, the medicine that apparently saved my life, was applied by Mrs. Holman. For although Dr. Thomson had been sent for in the night, yet before he arrived the danger was in a manner over. Whether the relapse I took was in consequence of taking cold, or in consequence of the mercury and other poisons which I had formerly taken, and from which my system was not entirely cleansed, I shall not undertake to say. The doctor says, the latter, I have only stated the facts as I felt and experienced them, and should it be the means of giving others confidence to try the system in the most difficult cases, it will answer the object I have in view in thus making them more publicly known. It is true, the pain of the disease, or of the operation of the medicine, or of both, was at first most excruciating, but this did not discourage me from trying it again, when I took a relapse, and the operation became more and more mild, as the disease went off, till it was attended with but very little inconvenience. Abner Kneeland. Notice: I hereby appoint Abner Kneeland, editor of the Boston Investigator, agent, generally, but not exclusively, throughout the United States, to receive and answer my letters, to sell the rights to my botanical system of practice in medicine, and my books containing a narrative of my life and system of practice, and to attend to all matters and things expressed or implied in the above agency, especially during my absence, the same as I should or could do if present, and the agencies of E.E.G. House and John Locke are hereby revoked. Samuel Thomson. To the public. The subscriber having been appointed agent for Dr. Samuel Thomson, as above stated, all letters intended for the doctor may be addressed either to him or to the subscriber, as all the doctor's letters come into the box of the investigator, and of course into the hands of the subscriber, who will keep family rights, with the books containing the system of practice, constantly for sale at the investigator office. And who will appoint subagents, with the advice and consent of the doctor, when and wherever they shall he thought necessary, and will also keep the medicine for sale at the same prices, and as low as it can be bought of the patentee, and the patronage in this line, which the public are disposed to give, will be gratefully received by the public's obedient servant, Abner Kneeland. Supplement to the third edition of the narrative, containing some new remarks, which may be pleasing, if not profitable, to the reader, and add to the bigness of the book, if not to the stock of knowledge. Cultivation of bees. As honey adds to the quality of medicine, as well as enriches our food, I think a short treatise on this subject may add one particle to the stock of useful knowledge. About 20 years of my life, from the age of from 30 to 50 years, I attended to the keeping of bees. I had a good farm, and used to calculate that the profits of a swarm of bees was as much as that of a cow. After about 15 years, I found that there was some lack on my part to enable them to be as industrious as was their nature and disposition. As it is obvious to every person who has paid any attention to the subject, as well as to my own observation, that during the heat of the summer, and at a time when the white clover is mostly in bloom, from which more honey is obtained than all the other flowers of the field, that a great part of the bees are on the outside of the hive, and are idle. I then took the matter into consideration, to ascertain the cause why so industrious an insect as the bee should be idle in the best part of the season for making honey, and I found the fault to be in the owner, not in the bees. I had made their hive much too small, being only large enough for a quart of bees, when I had put in a swarm of nearly half a bushel, so that their hive was nearly 1/3 full of bees, and thereby prevented them from having room to work. The space, which was small at first, was soon filled with honey, and the bees that had no room were crowded on the outside, to give room for the rest. Hence the cause of all this idleness. In the fall of the year, the owner of bees will try the weight of his hives, and if in any one he thinks there is not honey enough to winter the bees, he will take them up, and thus save from 5 to 10 pounds of honey. When at the same time, if the owner had made the hive large enough, so that all would have had room to work, they would have made from 50 to 100 pounds of honey, would have had enough to live on through the winter, or, if taken up, would have been a valuable prize to the owner. This mode of raising bees is too much like the labor of mankind. A few industrious ones labor, and many lazy or idle ones help eat up all the profits, and if any starve, or are taken up, the industrious ones suffer as much as any, with mankind, generally more. But to remedy this evil with bees is much easier than to remedy it with mankind. A few of the last years of my keeping bees, I made some improvement, in order to aid and assist this profitable insect in the making of honey. I did it in the following manner. Instead of making my hives to hold from a bushel to a bushel and a half, I made the first to hold 3 bushels, and put in a swarm from one of my small hives, and made my observations. I noticed in the summer that there were no idle bees. In the fall, I found it heavy, but not full. They wintered well. The next season, they worked well, but did not swarm. This hive did so well, I put a swarm into a 4-bushel hive this season. They worked well until fall, at which time I found the other large hive, which had the work of 2 seasons, full. I had previously learned that one good hog of 18 months old was worth more than 3 shoats at 6 months old. I concluded to try the same rule with the bees. I took up the old hive, and took out 160 pounds weight of the handsomest comb I ever saw. I followed the same plan with the other large hive, and at 18 months old, I found that full also. I then took it up, and took out 200 weight of honey, equal to the other. In this way I was satisfied that by putting a swarm into a large hive every year, and have one to take up, was as much better than to make small hives, as to have one good hog instead of 2 or 3 shoats. I did not try the experiment long enough to know to what extent this mode of cultivating bees might be carried. But I am satisfied that if I had kept either of those swarms over, after they were full, that I should not only have had a swarm from that hive, but that they would have filled one of equal size the first season. Then by increasing the size of the hive to that of the swarm, and keeping but a few swarms, they may be all equally good. But be careful not to overstock, for bees may be starved in this way as well as other stock. I will here relate an anecdote, which may be of use to some. At the time of my taking up my first large hive, we asked some neighbors in, to eat honey. I gave away about 100 weight of honey, with biscuit and butter answerable. Before the season came round, I bought a few pounds in presents of one of the men who partook most liberally of the bounty. He asked, "Have you got rid of all your honey?" I replied, "Yes." "Why," said he, "you should not have been such a fool as to have given it all away." Here I made a notch in my memory. The next fall I took up my bees, and carried honey enough to Walpole, to fetch $10. This I thought better than to be twitted for giving it away. However, in the course of the fall, I was in company with the same man. He asked, "Have you taken up your bees?" "Yes," was the answer. He rejoined, "And did you ask in the neighbors to eat honey?" My answer was, "No, I carried it to Walpole and sold it." He replied, "Why, they say you are a hog for not asking them." I replied, "You have learned me a lesson, which I had not thought of. When I gave my honey all away, I was a fool, and when I kept it, I was a hog. Therefore, unless I am a hog at least half of the time, I cannot live." The conclusion is this. When a man begins the world, if he means to escape censure, he must observe a proper medium between being a hog and a fool, in the estimation of his neighbors. But if he has anything which to them will be as sweet as honey, he must not keep all, nor give all away. Question. Why is an industrious man in old age, like a hive well filled with honey, in the fall of the year? Answer. because all the drone bees who have been idle all summer, in time of harvest, wish to eat as much honey in winter as those who laid it up. The old man, when he comes to be past labor, sees his children and grandchildren hover round him, to suck the honey the old man has earned, and they are very apt to inquire of each other how much the old man is worth, begin to try the weight of his iron chest, or wherever he keeps his money, as the owner does his beehives, and say, in a low voice, "Don't you think he has about done gaining? I fear he will begin to spend on the interest, if not on the capital. Now would be a good time to take him up, if it could be done and not expose ourselves." But the lesson of Mr. White, in Salem, who was taken up for the same purpose, will be a hard lesson to all such, during the present generation at least. What then is best to be done? I know of no better way than to let old people live as long as they can, and let them be as comfortable as they can, while they live, for notwithstanding the natural disposition of men, generally, is nearly the same, the risk in taking up old men prematurely, like taking up bees for the sake of their honey, is much greater than the risk that they will live, naturally, to spend all their earnings. Everything is in motion, all our hopes are in prospect, moving onward, nothing backward. The inquiry is, how much will Father leave for us, not what shall we do for our parents? Hence it is wisdom, if a man has it, to keep enough in his own hands, for his own wants, and not to rely too much on the goodness of anyone, even his own children. When to set fruit trees, and lose no growth. About the middle of October, trees have generally done growing for that season, yet they are still green and full of leaves. Taken up at this time, which is the most proper time, they will become well rooted before spring. It will be necessary to cut round and take up as much dirt as you conveniently can, and set the root well down in the ground, and pack it close, so that the wind will not shake them. A stake may be useful until they become well rooted. If the weather is dry, they should be watered often, for a few days. As soon as they will stand all day, without wilting, they are out of danger. They will get so rooted before spring, as to lose no growth, but will grow just as well as though they had not been moved. They are the most sure if set when small. Bad consequences of stoves in tight rooms. I visited a friend in Vermont, whose daughter was unwell. Her bed was near a large stove in the kitchen, where the work of the house was done. While the doors were frequently opened, during the day, there appeared no bad effects from the dry air, but at evening, when the house was shut, the young woman grew much distressed, and about 10 o'clock she had a violent convulsion fit, and continued at intervals through the night. I was satisfied that the stove was the cause, or the dry air from it, but I could not convince the family that such was the fact. I tried to have her removed out of the room, and I succeeded in the course of the day. Her senses were gone, and her recollection did not return for some days. The cause I attribute to the water being dried out of the air, and her glands grew dry by inhaling the dry gas. In a healthy state we throw off moisture with the breath, and inhale as much more from the atmosphere. This keeps the lungs refreshed with moisture. When they grow dry, it causes fits. I will here name another case, for further illustration or proof of this supposition. Mr. John M. Williams, of Baltimore, had a child taken sick about 3 o'clock in the morning. They got up, made a fire in the stove in the kitchen, and after administering to the child, put it in the cradle near the stove. They then proceeded to prepare their breakfast, and when it was ready, I came into the room, in which I could scarcely get my breath, it was so warm. All sat round the table. The child in the cradle began to groan at every breath, and after continuing so for a short space, went into a convulsion fit. The family were much alarmed. I told them the fit was caused by the stove. I opened the door, the child was carried to it, the cry was, "What shall we do?" I told them to give it some of the third preparation. They tried to give it, but they spilled it in the bosom, as the jaws of the child were set. I told them to give me a spoon. I put my finger between the cheek and teeth, and poured in the liquid, and crowded it back to the throat, which let the jaws loose, and the child swallowed enough to make it vomit. The fit was off, and I ordered it into my chamber, where was a fire. It had no more fits. I followed it with medicine, and carried it through that forenoon. The senses of the child did not return till noon. The next day it was well. So efficacious was the course pursued. One of the neighbors said that he was glad the case happened, not on account of the child, but for the benefit of all present, for if I had not been there, they would not have known the cause of the fit. Had the child remained in the room, the probability is, it would not have lived till noon. And the cause being unknown, no remedy would have been known for others in a similar predicament. There are similar cases from burning charcoal in a tight room, in which case, it sometimes happens that no sensible effect is experienced, till the senses of the person affected is gone. Others coming into the room, persons have been often found dead or senseless. As this is most generally the effect, it makes these cases the more alarming, and people ought to be more careful against such exposures. Men who work in furnaces in cold weather, and who often drink too much ardent spirits, and then crawl away under the roof, to find a warm place, have often suffered the same consequences by stupor or death. Not many years ago, I was informed that in the hospital, the doctors had kept the rooms for the sick, to a certain warmth, by stoves, regulated by the thermometer, so that one sick person should have the same heat as another. This would not answer for all, even in a state of health. This plan, as I understand, did not succeed. The patients died very fast, insomuch that the disorder was called the plague. They might have truly said, perhaps, the plague of the doctors. I understand that they have pulled down all their stoves, and substituted fireplaces, from which time the plague, of the stoves if you please, was stayed. And should the plague of the poisons, and the bleeding, be stayed also, the people would have a greater cause for rejoicing than the Russians had at the defeat of Bonaparte, at the burning of Moscow. And should the fatal practice of bleeding and poison cease, and the people die with old age, the only cause of death, casualties excepted, naturally incident to man, then would death have a greater respite than it has had since the time the great butcher, Sydenham, first introduced the murderous practice of bleeding into the world. A certain writer says, during the course of 100 years, more died by the lancet alone, than all who perished by war in the same period. Another writer says, the lancet has slain more than the sword, and mercury, more than powder and ball. Value of guards and sentinels in war or peace, and the danger of their signals being neglected. Guards and sentinels have been the principles of safety ever since human beings learned the art of war, and it is to this art of safety we are probably indebted for our independence. By this means was the treachery of Arnold detected, and the plots of our enemies defeated. And even in time of peace, when the enemy is either conquered or driven out, forts and breastworks are still necessary, that they may be in readiness in time of war. One of the greatest sentinels who has been set to guard the welfare of this nation, was Thomas Jefferson, who erected a permanent fort in the Constitution, against the clergy and the Church and State party, who, were they not sufficiently guarded, would bring the people of this country, as they have done in other countries, under religious bondage. Another sentinel has recently distinguished himself in defending the fort of Jefferson against the Church and State party, armed with their Sunday mail petitions. This sentinel is Colonel Art M. Johnson, armed with the Constitution of Equal Rights. Many useful lessons may be learned from the Scriptures, not excepting the Apocrypha, where we find some, to say the least, which are as useful as any other parts. For this purpose I would refer the reader to the 13th chapter of Judith. In this chapter may be found the result of silencing the guard and sentinels, whereby through the deceit and influence of one woman, the destruction of a whole army, of about 160,000 soldiers, was effected. No other possible means could have subdued them. See the account I have referred to this chapter, to show what incalculable mischief may arise from such neglect. With a view at the same time to awaken the people from their drowsiness, and to arouse them to double their diligence in placing their guards and sentinels, or else stand themselves, to guard their rights and liberties, which are in as much danger of being destroyed ultimately, if not so speedily, as the great army under Holofernes was, but a short time previous to their destruction. And yet the people seem to rest as safely as did the army to which I have just alluded. There is a power and influence as much to be guarded against now, as there was then, and the vigilance of all our guards will not be more than sufficient to protect the people. Let them watch the secret workings of our enemies, especially those who appear as friends to our faces, and see what they are about in the dark. Remember the light sayings and dark doings of Judith. While the army thought they were in safety, sudden destruction came upon them. Look! See the rapid strides of the clergy. Behold all their secret working among the women and children of our land. And the men have no sentinels to guard themselves. I think we never had more need to be on our guard than at the present time. As with the priest, so with the doctor, the people are crammed with the poison doctrines of the one, and the poison drugs of the other without giving them any chance to examine and taste for themselves. The priest crams them with his own ignorance and superstition, and the effects are delirium and suicide. The doctor crams them with his poison, and the effects are pains, lingering sickness, and death. When dead, the doctor often takes the whole, or nearly the whole, of the little property remaining, and the widow and orphans become subjects of the poorhouse, or go out as servants. The question is, who is to be blamed? All are to be blamed. The priest, the doctor, and the lawyer, for deceiving the people, and the people, for being deceived by them. But what must now be the remedy? Where it is not too late, the remedy must be the same as it should have been in the first place. But see. Let us inquire, in the first place, what are the sentinels, both external and internal, which nature has placed to guard the body from injury? And how are these sentinels displayed? We will suppose the danger is first perceived by a certain sound, or some trifling noise. This, of course, is first perceived by the ear, which says, "Eyes, look." The call is instantly obeyed, and if there appears to be danger, and flight is thought to be the best mode of escape, the whole body is summoned, and says, "Legs, carry me off as fast as you can." These orders are obeyed as regularly as though a general gave the command. The senses of seeing, hearing, tasting and smelling are the sentinels, which, with the nerves and muscles, constitute the whole army, either for defense or retreat, and they are subject to the command of each other. The sentinels of the internal structure, or those which are to judge of what is to be swallowed, begin with the eye, and if it be pleasant to the eye, it passes to the nose. The next sentinel, if the pass be right, that is, if the flavor be agreeable, it goes to the taste, where, if nothing disagreeable is perceived, it is carried from the tongue to the swallow. Here are two roads, the one to convey the food to the stomach, the other to convey the air to the lungs. The business of the sentinel here is to prevent either from taking the wrong road, for should either, and especially the food, take the wrong road, it is thrown back with a great explosion. When the food is received into the stomach, it undergoes a general inspection. If anything treasonous, that is, uncongenial to health, is found in it, an uneasiness is almost the immediate consequence, perhaps pain and sickness, and it is often sent back without consulting any of the guards or sentinels, for it is general orders. And if the general gives orders for any to pass or repass, without being hailed by the sentinels, such orders must be obeyed. And if the general loses his head, and thereby his whole army is defeated, it is no fault of the guards and sentinels, as in the case of Judith and Holofernes. Nature has placed all the guards and sentinels in the body, which are necessary for its safety and protection, and the mind is so constituted that it is capable of judging of all the signals which these sentinels give. But the devil, which is only another name for imposture and fraud, that is, learned ignorance, falsehood and art, are always at variance with simple and natural principles, the same as honesty and dishonesty are opposed to each other. Now, of what use is such reasoning to the people? None, until they can be brought back to a simple state of nature. Here the devil, or false learning, under the name of doctor, with his elegant cloak and powdered head, comes in and upsets the whole system of plain simple truth, and introduces his learned falsehood. Tells the people that those sentinels which nature has set in the body are all false, learning is the only true guide, and urges them to throw by all their natural ideas, and hear to learning, popular customs and fashions, and then they will be respected by the popular classes. That is, by the doctor, minister and lawyer, and the great dons around whom those learned professions fawn, and whom they like to flatter. Pay us, and we will attend to your most important concerns. Attend to your labor in building our houses, and making our rich clothing and furniture, cultivate the soil, raise the fatted calf, the poultry, and the flour, to feed us, and we will pray for your souls, doctor your bodies, and make your wills. You must not attempt to do any of these things for yourselves, for you have not sufficient learning. Now, look, fellow laborers, and see to what a condition these 3 learned crafts have brought you at the present day. The learned doctor has knocked down all your natural sentinels, and has passed the poison down your throats as though it was as innocent as breast milk is for the infant, until you are dying off like swarms of rats, and with the same poison. Then, in addition to the poison, he draws out your blood, to cure, as does the butcher the blood of the beast, to kill, and which often produces the same effect. This is what you have gained by suffering the doctors to knock down all your natural sentinels, and to substitute learned fools whose senses are below the grade of the beast. When the beast tries his food, by the sentinels of the eye and nose, he is never deceived. Nature always tells the truth. And when wild beasts go according to the dictates of nature, they are more successful in raising their offspring than are mankind in raising theirs by art. For the beasts will neither eat poison themselves, nor force it down the throats of their offspring. But mankind, by the prejudice of false learning, will both eat poison themselves, and force it down the throats of their children, till they by this means execute death upon them in their own arms. This is done by giving wine poisoned with antimony, or the tartrate of antimony, called tartar emetic. So much is mankind reduced below the grade of the beast by the force of education. Were parents to take a lesson from a child 2 years old, and abide by it, it would be of greater use to the rising generation than all that ever came from the college by the 3 crafts I have named. It will be remembered that a child of 2 years old is troubled and makes a mournful complaint at the sight of blood, from the slightest wound, even if he feels no smart from it, or when taken by a doctor from another. His senses tell him that there is something wrong in it, and applies to those whom he thinks his friends, to remedy the evil. The child is not only afraid of the blood, but also of the doctor who takes it. Should parents from this lesson learn to keep the doctor away, and to keep the blood in the body, where it belongs, for the preservation of life and health, for the space of 100 years, then visit the graveyard, and examine the monuments of the dead, and see if 3/4 of the inhabitants died under 30 years of age, this, I think, would strike conviction to the deluded world. I return to my text. The sentinels of life and preservation, as before mentioned, in the brute animals, never deceive them. There is none found dead by poison, either accidental or done on purpose. Their sentinels have been true to them. Not so among the dupes of learned ignorance, where they allow their sentinels to be knocked down by the doctor, and poison to be crammed down their throats, for unless the general government of the stomach should so condemn his prescriptions as to throw the poison back in spite of him, the patient must suffer. His sufferings may be long, but generally fatal, and his body will be carried out by the sexton, in a coffin, as was the head of Holofernes, in the bag, by Judith. Neither is this the greatest evil, caused by these artificial monsters in human shape. How often do we see our children sacrificed by being born artificially, instead of naturally, aided by the pincers of the assassin, instead of the skillful hand of the midwife? All their art is to force nature, instead of assisting her. These are some of the effects of learning which terminate in death. But there are others never to be forgotten. Cripples and invalids, dragging out a miserable life, reduced almost to a state of starvation, for those who survive their unnatural practice. Besides a tribute of $20 for destroying the comfort of a wife and the life of a child. Yet the eyes of the people are blinded by the sound of the word learning, and learned doctor, and doubly blinded by the priest, or the parson, who will clear the doctor from all blame, by saying, "The Lord gave, and the Lord, not the doctor, hath taken away, and blessed, not cursed, be the name of the Lord." Had the priest declared, as often as it was really the case, that in all probability the poison, bleeding and blistering, had killed the patient, the doctor-craft would have been dead more than 1,000 years ago. Were it possible for mankind to be brought back to his proper grade, that of other animals, and at the same time to exercise all their natural faculties, and have their sentinels which have been knocked down by the doctor restored, so as to be as good as those of the beasts, so that the sentinel of the eye and nose would regulate their food and medicine, and prevent any poison being taken either by themselves or their children. For 4 generations, the people, I think, would improve in stature and vigor, and become mighty men of renown, such as we read of in olden times, before the poison doctors had destroyed the natural senses of our race. Or at least, so perverted them that they ceased to be subservient to their natural use. But, on the contrary, should the hoodwinking system be continued, and the people continue to degenerate, in every sense of the word, so far as their health and bodily faculties are concerned, for 4 generations to come, as they have for 2 generations past, they will become more like a race of monkeys than like human beings. From this source of poisons may be traced those hereditary and family consumptions we hear so often mentioned. I traced back, it will be found that the family consumption began with the family doctor, and so it will continue as long as you employ one. A treatise on the family doctor may be found on page 175 of this work. The family consumption was made with those families to whom the doctor gave the fever when he spread it through the village. Those who did not die were left worse than dead. The poison left in the system caused them to linger out a miserable life in pain and torment, and the doctor gets clear by stating that they have all died with the family consumption. If you wish to keep clear of a family consumption, keep clear of a family doctor. The priest is equally guilty of knocking down the sentinels of the mind and understanding, as the doctor is of knocking down the external and internal sentinels of the body. Death, in many instances, is the effect of both. Bleeding and poison on the one hand, and insanity and suicide on the other. Both of them cause a grievous tax on the people, and the lawyer sweeps the board in collecting their bills and his fees. Thus I have shown in part, the evils arising from giving up the guards and sentinels of the laboring class of the community, and substituting the 3 crafts to watch over them, and to eat them that are fed, and clothe themselves with their wool, but they feed not the flock. They call themselves shepherds, but they are wolves in sheep's clothing. Why meat will not putrefy in very hot, or very cold climates? Meat will not putrefy in Arabia, nor in South America, nor at the North or South Poles. Where the climate is so hot as almost to roast meat, it will not putrefy, as in Africa or South America. Where the sand will roast an egg in 15 minutes, there the carcasses dry up, and do not rot. So, on the North or South Poles, where everything is frozen, there is no putrefaction. But halfway between freezing and roasting, there is putrefaction. Much beef is dried on the sand in Brazils, without any salt, and used at sea as fresh beef. The cause why meat will not putrefy in either very hot or very cold climates, as I apprehend, is, the water evaporates in the one case, and congeals to ice in the other, so suddenly, that the meat has no chance to decompose, as in either case it becomes hard. The myrrh from Africa is better than from Turkey or Russia, as the climate is steadily hot, and the myrrh is of a more spicy smell, and is much more powerful against all mortifications and putrid sores than that from the Straits, and is of a much higher price. There being no trade up the rivers, to the interior part of the country, all that is to be had is brought by the Arabs to Mora or Madagascar. The cayenne from Madagascar is better than that from the West Indies, as it is more steady in its operation, and better against putrefaction, and is not fluctuating from a calm to a hurricane, as is that from the West Indies. The latter often so frightens the people who take it, especially in a cold state of the body, that they never dare to take any more. It is seldom the case with that from Africa. Beware of the American, which is manufactured and colored. It is poisoned, as I have remarked elsewhere. Proposals for a revolution in the practice of medicine. People have paid doctors for being sick for about 4,000 years. Let them now turn about and pay for their health, which is much more reasonable. Let the doctor enter into contract with the head of a family to keep the family in health for a certain sum for each member of the family for 1 year, conditioned that for each day's sickness in the family, by any member thereof, the doctor shall forfeit 25 cents to be deducted from the sum agreed upon. Hence all the account there is to be kept is the number of days of sickness there is in the family, in order to know what amount there is to be deducted from the sum agreed upon. and to prevent any imposition on the doctor, by the family, anyone saying, "I am sick," to save 25 cents, the doctor must be called, and they must go through a regular course of medicine, or else not have any allowance made for their sickness. But if they comply, the doctor must not only attend them for nothing, finding his own medicine, but also pay them 25 cents for every day they are sick, to be deducted at the end of the year, from his salary. Were this plan generally adopted, it would save 9/10 of all the sickness of our country. Palsy. In looking over my narrative and guide to health, I find that this disease has been overlooked and not treated upon. I carried the view in my mind that I had recorded the case of my daughter, which happened about 20 years ago, and the omission was not discovered till it was too late to insert it in its proper place. I shall, therefore, give it a place here. While I was at Portsmouth, I do not recollect now exactly the year, I received a letter from home, that my daughter, then about 20 years of age, was sick and her life despaired of. I obtained and took with me a bottle of the best pepper sauce. When I arrived, she appeared to be dying, and had so appeared, as they said, for some days. Her eyes were set, and she breathed like one in the last struggles of life. I was advised to do nothing for her. I thought it would do no harm to try the pepper vinegar. I therefore poured a spoonful of it in her mouth, as it was open. In about 2 minutes she opened and moved her eyes. I then gave her another spoonful, which was swallowed. In about the space of 10 minutes, she spoke, and said she had had a shock of a palsy. This was the first idea we had of the kind. After awaking like a person from sleep, or nearly dead, she gave a history of its beginning and progress to the then present time. She said the shock struck one half of the body and limbs, and half of the tongue, insensible of feeling, like that caused by a knock of the elbow. All one side was full of a prickling sensation, attended at first with heavy and severe pain. The pain relaxed, however, as the side deadened, and entirely ceased with the feelings, and all that side remained dead, as to sensation, till the pepper sauce was given. This brought back the pain and prickling as at the commencement, until all parts had become equalized. I think I carried her through several courses of medicine in usual form, until the system became clear of obstruction, and the digestive powers restored. She soon recovered, with no other disadvantage than that of the side which received the shock continuing weaker and more subject to cold than the other. She has had 2 or 3 of those shocks since. But by having the medicine in the family, and by the assistance of the neighbors who have the right, she has been always soon relieved, so as not to be confined but a few days. I saw her last fall. She has now no trouble from the complaint, except that above mentioned. She has a family of 6 children, and has done the greatest part towards their support by practicing abroad, under my system, and by my finding her with medicines and rights to sell. She has relieved many of the same complaint. I have given a history of this case only on account of the name. Had the same case appeared without any name, the treatment under the head of fits, drowned persons, and all suspended animation would have answered. The third preparation is the first resort, then a full course of medicine, rigorously pursued, in proportion to the deadliness or violence of the disease, until life becomes equalized through the body. The whole of the directions above given is simply this: a thorough course of medicine, administered with the best articles, emetic seed, cayenne, drops, nerve powder, and bayberry, or No. 3. Fever must have its course. How consoling must these words be from the health-restoring physician to his suffering patient, who wishes to know how long he must undergo those torturing administrations of poisonous physic, salivation, loss of teeth, together with bleeding and blistering. The doctor tells him that he does not know, perhaps 9 days, some fevers run longer than others, and it must have its course. I have known a rich man's fever run 100 days, when a poor man's fever would turn in 10 days. The inflammatory fever, or hot fever, will soon come to its height, unless checked with small doses of calomel, opium, nitre, etc., which tend to prolong it. With these applications, the fever may be continued longer or shorter, as the money of the patient holds out. Sometimes, before one fever turns, another will set in, until they have the whole list, 37 and upwards. but the patient will be likely to die before he has had half of the above number of fevers. By this you may see that the doctor does not pretend to know anything how long you will be sick or whether you will live or die. Who, I would ask, has not heard part, if not all, of the above statements, made by the doctor to his patients, and yet not feel insulted at all? Suppose you went to a landlord to doctor your hunger, and the landlord should tell you that your hunger must run from 9 to 100 days, would you not be disposed to cuff his ears for the insult? But is it not as much of an insult for the doctor to tell you that your fever must have its run, as for the landlord to tell you that your hunger must have its run? It would be so considered, if the people only knew that a fever can be relieved as certainly, and almost as speedily, as hunger. In either case, it would be, as it is with the doctor, a plain confession that they have no remedy. Then why should the doctor continue his visits for a fee, any more than the landlord when he has no food? One is as much entitled to pick the pockets of his employers as the other. How long must custom and superstition become a law to ignorance and credulity? A remarkable vision. Introduction. The following vision was seen and published in a handbill form, in March, 1817, in consequence of the coldness of the summer previous, which caused great mortality, especially among women in child-bed delivery, in a town adjoining this city. 13 women died, as I understood, in this condition, in about 6 weeks, for I heard of none out of this number that survived. This mortality caused me great distress of mind, knowing the cause of their deaths, and having no means to give the alarm to the people, as all the presses at that time were shut against me. I, however, could not remain silent. I found a man who had a few old types, and I interceded with him to print in handbill form 2,000 copies of the following dream or vision, a great many copies of which were distributed in said town. The distribution took place before the break of day, lest the people should find out the writer, and, owing to their prejudices, it should fail of having the desired effect. This stratagem operated like a charm, being dreamed into the mind, and no other possible means in my power could have effected so desirable an object, because, in the morning, the people were seen, like the manna-eaters, gathering each one for himself, where they were mostly scattered, being at the doctors, ministers, lawyers, merchants, libraries, and reading rooms. This wonderful production was seized upon as eagerly as was the manner of former times, and was read and then carried to their neighbors, and to their great surprise, like as the firstborn being slain, they found the same there. This unexpected message, being thus rained down among them, caused much inquiry among the husbands and friends of the victims, who anxiously desired a manifestation of the cause. When finding to their satisfaction that it was the medicine, in combination with the cold, which caused this mortality, then the destroying angel put up his deadly weapons, mercury, arsenic, antimony, opium and nitre, and sheathed the sword of destruction, lancet, knife and forceps, and the fatality from that time ceased. And there was great joy among the inhabitants of the earth, at the success of the dream, which was headed as follows, a remarkable vision, seen in the 19th century, and published for the benefit of all who believe it a reality. While in silent repose upon my bed, my mind was greatly agitated by a voice, which in my dream, I heard saying, "Poor wretched inhabitants of a free country," boasting of religion, medical knowledge, and wisdom. And I thought myself awake, and said, "What is the cause of their wretchedness?" As I spake, turning my eyes, I saw by my bedside a man clothed in a long white garment. I thought I said to him, "Who are you?" He replied, "I am Deception." I then said, "Why do you give yourself this odious name?" He replied, "White denotes purity, innocence, and a promoter of health." I then asked him what he was in reality. His reply was, "I am Death under the name of Life, or Evil under the name of Good." I then asked him to appear to me without any cover or disguise. This he did, by throwing off his white robe. All was blackness and darkness. I then asked him what he represented. He said, "Death." And many of my victims you have known, and others you have lately heard of, and will continue to hear of them, until this mineral practice is changed. Many have I destroyed with my deadly weapons, some within a few days or hours. After hearing all this, I asked him if he was a reality or not. He replied, "I am only the representative of many." This led me to inquire what he represented, to which he replied, "I shall call no names," and then showed me 2 pill bags, and said, "These, and what is inscribed on them, will teach you why I am death under the name of life, and why I kill under the name of preserving life." I then asked him what he meant by that inscription. He replied, "I mean those deadly weapons contained in the bags, the names of which are, according to the best of my recollection, arsenic, mercury, quinine, opium, nitre, lancet, and knife." He then added, "These instruments of death are used under the pretense of curing diseases, or promoting life, and the men who use them, have been the cause of the death of those who were so suddenly taken from their friends and all they held dear on earth." Having heard all this, I asked why he revealed this secret to me and not to another. He replied, "Because I know you are able to write the particulars which are related to you." He added, "Do not fail to publish what I have related, not only in this town, but in every direction, for this business of killing, under the name of healing, has gone far, and is going farther, for many have great wrath, because they think their time is short. Everything which has been done here, and in other places, adapted to relieve the sick with the medicine of our country, which nature has so bountifully furnished, all these things have been despised, and those who kill others, cry, 'Poison! Poison! Kill! Kill!' I asked him why they cried out in this manner, when so few died who used the medicine of our own country, and when so many fell under their deadly weapons. He replied, 'You remember what I first stated, they will talk of pity, if one is likely to be cured, that they may kill him themselves. It is not strange for the eagle to cry death to birds, when the dove is among them, though he would gladly devour the dove with the other birds, were it in his power. In my dream, I thought the one who spake to me, said, I enjoin it on you to direct the people of the country, to keep in their libraries and reading rooms, 3 books in use among those who use deadly weapons, viz., the New American Dispensatory, the Medical Dictionary, and the Medical Pocket Book. Lest you or any other may not happen to find what is said in the dispensatory concerning these deadly weapons, I now repeat a few words written there." He then handed me the following, page 285. "Of nitre, it is said, this powerful salt, when inadvertently taken in too large quantities, is one of the most fatal poisons. Page 288. Oxide of arsenic is one of the most sudden and violent poisons we are acquainted with. The lancet we know the use of, and also mercury, which is called medicine, though poisonous. Footnote: the first book shows how to prepare medicine, the second explains the dead languages, the third directs how much medicine or poison to give. As these are so, how can people expect to be profited by such articles as are acknowledged the most deadly poison, though used as medicine, in the most difficult cases? After quoting these things from the dispensatory, and making the above remarks, I thought that he said, do not fail to put them in mind of this important question, what will become of your souls another day? You must die as well as other men, and how can you answer for the lives of those poor people who have died in consequence of taking poison from your hands, under the name of healing medicine, while you have despised the medicines which might have relieved them, and especially when you did it for filthy lucre? When he had said these words, he vanished, and I awoke, and behold, it was a dream. Fearing I might forget these things, I arose immediately, and wrote down the vision according to my recollection, and, as soon as possible, found the books mentioned, and to my great astonishment, found every word in the dispensatory, which had been related to me. The dream, and what I found in the dispensatory, caused some serious reflections in my mind. I said thus to myself, if arsenic, mercury, and nitre are in their nature poison, can they in the hands of a physician be medicine? If, when taken by accident, these things kill, will they cure when given designedly? Does not mercury go to the same part of a man when taken by accident, as when given by the doctor? Surely it does, of course it will be poison, and be injurious whenever it is taken. These things are communicated to the public, that they may judge of them according to the evidence given of their being true or not. To rouse the attention of the public to the alarm of what is called the cholera, and for other purposes of general utility, I issued 1,000 copies of the following. Circular, United States Botanic Convention. at the request of a great number of the agents of Dr. Samuel Thomson, and others friendly to the Thomsonian system of practice in medicine, by the recommendation of the general agents in Ohio, and the approbation of Dr. Thomson himself, a United States Botanic Convention will be held at Columbus, Ohio, on the 3rd Monday of December next, and the succeeding days until the business of the convention shall be accomplished. At which time and place all the friendly botanic societies throughout the United States are requested to send, at their own expense, a delegate or delegates to represent them in said convention. And where it is not convenient to send delegates, or, on account of distance, it would be too expensive, they are requested to send by letter, post-paid, directed to Messrs. Pike, Platt & Company, Columbus, Ohio, all such information as to the success of the practice, in what cases, and whether in any which were supposed curable it has failed. What improvements, if any, have been supposed to be made, and the test of such improvements, the various certificates which may have been published, printed copies sent as above, and generally all such knowledge as will be useful to be brought before said convention. The whole object being to establish the system on a firm and permanent basis, to raise it above suspicion, to convince the world by its salutary efficacy of its practical utility, to carry its knowledge, if possible, into every family, and to cause the whole community to understand that they no more need what is called learning and skill, which too often is little less nor more than learned quackery, to teach them how to restore their body to health when sick, than they do to preserve its strength by proper food when in health. To this end, the doings of this convention will be made public, and all concerned may rest assured that no pains will be spared to give them all the information that 40 years' experience, yea, a long life spent in the service, can possibly furnish. It is expected that Dr. Samuel Thomson will attend in person. The above-named convention was formed agreeably to the notice given, and has been annually attended ever since, and practitioners in all parts of the Union have sprung up, who have quieted the alarm not only of cholera, but also in relation to every other disease. The following was added to the circular. N.B. Cholera has not this disease, under various names, appeared in all parts and in all ages of the world? Such as diarrhea, flux, dysentery, camp distemper, cholera morbus, cold plague, spotted fever, and now simply the cholera. These all produce death either in themselves or by the antidote usually applied, though the disease may put on a milder or more malignant type. Is not every tree which produces apples an apple tree? Some are later than others, but all ripen in their proper season. But the fruit may be shaken off, either by a tempest or by a giant, at any time from blossom to fully ripe. Pause. Is not a gill of brandy and 200 drops or laudanum a giant sufficient to shake all the fruit from the tree of life? 5 cholera deaths in Elliott Street in one day. No simple remedies appear in the columns of the public prints. And why? Not because there have been no cases cured, for they are numerous, which can be attested by many witnesses. But the people are blind to their own safety, and must abide the consequences. It is a fact that the friends and survivors of those who died with the cholera, from Elliott Street, have been to Thomson's infirmary to ask protection for their lives. If any doubt it, let them go to the infirmary and inquire. An author quoted by Dr. Robinson, Lecture 8, page 101, says, "The practice of medicine is, perhaps, the only instance in which a man can profit by his own blunders and mistakes. The very medicines which aggravate and protract the malady, 1 gill of brandy and 200 drops of laudanum, bind a laurel on the professor's brow, when, at last, the sick is saved by the living powers of nature struggling against death and the physician." The friends of the present practice in the cases of cholera say, it was expected that the patients would nearly all die at first. What would be said of a landlord who, having undertaken to cure your hunger, should say that he expected that nearly all his boarders would starve to death at first? Would not all the people leave him, and even consider him an impostor? Who, let it be asked, would like to be taken forcibly out of his own house and placed under the care of such a landlord, doctor, if you please? Bastiles are bastiles, and inquisitions are inquisitions, under whatever pretense people are thrust into them. And if a class of men shall be permitted to stamp the mark, not of the apocalyptical beast, but of the cholera, upon whom they please, and have them removed to their house of dissection, wherein does it differ from the Bastille in France, the Inquisition in Spain, or the resurrection of the old witchcraft in America? Had the Board of Health of this and other cities prevented any poison of the doctor or tainted meat of the butcher from being taken into the stomach by any of the inhabitants, under the penalty of $5, to those who should administer the one or deal out the other, and as strictly have adhered to this law as they have to the source law of our market, would so many people have died with the remedy for the cholera? Could the doctor and priest have frightened the people so much at the name of the cholera had they known that the names of medicine and disease were altered every 10 years, the better to impose on the credulity of the inhabitants, whereby so many names for the same disorder appear? Had the people known that camphor in a bag around a child's neck, to prevent cholera, would produce fits and death, if eaten, would the doctors have made so great a speculation in this article, when the remedy itself was disorder? Shall we strain at the gate and swallow the sawmill? Why should the sauce man be fined $5 for bringing sauce into the market in its natural state? Can bringing turnips with tops, peas in the pod, or corn in the husk, cause the vegetables so to make war with themselves, in coming to market, as to make one part support life, and the other produce cholera and death? Has not the name, cholera, been made use of both in this and other countries, for a speculation, thereby to enable the priest and the doctor to monopolize the influence of power over the people, and by the prayers of the one and poison of the other, to keep the people in awe? If so, it is to be hoped that the eyes of the public may be soon opened to these glaring facts, that our fellow citizens may no longer die with fright at imaginary evils, much less with the remedy for the cholera. For people are beginning to be disgusted with all learned quackery, such as drawing out the natural blood, which is the life, and filling the veins with saline fluid, or artificial blood, in which is seen the effect of learned ignorance, which is death. Is there any professor of any art or science who cannot do something of what he professes except a learned doctor? The practice of physic and the practice of medicine. The two practices of physic and medicine, as above noticed, I shall treat under two distinct heads, and treat them in the order I have stated, paying my first respects to the practice of physic. This is what is scientifically called the depletive, or reductive, system. To elucidate this practice, I will call the attention of the reader to the first stages of sickness, whatever name the sickness may be called, or whether the patient be male or female. The same depletive practice is introduced, such as bleeding, blistering and purging with powerful physic, such as calomel and jalap. Then comes the laudanum to check the operation and stupefy the patient, and all this is to ease the distress caused by the physic. Then the doctor continues with small doses of calomel, opium, nitre and camphor, until the patient is fixed out with what is called the run of a fever. To these depletive instruments of death, the patient is compelled to submit, all his natural senses being knocked down by the doctor's death maul, depletion, and the patient's friends, who ought to be protectors, become completely stunned, and made nearly as senseless as the patient, by the name of learning, and the learned doctor. Thus mankind are cheated out of their reason, and their senses are often reduced below those of a brute. Instead of driving the doctor out of the house and throwing his poison physic after him, the friends, in their delirium, will assist the doctor in administering those instruments of death, till the patient, the nurse, and perhaps the whole family, have fallen victims, one after another. The grave becomes the receptacle of the bodies, and the doctor comes into the possession of the whole estate as his exclusive and legal right, for, it must be observed, our laws are such, that the expense of the last sickness and funeral charges must be paid first, to the exclusion of all other debts. In all sweeping sicknesses, such as the cholera for instance, when the people are allowed and recommended to keep the instruments of death in their pockets, such as 1 gill of brandy, 200 drops of laudanum and 60 grains of calomel, how long will it take for all such dupes to be dead, and these legal speculators in physic to be in possession of all or at least the greater portion of their wealth? What difference does it make what the plague or pestilence is called, when the cause is physic, and the meaning is money? The doctors want money and must have it. Remember the cry of the cholera. This, in my opinion, was a scheme of the doctors to dupe the people, and to give the physic dealers power over them, grounded on the authority of the city. These doctors, etc., are styled a board of health, not of death, notwithstanding their cholera patients all or nearly all died, yes, died with cholera, alias physic. For farther proof that the object, in a great measure, was wrong, recollect the $50,000 granted by the city to the Board of Health, so called, to cleanse the city, provide hospitals, and give the cholera a decent reception. Another scheme to collect money from the people by these dealers in physic was to make them believe that the cholera could be prevented, but not cured. By this means they contrived to empty all their old drugs from the apothecary shops into the pockets of the people, whereby they filled their own with the precious metals, gleaning a little from every one weak enough to be a dupe to their horrid speculations. In this way the game is played, the blind lead the blind, and all fall into the ditch together, till the grave is full and running over, as at New Orleans, and as probably would have been the case in this city had not the cholera gun been discovered, and the ammunition with which it was charged, viz., lancet, mercury, opium, nitre, camphor, blisters, saline fluid, etc., together with Dr. W.'s prescription as a preventive of life until a physic dealer could be obtained. So that if the preventive did not answer the purpose of death, the doctor would. Now, reader, just take a general survey of the calamities of the world. The condition of a great portion of mankind is truly deplorable, and has been ever since the healing art was lost, and the plants and herbs of the field and forest ceased to be used as medicine, and since poison minerals of the rankest dye were substituted in their stead by Paracelsus, who in consequence was called a hater of mankind. Dr. Robinson says, Paracelsus gave the tartrate of antimony, because it burnt up the stomach and lungs like hell fire. If this expression be true, I think it sufficient to prove the truth of his being a hater of mankind. In addition to this physic dealer and hater of mankind, comes Sydenham, who introduced bleeding to cure disease. These two plagues being joined in matrimony, against the life and health of mankind, I think, have caused the greatest plagues that ever infested the earth. The writer says that after Sydenham introduced bleeding into the practice of physic, in the space of 100 years, more died with the lancet alone, than all that perished by war in that time. Stop, reader, and reflect for a moment, and say to thyself, can any being be so destitute of common sense, except a learned fool, as to believe that the same practice that will kill a well hog would cure a sick man, or that practice which will cure a sick man, would kill a well rat? For example, when the doctor comes to cure a sick man, he bleeds him. When a butcher comes to kill a well hog, he bleeds him. When a farmer wishes to kill a well rat, he poisons him. When the doctor comes to cure a sick man, he poisons him. Could anyone believe that a learned doctor ever possessed a human body when he sees him take the same method to cure a sick man that the butcher takes to kill a well hog, and also when he takes the same method to cure a sick man that the farmer takes to kill his well rats? And what adds further to our astonishment is to see those human butchers climb on law legs to take the little property from the orphan children for butchering their parent. Can any one wonder at their seeing their need of law legs, when their malpractice is seen in all its naked deformity? Sad dilemma. Has their boasted scientific knowledge of 4,000 years come to such a rotten and crumbling condition as to need the prop of the law to support it in its last dying moments? Farewell physic. Thus, by what I have written, the reader will have some faint conception of my views of the practice of physic, that it is the beginning of sickness and a train of accumulated evils, ending in poverty, misery, and untimely death. In consequence of the foregoing practice of physic, well might we exclaim as did the wise man, Thou fool, why shouldest thou die before thy time? Because, like the foolish Galatians, they were bewitched by, and ran after, the name learning, and a learned doctor, and have suffered all their natural sentinels to be knocked down, and the poison to be swallowed, without being allowed to examine or taste for themselves, until they are swept off like rats, and that, too, before the meridian of life, by the physic of the doctor, and the malice of those who kill them with poison according to law. And at the same time, it is evident that the doctors believe the botanic practice to be the best in the world, as the following particulars will show. 1. They do not allow that any patients ought to die under the botanic practice. This is proof that they believe it far preferable to their mineral practice. 2. When the dealers in physic can get no relief from their own poison practice, they will flee for refuge to the botanic practice. These two witnesses are sufficient to establish the fact, viz., that they do believe the botanic practice to be far preferable to their own. the extraordinary cures by the botanic practice they cannot deny. I have every reason to believe that 3 persons have been poisoned by design, viz., Mr. Hill, of Surrey, who died instantly while going through a course of the Thomsonian medicine. The blood discharged from his mouth, nose, and ears, he turned as black as Morocco, and swelled out of all natural form, and was so mortified that the skin was slipping off before he was buried. The friends are satisfied that there was abominable iniquity in this case to destroy the botanic practice. The second case was that of Mrs. Wheelock, of Swansea, who was evidently poisoned to death 11 days after Dr. Wright left her. The third case was that of my own daughter, at Washington, New Hampshire, a few days after her confinement. She was taken to all appearance like Dr. Frost's account of Mrs. Wheelock. He says, she appeared to be strongly under the influence of a deadly narcotic poison, and fast sinking into the arms of death. In this condition was my daughter about the 1st day of February, 1835. She was not expected to have lived the day out. She was senseless and her eyes set, and appeared in the last struggles of life. She just survived the aimed fatal blow, and a shocking salivation followed. She lost the use of her limbs, her teeth turned black and crumbled out. She was cured by a strict attention to several courses of my medicine. Footnote. For practice of medicine, and also the conclusion to the narrative, see the Guide to Health. Index to the narrative of the life of Samuel Thomson. Page 222. Index to the narrative of the life of Samuel Thomson. Page 223. Index to the narrative of the life of Samuel Thomson. Page 224. Index to the narrative of the life of Samuel Thomson. Page 225. Index to the narrative of the life of Samuel Thomson. Page 226. Index to the narrative of the life of Samuel Thomson. Page 227. Index to the narrative of the life of Samuel Thomson. Page 228.
About Samuel Thomson. This portrait of Samuel Thomson is from the Thomsonian Materia Medica, 1841. This publication includes many diagrams, including plates, several of which are in color. The portrait shows the doctor holding 2 plants. His right hand is holding Lobelia inflata and his left Capsicum annuum, cayenne pepper. These were the 2 basic building blocks of the Thomsonian system. Background. The early history of American medical practice is not complete without an understanding of its humble origins. The knowledge, practice, and use of herbal preparations to restore a balanced health condition can be largely attributed to one man, Samuel Thomson, who labored tirelessly to bring it about. Thomson set up a system called the Thomsonian System of Medicine and invited the general public to participate by purchasing family rights, which gave them the legal right to use, teach and promote the practice and share it with others. For this reason, Samuel Thomson is regarded the father of herbal medicine in America. Here's looking at you, Dr. Thomson. About this document. Development of technology and access to multiple sources of information affords the possibility for everyone to be informed about their own health. Therefore, in this context, maybe we should say here's looking at you, dear reader. This is a text-rendered copy of the 1835 edition of Samuel Thomson's New Guide to Health, or Botanic Family Physician, Boston print edition. A PDF copy of the scanned original can be obtained from archive.org. The layout, appearance, and format of the original has been respected to the extent possible. The original spelling is also preserved, along with some of the typos in the original document. Page numbering is identical to the original document, smartphone version, as well as the topic indices at the end of each section. The format of the original 1835 print copy lends itself quite well for a smartphone. The wide text version was used for making the audiobook and follows the page formatting of the original 1834 print edition for the most part, but allows some flexibility for the audio to complete on each page before going to the next page. This helps maintain the proper flow when listening. Notes at the end of pages are included. Reference numbers in square brackets at the bottom of pages are also included, although it is not always clear what they reference. Audio version. While the PDF version contains all sections, parts 1+2, of the original 1835 Boston print version, the audio version of this project has been divided into two separate parts to make it easier and simpler to present and navigate. Chapters in the audiobook map onto respective pages of the document. Click on them to quickly go to location specified. The titles of the audiobook version are Part 1, A Narrative of the Life and Medical Discoveries of the Author, by Samuel Thomson, 1835 edition. Part 2, New Guide to Health, or Botanic Family Physician, containing a complete system of practice, on a plan entirely new, 1835 edition. Audio. The spoken part of the audiobook was generated by free, publicly available online resources with TTS, text-to-speech, engines. Links are provided below. The video was made from separate images of each page, compiled and then joined with audio via FMPEG on a Linux system. Subtitles from spoken text were generated by Whisper AI and added to the video as a separate file. Portrait and title pages from 1835 Boston print edition.
PDF version. The PDF version was created from LibreOffice and exported to PDF. Print version links are given below. New Guide to Health, or Botanic Family Physician, widescreen format. New Guide to Health, or Botanic Family Physician, smartphone format. Copyright. This book is in the public domain, Creative Commons. Please feel free to share and redistribute it. Enjoy reading. Edited and proofed, February 2026, by K.S. Knowledge Seeker.